very, very excited to get into things. Obviously, FIFA 22 as a whole is a somewhat bit of a different game to some of the other FIFAs we've seen, of like FIFA 20, FIFA 21, for example. But obviously, we're going to break down some of the stuff like how the game's played, what players we expect to see, etc. But speaking of players, why don't we go ahead and look at some of the competitors for this evening's game, George?
Yeah, let's have a quick look at them. So we've got the Xbox coming up to start. We've got Ollie Lito, JT Webbo, Finders99, Polden23, DN43, Renault Weenio, we've got Sam CG00, and we've got Meslia1. Some fantastic players. Obviously, a few of them do stand out. Ollie Lito, obviously, being probably the most standout player on there. But obviously, it's not just the Xbox we're here for. We've got the PlayStation 5 as well.
Yeah, so for Group A on the PlayStation, you've got M. Hayward, or as we like to call him, Mitch. You've got Leeds ELD, you've got Lynn FIFA, and LJ Pro as well for Group A. But talking about Group B now, it's many two times Mr. Aubrey, a relatively well-respected player. You've got L Walks 91 and Jacob Gerd in Group B as well. So yourself, George, I feel like this is a question that I am obligated to ask you in terms of which is the superior console, which do you play on. Myself, I've always been a bit of a PlayStation man, but do you play on PlayStation or do you play on Xbox? I just want to know for my own personal knowledge.
I'm an Xbox man myself, but
Okay.
I do think a lot of the pros are starting to lean more towards PlayStation this year. It does have the higher player base, but I think there are plenty of fantastic players on the Xbox side of things too. Obviously, Ollie Lito in the finals last year, a very top player. But yeah, personally, I go for Xbox myself. Yeah, I don't know. What about you? You obviously said you're a PlayStation.
Yeah, I think. Do you know what? I mean, I don't think it really matters what us commentators play on at the end of the day. It depends on what the players prefer to play on themselves. But I think you mentioned a lot of the competitive base seem to swing towards the likes of a PlayStation these days, but you can't count out some of the banger of Xbox players we've seen, in particular that player you mentioned, Ollie Lito, obviously back here to try and represent Leeds. He lost out obviously last year in the grand finals narrowly to Manchester City's one and only Shells, and I think, you know, that's no real shock. Shells last year was a standout player in terms of competitive FIFA. He really had a fantastic year, and he lost in penalties in the grand finals as well. So there's no shock really coming into this competition that he would be the favourites on the Xbox side of the bracket. But we have obviously already had a few games going on, George, prior to the broadcast. We've had the quarter-final stages out the way, and I think we're going to have a few replays to show you guys at home.
We are going to indeed, and hopefully we get to see some of the fantastic plays that you guys have not as of yet seen. And fantastic goal there from Genoa, who I think we'll probably see quite a bit of today. One of the best players in the game this year. He's got a bit of everything, and as you can see, another goal with Genoa. He's got a bit of everything. He's got the weak foot, he's got the skill moves, the pace, he's got strength. What a player.
Yeah, there's a lot of obviously talking points in particular in terms of the way these teams are actually going to build their squads. Of course, there are certain requirements that we're going to get into in a little bit later on, but the player that we already highlighted at the start on the Xbox side of things is, of course, Ollie. We're seeing here already comfortable 4-1 lead going into the 60th minute. And does it really surprise you to see in the early stages Ollie looking quite comfortable?
No, it doesn't surprise me at all, to be honest. He's just got something about him, hasn't he? He's always been so dominant in these kind of tournaments. He's just an unreal player. He reads the situation so well, as you can see there with that beautiful pass to Salah. Makes it as easy as you like. The ball roll, he's a phenomenal player. I can't see him getting knocked out anytime soon. We'll see in the finals and things like that, but obviously he's a top player.
And I think one thing to mention in particular about Ollie is he's got the experience as well, right? He's been at some of the highest stages at FIFA and the competitive side of things and the pro side of things. So, you know, I don't think this sort of stage on the ePremier League fighting to represent, you know, Leeds United, one of the staples of English football, you could say, in terms of, you know, if you was to say name me like an English club outside of, you know, the likes of the Uniteds, the Liverpools, etc. Leeds is definitely a club that comes to mind. They've got rich history within the game of football, so I don't think he'll be really, you know, nervous or anything like that in terms of this competition. But let's take a little look at the brackets to see what we are gonna have on our hands. We're gonna start things off I believe, here with the upper and losers bracket of the PS5. Already, we have seen Mitch take a convincing 7-0 win over ELD. LJ is going to advance to play him in upper bracket round 2. Manny 2 times, unfortunately falling not just short, but 6-1 a fashion short against Mr. Aubrey. And LJ Walks, unfortunately, couldn't beat Jacob Gerd 8-4 there over the aggregate score of the 2-leg. So that set us up for 2 very intriguing ties in the PS5 playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. There's some good playoffs here. Obviously, you've got Mitch going up against LJ Pro, which should be very good. And obviously, you've got all the players that lost going into the lower brackets, which we will we'll see at some point how they get on. And Mr. Aubrey, who is a fantastic player and a fantastic streamer as well, going up against Jacob. So these should be some fairly close games. I'm very interested to see how Mitch gets on against LJ Pro, but it's not just the PlayStation side of things, we have the brackets for the Xbox side of things also, don't we?
Yeah, so this is obviously the game we saw earlier on, or just a minute ago from the quarterfinals. It was Olilito convincing 10-2 aggregate scoreline over JT Webbo. He's going to advance through and play against Polden at 23 after a 9-4 aggregate scoreline over Finders. Unfortunately, we have seen 2 forfeit wins from Sam and DN at 43. Ronald Twinio and Mesli unfortunately not checking in time and being able to play in the game, so them 2 will play each other. Everyone else will drop down into the losers bracket like we mentioned, and I'm really interested to see that game between Olilito and Polden, 2 players that after their first game, quite hefty scorelines as well, so their confidence will certainly be high, and they set the bar high in terms of what performance to expect from them.
Yeah, very true. We don't know a huge amount about Polden. I've seen his team on Twitter. He's got a very nice team, as you would expect for all these players at this level. But yeah, obviously Ollie is one of the top players in this tournament. For Polden, I think he needs to go into this one just thinking, you know, he's obviously a top player. I've just got to throw everything I can, stick to my own game plan and see if he can beat him, because the thing is about Ollie, he just seems to find a way to pick every defence apart. He gets down the wing, plays the ball in the middle, and he just seems to find goal after goal from doing that, and nobody seems to be able to stop him. So we'll have to see if he can do that, but yeah, it's going to be a tough game, I'm sure.
Yeah, so just for you people at home and the viewers' benefit, let's take a little bit of time to explain sort of the format of the club playoffs. We are going to have to play 2 legs, both a home and away leg. We aren't going to be playing with the away goal rule, however, so any people that are expecting some crazy high-scoring draws that see the away team go through based off scoring more in the first or second leg, unfortunately, that's not the case. If it is tied after the 2 fixtures have been completed, we will go to a golden goal. Therefore, whoever scores the next goal wins and will advance through into the next stage of that bracket. There are also, if I'm correct, George, a few requirements in terms of the way the teams can be set up. In particular, max rating, certain icons, etc. that can and can't be used. Why don't you go ahead and break them down for us?
Yeah, obviously very true. So we've got the squad restrictions basically for this team. They are a little bit complicated, so you do have to bear with me. You're allowed a maximum of 1 Premier League icon or hero with a rating 89 or higher. So that means obviously you're allowed 1 icon, 1 really top tier icon. You're also allowed a maximum of 1 Premier League icon or hero item with a maximum overall of up to 88. So obviously a big cap there, and a maximum of 2 non-icon or Premier League footballers with an overall rating of 90 or higher. Obviously a little bit complicated, so you're only allowed 2 non-icon Premier League players, so you're like your Kante, your Ronaldo, and then a maximum of 2 non-icon players in the Premier League with an overall of 87 to 89, and all other players must be 86 rated or below. So a little bit complicated, a little bit jargony, but you know, they're the ones you have to stick to, and even though these requirements are here, we're seeing some incredible teams.
Yeah, there's a reason why I got you to explain the player layout, not myself, honestly. But yeah, either way, I'm sure these players on both the Xbox and PlayStation side of the bracket, they're going to have found the team and the formations, etc., that have really gelled themselves together and gotten this far in the competition. Anyway, if you're talking about in terms of like who the meta BPL players are, in particular, you've got to look at the likes of Team of the Year CR7, for example, Cancelo in there as well. You've got Rudiger, the nominee card, as well as that flashback Varane that we've just seen being brought into the game. So we'll have to wait and see if some of those players are going to be developed into these teams. It wouldn't surprise me. Like you said, though, there are the few staples in there you'd expect to see. The likes of a Kante or a De Bruyne, for example, definitely going to be looking to incorporate those into your side as well. But we aren't too far off getting into some action, hopefully. There is a bit of a check-in period where we make sure everyone is ready to play, so that's what we're just waiting for right now. But in terms of FIFA 22 here, George, FIFA has been a game that over time has been notorious. I mean, I know last year we had the likes of the Bridge, for example. The year before that, we had the La Croqueta. Any sort of in-game OP skill moves that we're going to be looking out for in the competition today? I spoke to a lot of people. They say the reverse elastico, the normal elastico has been used quite a lot to shift on the edge of the box. Do you agree, or?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with them. And the elastico, the flip flap, definitely one of the most used skill moves in game. I don't think we really see too many others. Obviously, you see the ball rolls, which are very commonly used to get around the goalkeeper. But something that we do see a lot in this year is a lot of players just absolutely pace it down the wing, just try and get as far in the box as you can, and then look for a pass in the middle. We're seeing that is very, very heavily used tactic this year. But yeah, as far as skill moves go, I'd say the elastico, the flip flap, whatever you want to call it. There aren't too many others, to be honest. Obviously, you got the Cruyff turn, the scoop turn, that kind of thing. But yeah, the elastico, very, very OP skill move, to be honest. It's one that I use in Weekend League all the time. It's one that you'll see all these pro players using a fair amount of. And yeah, but other than that, there aren't too many things that I would say are too OP. Aside from that, it is a lot of this year trying to work your way into the box and break down the defence, which I think is personally quite good. One of the best years, in my opinion, we've had for gameplay. But yeah, obviously going into this one, we'll have to see what kind of tactics the players use.
Yeah, I think tactics is a huge talking point as well. Traditionally we've seen some high-level meta formations. 4-1-2-1-2, 4-4-2, 4-2-3-1. Usually the core stability when you're building your first ultimate teams going into the first set of, foot champ competitions, etc. However, there is obviously the whole in-game tactics side of things where you can change and shuffle your formations throughout the game. Sometimes you see the 4-1-2-1-2 in possession when you're on the attack. That's a great free-flowing formation, but then it sort of drops into the likes of a 4-4-2 to pack that midfield a little bit better and have the extra options to shut down any sort of attack coming the other way. But we are going to be heading into the first game right now for you. These are some of the best players that have got through the Leeds Open playoffs. They're now here in the club playoffs to represent the one and only Leeds United at the grand finals. And George, it looks like we're going to jump on board with potentially our Xbox favourite here, Ollie.
Yeah, exactly. Ollie Lito going to be kicking things off in the white against Polden 23, who's going to be playing in the blue home kit, blue away kit for Leeds. And yeah, Ollie's obviously the favourite going into this one. We'll have to see how he gets on, as it's not going to be an easy task for him, but I definitely think he's the favourite going into this one.
Yeah, I think you can already see the exact style of play that Ollie likes to oppose. It's that quick, sharp interchange of play, and already it's going to result in the first goal of the game. And listen, that's one player I mentioned as soon as the broadcast started, is you've got to pay attention to CR7, especially in and around those crucial areas of the penalty area, and it's only going to result in one thing every single time if he gets a chance to shoot in the box, and that's going to be the back of that net rippling and yourself putting a goal on the board. So already early start for Ollie and an early lead.
Very early start indeed, and that's all he needs. So is that little tiny bit of space that he makes with a little shuffle, a ball roll, a little fake, whatever it is. He makes a little bit of room, gets the shot away. We're going to see another chance for him now. Salah coming down the wing, going to put the ball in the middle for David Genoa, and that is another fantastic goal from Ollie Lito. And it's that man that I talked about earlier on the broadcast, David Genoa. He's an absolute animal in this game.
Yeah, very, very commonly used card indeed. I mean, I think so are all those icon or hero cards, you name it. You can build yourself a really solid team should you get those core 2 or 3. One player we're going to look to see throughout the most of the competition is the likes of that 93 Hullet, maybe a R9 involved as well. But already early doors, 15 minutes in, and you've got yourself 2-0 up. And one thing we constantly talk about Ollie Lito when he plays is the tenacity and how ruthless he is when he's playing. Even if he's 1-0, 2-0, this man could be 6-0 up and he's always going to look for opportunities to score, George.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the way you've got to play in FIFA, though, especially in this FIFA, because goals can come out of absolutely nowhere. And 1 minute you're 3-0 up, the next minute you're drawn at 3-3 because the goals have just gone back to back to back. And I think that's one of the things that does make Ollie a very special player. He just has an absolute ruthlessness about him. He doesn't really care about who his opponent is. He'll just keep going and score as many goals as possible. As we really do see the first opportunity for Polden. Made some room in the box for Varane, but can't quite get anything from it, and it will be an offside flag being raised in the end.
Yeah, and well, for Polden, 2-0 down after 20 minutes. Not the worst of situations to find yourself in, though, in a game of FIFA. I feel like FIFA is one of those games where the good old saying is it's not over until it's over definitely comes into play. I think you mentioned the fact that you can be 3-0 up and within a blink of an eye be back at 3-3 or even 4-3 down. It's definitely a game that you can't lack concentration in any moments. But Salah, the Egyptian king, twisting and turning on the right hand side, ball back to Ronaldo. Again, the twister turns back on the right foot. Looked like it was going to be a snapshot for a second, but I believe it was Kante in there just to intercept the ball in the nick of time.
Yeah, it was a great bit of defending from Polden in the end to get the ball away from Ronaldo, and that is something that you do have to do. You have to be careful when he's got the ball in the area, because Ollie's just so good at skill moves. He's so good at finding that little bit of space to get the shot away, and he's done well to tackle him in the end. But as you spoke about, you do need to be resilient in these kind of games. You need to look at the opponent you're against, and Gabriel Jesus is going to be tackled in the end by Varane, and it will go out for a corner kick though. Let's see if Ollie's got anything in the hat, any magic to pull out. Ronaldo at the near post, cleared away.
Yeah, I think when you've got the likes of CR7 and Varane in the box, you can only do one thing, and that's put it in. But the ball falls to Hullet at the edge of the area. Snapshot is easily beaten away from the goalkeeper, and once again back out for another corner for Ollie Lito, and constant pressure here, you could say, from Ollie Lito, and it's off the top of the crossbar from Cristiano Ronaldo at the near post. And this is just wave after wave of pressure here from Ollie Lito, and well, Polden right now, he's really struggling to deal with it.
Unrelenting pressure from Ollie Lito. He's not giving him a second to breathe, is he? He's not giving him a moment to recollect his thoughts and think about how he can get back in this game. He just keeps coming, and a good interception from Cancelo in the end, and maybe can now look to make an attack of his own, as it's just so hard to find any passes against Ollie. He's so good at breaking down these attacks. Johan Cruyff now coming forward. Gabriel Jesus with a shot, but it is smothered down by Rafael Varane.
Yeah, and look, again though, constant pressure. As soon as the ball's at the feet of anyone from Polden's side, it's just the high press and the quick nick back of the ball from Ollie Lito. But finally though, we are seeing the ball, in which is probably one of the first or second times in the opponent's half for Polden. And straight away though, Ollie instantly wins it back, and it's the man again. It's Jesus in behind towards the edge of the box. Ronaldo onto Hullet. Great stop though from the keeper to put it out for yet another corner for Ollie Lito. And, you know, I don't want to say that things are looking a little bit out of hand already, as we are only at a 2-0 scoreline, only the 2-goal deficit. But if things carry on like this, you've got to say Ollie's looking good for at least a few more goals.
Yeah, you've got to say that. I wouldn't say it's out of reach, but I would say it's getting out of hand. The amount of possession and chances that Ollie is having. Deflected shot will go behind for a corner. And that's one thing you need to be careful of. You can't afford to give Ollie this much time and space as the ball goes into the area. Goalkeeper does just about enough to get it away from Ronaldo. Hullet now. And yeah, it's just one of the things about Ollie. He's so good at holding on to the ball, holding on to possession and recycling the ball.
It's something that we see a lot though, right? And that's what we tend to see. And when we differentiate, the top players to sort of, you know, the good upcoming players, some of the best players in the world, they know how to dig themselves out of trouble and win the ball back and constantly keep the upper hand. And well, speaking of the upper hand, it's going to be Gabriel Jesus who puts the daylight a little bit clearer between Ollie and Polden right now. It's 3-0 before half time. And already from kickoff, Ollie wins the ball back. Jesus straight down the other end, crossing towards Ronaldo. Van der Sar though getting there just ahead of the Portuguese front man. With 1 minute to go before half time, you've got to say, you couldn't have probably asked for a better half here if you're a fan of Ollie Lito.
Yeah, exactly. The Swedes absolutely popping off here in this game so far. 3-0, a fantastic start to the game for him in the first leg. He's been absolutely relenting, but here we go. We've got a goal for Mitch, I think it is. No, it is not a goal for Mitch. It's a goal down the other end of the field, and here we're getting the replays for the other side of the field. And that's a 2-0 lead in the end. And we're going to switch to the live camera now and have a look and see what's going on. Mitch currently 2 goals down.
Yeah, well, this is I don't want to say a bit of a shock or an upset on our hands here, but I think if you ask the majority of people coming into this one, if you had Mitch or LJ going forward, I think the majority of people, if you were better men, would have put their money on Mitch, a relatively well-respected player within the FIFA community side, obviously representing the Lions as well on a number of occasions. But falling behind early on here, 2 goals to 0 for LJ. Not quite half-time yet, but you got to think a player as good as Mitch, he is going to be able to answer back at some point.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. He's a very good player on the counter-attack, and that looks to be how he's going to have to play here. But LJ looking for another opportunity with Mo Salah trying to get it into the middle for David Ginola, another David Ginola. I should think everybody's going to be using him, in all honesty. He's just an absolutely incredible card, and the fact that he fits right into the squad requirements as well, the fact that he's got the 3-star skill moves, makes him an absolute beast to play with.
Yeah, I think there's always, every single year, you know, you can always guarantee yourself to have at least a few certain players in your squads, and it doesn't surprise me, like Hullet and Ginoa's involved here in the Premier League. But for Mitch, so far, I mean, we've only been in the live game for, what, 5 or 10 minutes or so. It seems like LJ is really dictating the state of play right now, really quite comfortable. If you're Mitch going in at half-time, George, what are you saying to yourself? Is there a potential formation change that you need to try and look at going in early? Do we switch from one formation to the other? Do we try and add a little bit more constant pressure to win the ball back? What are you saying if you're Mitch right now? What are you saying to yourself?
Well, I'm not too sure. We didn't get to see too much, obviously, on that side of things, as Ollie's got an early chance here in this second half. But, yeah, I think if you're Mitch, you just got to reset, think about your game plan, think about what you want to do in this game, and you just got to try and stick to it as much as possible. Try not to play into the hands of the opponent. I know it's hindsight, it's very difficult to do that, but you do just have to mentally reset and focus on your game plan.
Well, one person that needs to mentally reset is, of course, Polden, and it's just a chance to do it. For a second, I thought we were going to see him creep through 1-on-1 with Van der Sar, but unfortunately for Ollie, it was catching practice for the United legend. And, well, finally, we're starting to see Polden somewhat replicate the style of play that we saw Ollie doing in the first half, trying to win that ball back as high up the pitch as possible and not give those defenders any respite on the ball. But, well, when it comes to high press, the only issue is it does leave gaps in space in behind for the likes of CR7 to exploit, and fortunately, though, was a slight offside call there. And it doesn't surprise me, we're going to probably see a few changes from Polden soon. 6 minutes on the clock, still 3-0 down. For what we've seen so far, though, George, it's been a better start to the second half for him.
Yeah, definitely. Polden has done a lot better so far in this second half. He's had a couple of early chances, and hopefully we get to see more of the same in the later part of the half, as there is a chance for Ronaldo. Little scoop turn. Can he find anybody in the box? It's a little bit congested in the defence. Not much space for him to move around, and Polden will be able to take the ball away from him and look for an attack of his own. And you can see it as soon as Polden gets the ball. There's 2-3 of Ollie Lito's players surrounded him, trying to make sure that he can't get any of these passes away. Found a good one to Ronaldo, though. Still got the ball. Does really well against the defender. Can he find someone in the middle? Mohamed Salah. Great save from Van der Sar in the end.
Yeah, that's one player you want the ball to drop to in the middle of the penalty area, but that's not one player you want the ball to drop to if you're Polden. It's CR7. He's one-on-one. The ball roll. The finish. The fourth for Ollie Lito. And it looks like, in terms of our first leg of this affair at least, that's all but wrapped up for Ollie Lito. And we mentioned, are we going to see Mitch get himself back into this game? And it looks like he has done just that, reducing that deficit to just a 1 goal from the 2. Cristiano Ronaldo can't keep himself out of the headlines at the moment, as he's going to reduce that deficit to just a 1 goal. And we mentioned, though, a player as good as Mitch, it's only going to be a matter of time before we see him bring one of the goals back. But actually, we've jumped straight into the live game. It looks like LJ's actually put the deficit back up to 2 goals.
Yeah, he's obviously got one back, and Mitch, that'll be a heartbreak for him. He got just one goal away from being level pegging, and then for the ball to go straight over the other end and get a goal back for LJ. And yeah, that's a bit of a heartbreak situation. It really does destroy the morality of the situation. But I think that for Mitch, you've just got to focus on the game. You just got to focus on your game plan. And obviously there's a whole second leg to go, so there's plenty of time for him to get back in this one. So just take it one goal at a time here. Just focus on the game. One goal at a time, try and get yourself one back, and then obviously a full 90 minutes in the second leg.
Yeah, I think if you're Mitch, it's definitely going to be damage limitation. As of now, I don't think he'll be too worried, to be totally honest with you. Like you said, still 90 minutes of football left, and he can maybe bag a second here and keep it within touching distance going into that second leg. It's definitely still a doable affair. And of course, I mentioned comebacks within FIFA. We've seen crazy things, both at a low level and some of the highest levels of FIFA, so it's most definitely not over until it's over. But if you're LJ, surely you've got to say to yourself, okay, let's just see this one out, keep the ball slightly. If we have opportunities to score, let's go forward and try and bag another one. But I've got to say, I've been quite impressed with LJ from what we've seen of him so far. He seems to be moving the ball well, the quick interchanges of plays, the possessional football. Seems to really be frustrating Mitch at the moment.
Yeah, he seems to be enjoying a lot of possession of the ball, dictating the pace of the play, which is very important to break the rhythm of your opponent in these kind of games. And as you can see, he's not really stressed about going forward. He can just hold on to the ball, looks for a pass into a more advanced position, but a good interception in the end. And we are going to see the pause coming out for Mitch. And yeah, it's an interesting start so far to this second half. I think Mitch is obviously trying to come forward fast and powerful, but as soon as LJ gets the ball, he's just slowing it down, dictating the play. There is a chance for Ronaldo, though. Does find Genoa. Great save from Van der Sar once again, as we're going to switch over to Oli Lito's game, where he's got another chance. And he's going to take the shot, hits the post, goes out wide for a goal kick.
And I still think even at 4-0 down here, though, for Polden, it's not the worst of situations. If he can try and find himself a goal as Traore goes through. Oh, we're going to see a penalty. We are. I think it was Ronaldo who just got his foot to the ball prior to De Bruyne, and it's going to be up to Hullet. Can he put it in? He can't. It goes straight down the middle. Easy saves for Van der Sar, and you've got to be kicking yourself if you're Polden there. That was your chance. That was a big moment in this game. In the first leg, if you go into the second at 4-1 down over the 3-goal deficit, it's still very doable. But you've got to say, oh, well, there you go. That's the goal back. That's the goal back that Polden needed. It's going to be a big header from Ruben Diaz at the back post, just at the death. So a 3-goal deficit here between Oli Lito and Polden. You've got to say, though, Polden looking to go into that second leg and try and cause an upset.
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously the one goal, getting himself one goal back, bringing it to a 3-goal deficit is very important for Polden. And obviously, congratulations to Ollie for winning the first leg. But I think that is it's a good scenario for Polden to get that very late goal. I think it will do wonders for his morale and for obviously going into the second leg. But LJP still winning 3-1 here in this game as we're down into the dying embers.
Yeah, and I think what I've noticed there from Mitch in that attack alone, it looks like Mitch is probably just trying to force the ball too much. It looks like he's trying to play the ball through those either needle passes, and unfortunately it's just being crowded out and shut out every time, and the ball's recovered from LJ. And well, with LJ, he looks so comfortable on the ball. Anytime he goes forward, he looks likely to try and at least get a shot on target. And already you could say halfway through this first game, as the 90th minute is slowly approaching us between LJ and Mitch. 90 still left to go, of course, in the second leg. We're potentially on the brink here of a major upset straight off the start of the stream.
Yeah, it would be a really good start to the broadcast if LJ obviously picked up the win. In terms of mutual fans, you know, everyone likes to see a good underdog story, but Mitch, I think he's a good player. I think he should have a good chance in the second leg. We will have to see.
The question is, though, can LJ add insult to injury, rub salt in the wounds a little bit? The answer is going to be no. We have got, of course, two different brackets going on simultaneously. That means lots of FIFA for you guys at home to watch. And, well, for DN4, it's going to be a 3-1 lead going into the start of the second half against Sam. And we're seeing quite a few high-scoring games thus far already. And we're only in, what, the first round of competition here on stream. Of course, we had the quarterfinals played off stream earlier on. But these players, they seem to come and they seem to want to play quite attacking and try and score as many goals.
Yeah, I think these players are playing very aggressive, but I think they know when to play aggressive and when they obviously have to play a little bit slower and look to break down the defences. And I think that's one of the good things about the game this year. It is quite fast-paced. I do enjoy it. It feels a little bit more arcadey. And the header back to the goalkeeper. Glad Van der Sar was on his toes. Could have been caught off guard there by the pass. But some good defensive work from DN4, trying to shut out the play as soon as he gets this. Good pressing, though, straight down the other end from Sam. De Bruyne, great tackle from Ruben Diaz.
Oh, for a second, I thought the shift onto the left-hand side was going to allow, I think it was Ginola, to go steaming through on goal. But that's the issue that these players are going to have, right, George? If they're 2-1 down, 3-1 down, going into, you know, sort of the last third of the game, the final half an hour or so, they're going to be forced to leave themselves open at the back by trying to commit a few extra bodies forward. And we see it time and time again. You mentioned how fast-paced this game is, in particular with trying to get in behind, using that sprint boost as well to beat a player one-on-one. It really leaves yourself vulnerable at the back.
The important thing to think about is, as the ball is run out of play by DM4 into the touchline, the important thing to think about is there's a whole second leg to go. So you don't have to be throwing everything forward right now. You can be a little bit patient and think to yourself, you know, got a whole another 90 minutes. I think you get into the second half of the second leg, and that's when you're going to have to start throwing a few players forward if you're 2-3 goals behind. But you can do this. Sam coming down the wing with Salah. Not too many players in the area. Will whip it into Kevin De Bruyne. As it looks like there could have been a shout for a penalty there.
Would like to have seen VAR's opinion on that one, to say the least, as the two players do come together. Nothing given, though, by the referee, but that allows Cancelo to break forward with the ball into Hullet, into Kante. Kante, fantastic direct pass into the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo. The ball shuffles out wide to Ginola, steps, turns, you name it, all coming on play here for DM4. He's really enjoying himself in this game thus far. But, though, Sam still around. It's similar to what we saw in Oli Lito's game. As soon as one player loses the ball, the opponent straight snapping back in to win it back with that high press. And Sam, he can't live with the constant pressure right now.
Yeah, it's just rushing, trying to get out from the back, trying to build an attack and force the counter-attack and losing the ball. Great pass for Genoa. Ronaldo is waiting in the middle, but Ruben Diaz does really well to track back just in time. Salah, plenty of players coming forward here for Sam, but Salah does look a little bit isolated. It's a great touch from the Egyptian. Can he find his way in the area to find the pass? All the way out wide to De Bruyne. Hullet looking for the far post, but can't quite find it. And it will go out for a goal kick.
Yeah, Sam was disappointed there. Very disappointed. I think Sam will be falling to Hullet on the edge of the 18-yard box. Yeah, you've got to be at least making Edwin van der Sar, the goalkeeper for DN4, work at least and pull off a save. Try and force the corner and keep those bodies in the box. But the effort extremely wayward and wide of DN4's goal. And I think there's more goals in this game, even just in the first leg alone. There's still 15 minutes or so to play here in leg number one. Both players seem to be still trying to either reduce or add to the deficit, as it's going to be Zaha back to Semedo into the feet of Kante, back to Semedo over towards Hullet. And how important is it, George, in a game of FIFA to constantly play that tiki-taka one-touch football? It really draws the opponents out and creates space for you going forward.
Yeah, I think you've got to pass with purpose. I think it's important for the players definitely to pass the ball a lot. As you can see, there are 150 passes for DM4. You could say that's one of the major reasons why he's winning. But I think it's important to pass with purpose. Don't pass for the passing's sake, because if not, you'll just pass yourself into trouble. As long as you're passing the ball to try and create these overlaps out wide and things like that, I think that's the importance behind it.
Well, we are going to jump into the second leg between Oli Lito and Polden. Of course, the 3-goal deficit in favour of Oli Lito. It's going to be up to Polden to try and storm his way back into this one. And it looks like Ginola trying to do that single-handedly. Salah back to Ginola, tries to play it inside to Cristiano Ronaldo or Gabriel Jesus. Unfortunately, once again, Ollie too quick at pressurising the ball. Genoda nearly slips it through. Unfortunately, though, it just feels like, even just judging off that one passage of play alone from what we've just seen from Polden, the ball just does not seem to be dropping for him at the moment.
It doesn't. Jesus on the ball. Can he get the ball cast the keeper? He cannot. The ball roll almost, but not this time. But yeah, I think Polden's just got to slow things down a bit. It's so difficult though when Ollie is pressing as much as he is, and so many of the passing lanes are being cut off. So he does need to be careful. Ronaldo on the ball though, going to take a pop shot, and not too much will come from it. It will go out for a corner though.
I think even in that chance alone, Polden would be a little bit disappointed with himself. He didn't make Edwin van der Sar work a little bit harder. Relatively catch-in practice for him to tip it behind for a corner, and catch-in practice from the resulting corner anyway. 2/3 to go here then in the second leg between Ollie Lito and Polden. Ollie still looking rather comfortable here with the 3-goal advantage from the first leg. Currently at the aggregate scoreline of 4-1. And you've got to say though, Polden, it's going to be vital that he scores the first goal in this game.
Yeah, he really needs to get a goal and fast, and that is not going to happen as Ollie gets the first one. It's Mohamed Salah. It's a green time finish, absolutely smashed into the back of the net. And now a 4-goal deficit. Can he get one back straight away? No, it's going to be well defended in the end. And a 4-goal deficit, you've got to start throwing everything forward now, I think.
And that's only going to play into Ollie Lito's style of play. It's just going to leave him so vulnerable and open at the back here, Polden. And when you've got the likes of R9 on the ball running in behind, it's going to be so hard to deal with it. But well, speaking of one Ronaldo, talk about the other. He tries to go through on goal, but it's going to be easy work for the back line of Ollie Lito's team, and tries to spring a quick counter-attacking through ball and try and go on the offence himself. But Polden, I think, you know what, the opportunities were there. He had the chances, and well, there's one from the edge of the box. The snapshot and pop shot. I think it caught us both by surprise, as well as the goalkeeper from Cristiano Ronaldo. Finally, we see a little bit of fight back here from Polden. And with a whole half of FIFA yet to play, could that be the start of the momentum factor changing here for Polden?
Well, it's got to. He's got to start building that momentum. He's got to start building that confidence as the time is ticking down. And with 3 goals still yet to score those 3 goals, he's got to start thinking about it. He's got to start thinking about throwing more players forward, being a little bit more aggressive. But Ollie is so good at breaking down these attacks. He's so good at stopping these chances, and that's why Polden's had to be taking the shots out wide. It's why he's had to be taking these shots from outside the box, and he's being forced into this position by Ollie, which is one of the reasons why he's one of the best players in the world, because he forces his opponents to take these 50-50 opportunities, which we know that professional players don't usually like to take.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we mentioned the experience factor, right, in between Ollie and Polden. Ollie, of course, been there, done it, the twist, the turns, the finish. It's beautiful, it's clinical. It's fantastic FIFA from Ollie Lito, as Cristiano Ronaldo is going to put the second of his game already on the board. And well, I think that's the 5th or the 6th goal in total for Ollie Lito, who now looks definitely comfortable. But this is the game that we want to talk about, if I'm correct, George. One of the favourites for the PlayStation, which was going to be Mitch or M. Hayward, whichever you want to call it, up against LJP. And LJ, after the first leg, taking an aggregate scoreline of 3-1 into this game. Already 40 minutes gone. Just over a half of football left to play here for Mitch to try and salvage his tournament lifeline.
Yeah, exactly. Mitch is such a top-tier player, you know, plays for SMPR, plays for the E-Lions. He's one of the top players in the country. And he does need to be careful because the time is ticking down and LJP has a 2-goal advantage. Mitch obviously played for Sheffield United last year, came third/4th in the 2021 competition of the Premier League. And LJP, there's not too much known about him, to be honest. There's not too much we found out about him. I know that he came top 74th in the FGS 1, but even so, to be one of the top players in the country, like, Mitch, it must be a massive confidence boost for him.
Well, yeah, I think you know, if you're LJP, you beat the tournament favourite. I think, you know, if you use sod's law, that kind of makes you the favourite of the tournament going forward, right? You're the one that everyone's going to be saying, well, you've got to look out for him as your potential dark horse. And an aggregate scoreline of 6-2 here between Ollie Lito and Polden. I think the story of this game is, I think Ollie's just been a little bit too good for Polden. If we want to be brutally honest, we hate to, you know, kick someone while they're down. And obviously, Polden's struggling right now in this first game against Ollie Lito. But I think you can just see who the experienced player is, who's been around the scene for a while. But you got to say, I don't think Polden's played exactly poorly.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that statement. I think Ollie's one of the best players in the world. I personally put him in the top 2 in the world. In my opinion, he's the best player in the world right now. I think he's absolutely incredible. I've been casting his games for quite a while, even before he was, you know, playing in the ePremier League tournaments last year and the FCC winner and everything like that. Casted him when he was relatively new to the scene, I guess you could say. And I just think he's one of the absolute top talents in the world. So I don't think it is a be all and end all for Polden. I think he can definitely come back from this. Well, not this specific game, as 4-goal deficit in 20 minutes. You know, we've seen stranger things happen. I'm not going to write it off completely, but I don't think he should beat himself up too much for it.
I think he'll be using it as a learning curve. I think if he's smart, he'll go back and watch the game back if he's been recording it himself, or watch it back on the broadcast and say, okay, why was Ollie Lito so hard to beat? How could I have adapted my style of play? And I think if you're Polden, I think maybe what he's done coming into this is probably give Ollie a little bit too much respect, right? We speak about it in terms of traditional football, not just the virtual world of FIFA, that sometimes clubs can respect the error position a little bit too much, and that then allows the other team to play with confidence. And, well, speaking of confidence, one player that has got confidence is Cristiano Ronaldo, and he's going to secure his hat-trick for the game and put Ollie 3-1 up, and most definitely book his spot into the next round of this competition. You got to say, Ollie, he's been looking good so far. He's been looking very comfortable. He's dictating well. He's making sure no mistakes are being made even in these early stages of the competition, not taking too many more risks. And surely going forward, should he qualify obviously through the club playoffs and into the grand finals, you've got to say he's going to be up there with some of the bookmakers' favourites to potentially take home that title and do one better than last year. You
would have thought so, wouldn't you? You would have thought he would be one of the top favourites to win it. But I think he obviously still has a long way to go. He hasn't won the ePremier League yet. That's one of the only competitions that has eluded him so far. And yeah, I think that he's obviously got a lot of work to do still before he gets to the final. So you shouldn't count your eggs too early.
Oh, Cristiano Ronaldo is absolutely filthy at times. Fantastic twist and turns on the edge of the penalty area, pops the ball through one of the players' legs and draws a foul on the edge of the 18-yard box. Final third, though, of this game between, you could say, the PS5 favourite in Mitch up against LJ Pro, and LJ still with that slender 2-goal lead after the first leg. And this is where now we started to mention, George, you said it in particular yourself, then final 20 minutes, final 30 minutes of that second leg, you've got to start taking a few chances, and a pop shot from Ronaldo, he's beaten away easily by Van der Sar. Is this going to play into LJ's favour? You can't be giving the ball away there, though. He's tried to keep it in the corner and play his way out, but he's played his way into trouble. It's dropped to Ginola. It's dropped to CR7, and Ronaldo sticks the ball in the back of the net.
It's offside. I think it was offside.
I think it was offside. I think the pause menu confirmed that it was offside because the goal would have stood.
Yeah, I think it was offside. The celebration was a little bit weird. And yeah, I don't think that one would have counted. But we're switching back to the other game where Ollie Lito is currently 7-2 up on aggregate and having an absolutely fantastic performance against Polden. Unfortunately for Polden, just hasn't really gotten in that rhythm, hasn't really got back into the game. But we will see if he can get a goal here as he's coming forward. Ronaldo with an opportunity, takes a shot on. But it's very unfortunate. The goalkeeper does well to get a hand on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Poland, obviously you have got that chance to bounce back and go on that losers bracket run. It of course is double elimination, but I think he's definitely got to go back and think about. Oh my, Ollie! Someone take his controller away from him. Someone take the Xbox pad out of his hand. It should be illegal. Ollie Lito really turning on the style and the flavour here now.
The disrespect.
Honestly, I would probably have called an admin if that was at LAN and told him to have a warning for that. That is ludicrous behaviour from Ollie Lito.
Oh my word. What a goal. And that's why people run Genoa though. That's why people run him. He can do all these kind of absolutely incredible moments. But either way, we are going to switch to the other game. And LJP has got himself another goal. It's an absolutely massive upset so far. 4-1 now on aggregate to LJP. Mitch yet to bounce back.
Obviously, we did mention that there is the losers bracket run available for Mitch, but surely that's going to come as a shell shock to the system for him. Wouldn't have expected to be playing in that probably at all today, let alone this early in the game. And you can see the high press now from Mitch. It's just going to open up gaps in behind for LJ Pro to potentially put another goal on the board for himself. And I like it though from LJ. I like this a lot from LJ. He knows that Mitch has to go forward. So what does he do? He retains the ball, keeps possession, allows the players to draw themselves out of position and tries to spring a ball in behind. But 10 minutes to go. 3 goals is the deficit that Mitch has to try and make up. It's doable, but is it going to happen?
That is the question. Is it going to happen? As the tackle comes in, it will go up for a goal kick, and there was a lot of contact there between the defender and Jorginho, but referee won't be given anything. 10 minutes to go before we've got the added time, and 3 goals now. The question is, can Mitch do it? We've seen him do so many things. We've seen him win a lot of games. We've seen him go to the highest highs. But for me, going into the losers bracket is a pretty big low for Mitch. I feel like he holds himself to a higher standard. You know, I feel like he would want to do better than that. So we will have to see. There's not too much time left, but we'll see if he can bounce back.
You know what? You got to say, LJ Pro though has looked absolutely somewhat flawless in this game. He's kept the ball well. He's recovered it well. He's obviously quite clearly finished well. But even with Mitch going forward, he looks so composed at the back in terms of just nicking the ball and winning it at the right time. So you got to say, I don't think this is necessarily Mitch playing badly. I think this is just LJ Pro playing extremely, extremely well. But as I say that and sing his praises, he does give the ball away to Ginola, who has a shot blocked, and then immediately Route 1 football. Mr. Allardyce would be proud as he just plays the ball long up the pitch and out of trouble. With a couple minutes left, it looks like we are going to see Mitch drop down into that losers bracket. And LJ Pro, an absolute stellar performance. I don't want to say a shocking one, but an upset to say the least here, as he's going to book his spot into the next stage of the competition and stay in the upper bracket.
Yeah, massive upset for LJP. Obviously, Mitch used it up as one lifeline. Now he needs to win every game in order to get through. And we're going to go to the Sam versus DN4 game, as DN4 currently winning 6-1 on aggregate. Absolutely incredible stuff from DN4. Sam, unfortunately to him, being outclassed, I'm going to say it how I see it, 6-1. It's a massive deficit, and we've just around 30 minutes left to go, 40 minutes left to go. Is it going to be too little too late?
I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record and rinse and repeat what we said, but it is FIFA at the end of the day. Anything is possible, but you've got to think, if you're Sam, you've got to get a move on here to try and score a few goals and shorten that deficit, not give the ball away and allow DN4 to go forward, because every time we've seen over the past 2 legs DN4 go forward, he looks likely to make the back of the net ripple and just increase that margin he's already got. For Sam though, looking to try and bounce back, it is going to be Ronaldo who goes through on goal. Rudiger does get back though, the ball still falls to CR7. Can he twist, can he turn, needs to take a shot. Maybe one too many touches there from Cristiano Ronaldo. You got to try and pull the trigger and have a shot there, George, surely.
Just didn't open up in time, did it? He's trying to find the gap, the way through to goal, but couldn't find it. The left stick dribbling, which has been adjusted on the most recent patch, which I'm pretty sure is coming out next week for Xbox and PlayStation. Currently out on the PC patch, and apparently it's done a lot of wonders for left stick dribbling. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. I'm confident, but either way, Sam obviously yet to score a goal in the second leg. 5 goals down. You need to see something happen now, but DN4 is going to come straight down this wing. Zaha is through. Can he get the shot? He can, and he's going to find the back of the net. Beaten at the near post, Edwin van der Sar, and a lot of mixed reviews from this Zaha card, but it's done DN4 well here, as 3-0 in the second leg in the 68th minute, and he'll be very happy with that. 7-1 currently on aggregate.
Yeah, got to say, Zaha seems to be working for DN4 at the moment, and if it's not broken, why try to fix it? That's the saying that we often hear. And already, I mean, it sounds like the crowd's in good spirits, and so are the supporters of DN4, as with just 20 minutes to go, the 6-goal lead up against Sam here. I think Sam just looks like he's been a little bit outclassed here, if you ask me. I think DN4's been looking comfortable. He's really stamped his authority on the game from minute 1, where we saw those 2 early goals in the first leg. And Sam, I just think he's not had any answers to the questions that were thrown his way. But that losers bracket run, though, still a possibility.
Still a possibility indeed. Obviously, you've got the one lifeline. It's a double elimination. You've got the one lifeline, and it's a shame to use it this early, but we shall see if he can get on all right in the losers bracket, as we see another goal for DN4, and it's that man again. He seems to pop up a lot, and for a card that was available right at the start of the year, what a card it is, as it's still probably going to see use up until the very dying embers of FIFA 22. What a card, what a player in real life.
Well, out wide to another player that was most definitely one we always kept our eye on in real life, and that was Samuel Eto'o. Unfortunately runs out of play, and for DN4 it's just a matter of seeing this one out. No mistakes need to be made, and even if mistakes were made, I think 7 goals in a couple minutes is not going to be the easiest of tasks for Sam to pull off, but cheeky effort there from DN4. But I think going forward into the next stage of this competition, it's safe to say that every single player here for the Leeds United club playoffs have definitely come to play. There's been a couple upsets already. There have been a few shocks and some players that have stood out and surprised us. Overall, though, what are your thoughts after the first few games?
I feel like there's been a lot of goals. I feel like there's been a lot of games that haven't been too close. Oh my word, what a shot that was. I think it just came off the bar as well from Sam. But yeah, I feel like all the games have been fairly one-sided so far. So it'll be interesting to see, going obviously into the next round, how all the players get on. Because honestly, it's been really good so far. Obviously, from the PlayStation side, it has looked very good, and the Xbox side has also looked fairly strong as well. But like I said, fairly one-sided, as DN4 will get himself another goal. 9-1 now. Eric Cantona, just Eric Cantona. It's only Eric Cantona. It's only one of the best players in the game, only one of the most expensive players in the game, and it's the 93 version as well. Wow, what a card that is. I personally tried it. I tried as mid, I think it was, and it didn't quite work for me, but clearly working for him here, as going on an absolute... Well, if this was any other game, it'd be called a killing spree, but he's going on an absolute route here as another goal. It takes a massive deflection, but Cantona once again going on a run of his own.
Well, it's nice to see Eric Cantona taking time off from fly-kicking fans to kicking the ball into the back of the net. I mean, he did that enough in real life, let's be honest. One of the most prolific strikers in history. But speaking of being prolific, a 10-1 aggregate scoreline between DN4 and Sam. Sam, if you're watching, pick yourself up, keep your head held high. We have got the losers bracket, of course, to come shortly. But Aaron, what a first round of fixtures. I think we had it all. We had goals, we had questionable penalty decisions, we had penalties missed, and we had a few shocks on our hands as well.
We did indeed. It was an absolutely fantastic game. So all of them, I think, had one thing or another to pick out and just say, wow, look at this skill. If it was the scorpion kick from Ollie, it was the some of the outrageous shots coming out from outside of the area. I can't remember who it was, but it was a Ronaldo goal. And yeah, it was a fantastic start to the games we're showing today. Obviously, lots more to come, but I'm pretty sure we have some of the replays coming up from the PS5 side of the bracket, so we can go through all of these. Some of the goals that you may not have seen, you can catch up on them now. Yeah,
if you guys are just joining us, we've obviously got 2 brackets running simultaneously, both the PlayStation and the Xbox, and I think the biggest shock thus far in the competition was this game on your screens right here between Mitch, of course, the representation of the E-Lions. So many times you've seen him, play at the highest level of FIFA, struggling against LJ Pro. 3-1 down after the first leg, and going into the second, making it 4-1 in total on aggregate. And this is how the bracket looks after the games. Mr. Aubrey going to be picking up a 4-1 win as well against Jacob Gard. So we're going to see in our upper bracket semi-finals, there's going to be LJ Pro and Mr. Aubrey facing off. And I'm really, do you know what? I'm really excited to see LJ Pro play again, George. I want to see if it's a consistent type of style of play. You obviously come off a 3-1 win against FIFA earlier, but to go into the second game against Mitch, one of the best players in the country, represents E-Lions, plays the game professionally, to see him look, I don't want to call Mitch easy work for him, but he certainly made it look that way. He looked very comfortable throughout the game from what we saw. He didn't let Mitch impose his style of play on the game and sort of try and force the upper hand. And you got to say, LJ going forward, he looks very, very good. But we obviously had the Xbox side of the bracket as well, George. No surprise in terms of one of the players that really stood out for us on that side of things.
Yeah, exactly. It's obviously Ollie Lito running the show on the Xbox side of things. Polden not really able to do too much against him, but would you really expect anybody to be able to do that? Ollie's just in a class of his own at the moment, it seems, as he run the show well and truly. I think it was a 9-2 in the end. It was something ridiculous like that, but yeah, you just see him goal after goal, the ball roll, takes the goalkeeper. I thought he'd run it too far there, to be honest. I didn't think that was going to intend for the back of the net. I thought he'd run it a bit too far, but as you can see, just incredible skill moves, perfectly green time finished. And yeah, Polden did get 1 or 2 back though, as he got that incredible goal with Ronaldo. And other than that, Ollie just kept coming forward and kept finding ways to score goals.
Yeah, but I think the thing we mentioned a lot about Ollie Lito is not only the experience, but the ability and the capability of, as soon as he concedes a goal, you know full well that the first thing that Ollie is going to do is come flying forward to score a goal of his own. And well, there's no better fashion than doing it with a cheeky scorpion kick. I think it was. And I think you knew at that point that Ollie was, somewhat feeling confident in his abilities and looking to try and represent Leeds once again at the EPL this year. But DN4 also, talking of comfortability, against Sam, a 10-1 aggregate scoreline. Never really looked in trouble at all, did he, George?
No, he really didn't. He was just performing really well. There were a few opportunities for Sam, but DN4 just ended up running. Oh my word! What? We didn't see that goal live, I don't think, because that was an unreal finish from Cantona, who, as we're watching these replays, seems to be running the show. He seems to be the main man for this team for DN4, as gets quite a little rebound there for Ronaldo to head into the back of the net. But yeah, DN4 looked absolutely incredible. Oh, I was about to say, surely that doesn't go in. But
I was ready to give my best, Gerard, for a second there. But yeah, I think, like you said, DN4 just looked so comfortable throughout the whole game.
Yeah, it looked incredible, as you can just see absolute domination as the scorelines. You can see by the scoreline, and Cantona just in a league of his own, well and truly. But I'll be interested to see how he gets on in the next stage of the bracket, which we do have coming up for you now. As you can see, Ollie Lito and Polden, their game there. Ollie Lito going to be going through to face DN43. DN43 with a 10-1 win in the end. Sam will be going down to the losers bracket, which will be between JT Webbo and Finders, and then we've got Polden and Ronald Weenio going to be going head to head in that one as well. So lots of fantastic games still to come up for you guys, as What do you think, though? Seriously, what do you think for the semi-final, or sorry, for the upper bracket final for Oli Lito versus DN4?
I think it's going to be a great game, honestly. Obviously, DN coming into this wasn't really, you know, didn't know too much of him. I know he was heavily involved in the likes of VFL and the pro club scene. One thing to mention about DN43 is he didn't actually need to play a single game to get to the playoff stage. He obviously went through the open qualifiers and had, I believe, 3 forfeit wins because his opponents couldn't show up to the game. Wow. So you would see that on paper and think, okay, he got a lucky break right into the actual bracket stage, but luck's definitely on his side today, or at least fantastic FIFA players after a 10-1 aggregate win. That's going to be a banger of a game. But we are going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and myself and George will be back here. Go home, grab yourself a bit of water, get those refreshments on board, because we've got a long day of FIFA action for you. Myself and George will be back after this short break. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, welcome back here to the Leeds United ePremier League Club Playoffs. My name is John Pritchard, or John P, joined once again by George, and not Aaron this time. I'm sorry, George, I apologise.
It's fine.
Working at esports, you meet so many people, honestly, you forget names at times. But welcome back. We have just seen, obviously, the upper quarterfinals and upper semi-finals take place. We are now heading into the business stage of the competition, as I like to call it, the upper finals and those important later loser bracket stages. But before we head back into FIFA, we have to talk to you guys a little bit about something called Leeds Fury. Now, we are coinciding with the EPL with the launch of Leeds Fury. It is a brand new gaming and esports community made for both gaming and general fans. The first open competition that we're going to be running for you guys to play in is, of course, you guessed it, FIFA. But not only that, if you want your chance to compete in not only FIFA 22 but lots of other games for the such as Rocket League, Call of Duty and many more, head over to leedsfury.gg to find out how you can win exclusive prizes and take part in Leeds United's brand new gaming community. And with competition, George, you know myself, there are often some prizes to win, am I correct?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we all love prizes, we all love a good giveaway, and we're also going to be giving away some signed FIFA 22 copies, as well as some Rafinha foot cards, some physical Rafinha foot cards to lucky winners who sign up to leedsfury.gg during this stream. So make sure you go over there, sign up, and get your chance to win some copy of FIFA 22 signed and some physical Rafinha foot cards. You know, the ones you can put in your background. You know, they look really fancy. So I would definitely do that if I was you. But yeah, it's awesome to see that Leeds Fury are getting involved in the esports scene, and we're seeing more and more clubs do it now. So it's very awesome to see.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, one benefit of being a football club, right? The majority of these professional football clubs, they've already somewhat involved in gaming through FIFA, for example. And I'm glad that we're seeing now more of these Premier League clubs and even, you know, sort of lower league clubs in Championship right through to League 2 and even non-league clubs. You know, you've got the likes of Hashtag United, for example, as well, that are heavily involved in FIFA and obviously are a professional club at the same time. It's great to see that finally esports is starting to become more and more the norm and even pushed and linked into traditional sports as well. So definitely get involved over at Leeds Fury. You guys aren't going to want to miss out. But a little bit enough about what you could be playing in. Let's talk about what these professional players and top level players are actually playing. And of course, we're here for the Leeds United Club Playoffs. We've already mentioned, of course, we started with 16 players, 8 on the PS5 side of the bracket, 8 on the Xbox side of the bracket. One person from each bracket will be representing Leeds United Football Club at that ePremier League Grand Final later on in the year. And already we've seen some crazy results.
Yeah, we've seen Oli Lito dominate his opponent in the and obviously the first game of the evening. Unfortunately for his opponent, obviously Holden, he couldn't really do too much in that. It was very difficult for him. Obviously, coming up against Oli is always going to be a tough task. We also saw LJ Pro popping off against Mitch Hayward. It was a very surprising upset. Definitely the upset of the evening. Obviously, it's a double elimination though, so Mitch will be going to the lower bracket and he can try and fight his way through, which we will be seeing later on. And yeah, Mr. Aubrey as well going through to his upper bracket final, which I'm very interested to see how he gets on against LJ Pro. I'm sure a lot of you are, which we will have coming up very soon. But yeah, I mean, for me, I think that it's going to be LJ Pro and Oli Lito going through to the grand finals. That's my personal pick anyway. I don't know about yourself.
I think if you're asking me early doors, sort of who has impressed me the most, definitely those two are the two players that stand out without a shadow of a doubt. I think anyone that walks into a game against the likes of Mitch on the PS5, again, we've already mentioned one of the best players in the country, represents the E Lions, a pro player. You know, this is what he is known for, being a great, fantastic FIFA player. And I don't want to say it was like a walk in the park for LJ Pro, because Mitch did cause him troubles at times, but LJ Pro never really looked out of place. He never really looked phased in terms of the fact that he was playing one of the best players in the country, someone who's been there, done it. He eventually came, you know, top 4 last year back at the ePremier League when he was representing Sheffield. So I think that is only going to play into LJ's confidence 100%. Now, of course, he is going to have to play Mitch again should Mitch progress through to the losers bracket side of things. But look, let's not forget, it's not just LJ and Mitch in this PlayStation bracket. There are many other players. We've still got 6 or 7 other players in this bracket without them two involved. So, but if you was asking me if I was a betting man early on, it would definitely be looking at the likes of Olivito and LJ Pro. But of course, on our Xbox side of the bracket, we have got that player Olivito taking on DN4, if I'm correct, who has just won 10-1 on aggregate, and I would say plays a very similar style of play. Let's go ahead and bring up the brackets just in case any of you people have, newly tuned in. You guys can sort of see the progress of the tournament thus far. And yeah, it was DN4 up against Sam at 10-1, Ollie 8-2 against Poland. These are two players that could be quite evenly matched in terms of on paper.
Yeah, I think DN4 and Olivito, obviously, I think they had the most confident, the most confident wins going into the grand finals. They definitely looked very sure that they were going to go through, and obviously we'll have to see how they match up against each other, as DN4 is a very good player. He comes from the pro club scene. We don't really know too much about him, but we'll have to see how he gets on. And obviously all the players that lost will be able to go through the lower bracket, and we'll see how they get on. Obviously JT Webbo, Sam GCG, Polden and Rantwino. But this isn't all. We've obviously got the PlayStation side of the bracket as well, which we had some upsets. We had some massive upsets, didn't we?
Yeah, I think upset is an understatement. You could say in terms of the LJ Mitch game. Other than that, Mr. Aubrey looks relatively comfortable and in control against Manny 2 times, a 6-1 win there, and then up against Jacob in that upper semi to advance through to play LJ in that final. In the losers bracket though, a couple interesting affairs. It's gonna be interesting to see if Manny 2 times can give Mitch a bit of a run for his money. Of course, lost 6-1 to Mr. Aubrey in the upper stages, so you'd like to probably bank on Mitch at times to try and secure that one and go through to play either Jacob or Lynn in the upper semis, or the lower semis, should I say. But I think we've still got a lot of time left. We've got a lot of FIFA to play, and we're probably in for quite a few more twists and turns on this roller coaster of a journey in the ePremier League.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. I mean, if we're talking the lower bracket side of things, you've got to be putting your money on Mitch to make it all the way through to the finals. But we've seen him lose already. We've seen a massive upset and him have to go down to the lower bracket. So only one more loss and he's out of the tournament completely. So it's very interesting times, honestly, if you are a big FIFA fan. It's very interesting times if you're an esports fan. Obviously, Mitch is one of the biggest players in the England scene, and we'll have to see how he gets on. But no, I'm very excited to see who will go through to the grand finals on the Xbox side of on the PlayStation side of things. Sorry, because Mr. Aubrey's playing there. If you are a fan of the FIFA Twitch scene, you'll probably know Mr. Aubrey. He streams pretty much every day. He's a massive streamer in the community. And yeah, we'll have to see how he gets on. He's always been in and around the esports scene. He's always been in and around the ePremier League. I think he got to the finals in 2019 for Huddersfield, I think it was in the end. And yeah, we'll have to see how he gets on though, whether he can represent Leeds, as that would, I'm sure, be a massive accolade for him. But here we go, we're underway with DN4 versus Olivito in the upper bracket the upper bracket finals.
I think you made a great point in terms of the losers bracket run from Mitch as well. And I think if you're Mitch, the only takeaway from that is you are okay with doing that because you've probably been in that position before in terms of the experience that you've got. If you was a newer player that had just burst onto the scene and you're a favourite going into a tournament, all of a sudden you've lost your first game, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders, right? So I think Mitch can definitely bounce back, but let's not focus too much about the loser side of the bracket. Let's focus on the winner side of the bracket, as it is going to be Olivito up against DN4. Two players that do like to move the ball and play that quick interchange of football. They like to get their centre midfielders on the ball as much as possible to dictate the style of play and then try and break those lines in behind, just like we're seeing now.
Exactly, we'll have to see how Ollie gets on against DN4. This is one of the matches we are very excited for. Genoa, fantastic bit of skill. David Genoa puts it in the back of the net for DN4 so early on in this game. Uses a Ronaldo celebration, and that is exactly the start to the play you would want if you were DN4.
Yeah, I'm very glad that our cameras were not on for my reaction to that goal. Fantastic, calm, cool, and composed finish from David Ginola in the penalty area. The twister turns, and he's never going to miss one-on-one with a goalkeeper, even with a acute angle like he was just that, still capable of putting the ball into the back of the net. But although it's a great start for DN4, You've got to say, though, Ollie is one of the best players in terms of when he goes a goal behind, he instantly likes to bounce back.
Yes, that aggression, that mentality, that winner mentality. He doesn't care if he's a goal down. He's going to be going as hard as he can to try and get back in it. It's a fantastic ball over the top, but well recovered. I think it was from Gabriel Jesus, actually, to take the ball away from Ronaldo there. Very interesting, but either way, well defended from DN4. It was a great ball. It was well defended by Ollie. And here he comes once again. Ball played into the middle. Ronaldo can't quite get there. Well intercepted. And DN4 playing very well so far. Very well defensively and coming forward. Very, very aggressive and fast-paced.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't think he's played against one of the best players in the world at FIFA, would you? I mean, coming into this game, the go-to feeling would probably be a little bit of a shaky leg and a few nerves, but already seems to back himself here against Ollie Lito. Seems to want to try and still play the style of FIFA that we've seen him play throughout the competition thus far, and that's try and move the ball, keep it as much as possible, and allow your opponents to try and make the mistakes and capitalise on them. But I mentioned he's playing one of the best players in the world of FIFA right now, and mistakes are hard to come by if you're talking and trying to critique the way Ollie Lito plays FIFA. So for DN4, I think he's the one here that's got to make sure he doesn't make too many mistakes, because Ollie, he will pounce and be on it like a flash. He
will do indeed, and Ollie, obviously, it's only a matter of time before he gets a chance to get back in this game, and there is a great run from Ronaldo, but will be matched by DN4. Good pass out wide for Gabriel Jesus. As you can see, DN4's already got quite a lot of players back in defence waiting to stop this counter-attack, and he's done that again, thwarted the attack of Ollie Lito. And yeah, he's just not really showing any fear, is he, DN4? He's not really showing any kind of fear when he's coming up against Ollie. He's just coming straight at him, playing his football, playing fast and precise. And so far, Ollie doesn't seem to have an answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, 25 minutes in, still a long, long way to go. Of course, this is only the first leg of the two-legged affair. There's no away goal rules, unfortunately, for DN4, as he'll probably take a 1-0 win here and a 1-0 loss in the next one, because either way we're going to extra time, and that all-elusive golden goal should things be squared after the two legs. But half an hour gone, first third of the game done, and so far you've got to say DN4 doesn't look like he's out of his depth here against Ollie Lito. For a second I thought the ball was going to be sprung in behind, instead it's gone out wide to David Ginola, but luckily though for Ollie Lito the cover was there and the ball is recovered and ends up at the feet of João Cancelo. But Ollie, he's leaving himself wide open at the back at times, but it doesn't matter, because when you've got the man over, and when it's the Egyptian king Mohamed Salah who hits the outside of the post, unfortunately, you can afford to do that. Huge chance here before the half-time whistle for Ollie to tie things up.
Yeah, that was a perfect opportunity for Ollie, but he just hits the post. But there's a ball in behind Ronaldo, just offside. However, the linesman will lift his flag. But either way, two really good opportunities for Ollie to get back into the game. And that Mohamed Salah shot, it was on Mohamed Salah's weak foot, so obviously it's always going to be harder, but a good start. A good start to the comeback for Ollie. Definitely a sign of better things to come for him.
And like you said, it's only going to be a matter of time, right? You'd think there's always a few players in FIFA that you can never count out, even if they're 1-0 down in the 90th minute and the ball's in their half. It only takes for them to fathom up one chance and get a sniff anywhere near of a half chance, and they'll put the ball in the back of the net and tie things up. And I think Ollie's got that factor about him, but for DN4, just got to try and frustrate Ollie here, I think, a little bit. I think frustration can definitely come into play. If you can keep the ball, you're going to then force Ollie to try and press higher up the pitch and win the ball back. And we've already seen a few times the likes of Ginola, for example, get in behind either the right or the left back of Ollie Lito, where we see Cancelo usually committed so far up the pitch. But DN4, you definitely got to hope to take a 1-0 lead in at half-time.
You can see some of the frustration coming out already, though, from Ollie. A few overcommitted tackles, things like that, but there is a great chance here. So many players running forward, some great lines of runs being made. Salah, ball into Ronaldo. He is onside. Can he find the shot? He can. Goes around the goalkeeper and puts it in the back of the net. Equalising it up at 1-1. Ollie Lito, he has bounced back.
I said, if you're DN4, you just got to get in at half-time, reset yourself, say we've done the hard work, we've got through the first 45 minutes, we're 1-0 up against one of the best in the business at the moment. But it was just a sublime deft touch from Cristiano Ronaldo there as the ball was whipped into his feet. Just completely took the goalkeeper out of the game, who I think anticipated a first-time shot across the body. And it was just as simple as that, to just bring the ball control down and just slide the ball in with his right foot into the bottom corner, into the empty net. And put himself at 1 apiece, but you saw there, it's currently 1-1 now in one of our other games across the bracket. If I'm correct in saying, I think this is a loser's bracket game going on at the moment.
It is. It's Ronaldinho versus Polden currently playing. Polden currently 1-1. We can see his camera. We can see he's having a little bit of frustration maybe, but there is a chance here. Well defended. He does get the ball back though. Mohamed Salah does not miss from there. And that is a goal from Ronaldinho. Polden a little bit frustrated with himself there. The rebound from the pass, and well, he's got to be happy with that one. Ronaldinho is in the losers bracket, beating one of the players that comes down to face him so far. 2-1, 24 minutes into the game.
Already, it's nice to see.
If you just come in, basically a recap.
The game as
first game 1-9-4.
The first few games, I think, if I'm correct in saying, he was one of the players that
one of the best in the world. I lost to him 8-2.
Did forfeit loss a few of the first rounds because I don't think he was available to play in them, so it's good to see him bounce back and take a 2-1 lead. 27 minutes into this game and already looking for the third. But, you know, Polden, one of those players we saw earlier on, not really cause his opponent too much troubles, but then again he was playing against Elitio. So, I mean, if you're Polden, you're now 2-1 down, 30 minutes gone, you're in the first third of the game still. Are you too worried here, George?
No, I don't think you're going to be too worried. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's not too much, you don't know too much about your opponent right now. Very early knock-ins of the game, but I don't think he needs to be too worried. He's had plenty of possession. He's going to get a chance here as well. Cristiano Ronaldo, he's going to go for the dink. Varane, resilient as ever, going to beat it off the line with his head. But yeah, I think when you're losing to Oli Lito, I don't think you can be too disappointed with yourself, because you're coming up against one of the best in the world. And yeah, I feel like this is definitely an opportunity for him to bounce back and to prove that he does belong in this tournament and that he can go all the way to the final. We will have to see if he can do that though, as just about going to get rid of the ball. And yeah, some edgy defending coming out from Polden.
Yeah, well, Polden now springs an attack of his own. It's a straightforward through ball that cuts the side of Ronaldinho in half, and unfortunately a rare miss in a one-on-one there from, I think it was Cristiano Ronaldo. Usually you'd put your house on him to smash that ball into the back of the net, but he just steers it wide to the left-hand corner of the post. And if you're Polden though, you can't let too many chances at that go a-begging.
You can't let yourself get frustrated either. You can't let yourself lose that mental edge. You really can't, because when that happens, you start to see as things start to become a bit blurry, and you start to not think the way that you should be. You won't be thinking straight, and it happens all the time. You see it happen all the time. Players just get a little bit tilted, and it does play a massive part of FIFA. It does play a massive part of any esport. To be honest, you get tilted, you lose sight of your goals and what you need to be aiming for, and hopefully Polden can keep his head, keep his mental edge, as that's always been one of the most important things, and I think that's why esports is so fascinating, because in real life, obviously, you can annoy other players and things like that, but it never usually plays too much of a part. But I still think tilt plays a massive part in even the highest level of esports. I feel like it's always there, it's always a thing, and you might see it happen here, but you know what? He's going to be running into the box, going to play a ball to the back post, and easy for Van der Sar. We will call the half-time whistle there at 2-1 to Ronaldinho.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where, you know, you mentioned that we see tilt play at some of the at the highest level in esports, and you make a great point, because I feel like in FIFA though, trying to stay calm, cool and collected is, I don't want to say more important than other esports, because trying to stay calm, cool and collected in any professional game is vital, but FIFA's a game that within the snap of a finger, within a blink of an eye, the game can be flipped on its head, right? Like it's so fast paced in terms of gameplay that I don't think you really need to have to worry too much about it. But let's jump back into what you could probably say is our featured match here, or one of the most watched matches that we're going to probably try and stay on board with, between Oli Lito and DN4. DN getting off to a great start, going 1-0 up after the first 20 or so minutes, but Oli bouncing back just before the stroke of half time. And it looks like Oli already, though, on the upper hand and the upper foot in the start of the second half. Sorry.
Yeah, I feel like with Oli getting the goal back, it's going to be offside. I was about to say it's a great opportunity, but with Oli getting the goal back, it's going to play a massive part in the momentum side of things, as Mane is onside this time. I feel like Oli, obviously getting the goal back, is going to play the momentum in his favour, and I feel like it will definitely do him a lot of good. DN4 needs to keep his head, though. He needs to remain focused, and needs to remain confident. There is a chance, and really, really good save from the goalkeeper as he springs across goal and manages to get there. I don't think it was Van der Sar. I'm not actually too sure who it was in net, but the pause is going to come out either way, and we're going to potentially see some changes come out.
Yeah, let's jump across the board to the losers bracket, though. One player that we didn't expect to be in the same sentence as that, not this early on anyway, is Mitch. He's going to be obviously trying to fight for that losers bracket run. 11 minutes in, still 0-0 here. What's Mitch got to do to try and bounce back here, George? Surely it's going to be a shock to his system that he's in that losers bracket so early on.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, coming up against Mitch 2 times, he needs to remain focused. He needs to remain focused. Just because he's going into the losers bracket doesn't mean that it's guaranteed for him now to get easy matches. You know, he's still going to have to work for this, and that's something that I did say in his game, as there's a chance for Ronaldo, but well defended in the end from Mitch Hayward. And yeah, I feel like he's got to remain focused. He's got to remain and stick to his game plan. I don't think he can switch off, because obviously he's already lost the game. One misstep and he's out of the tournament here, so he needs to be very careful. And although, yeah, we expect him to win, we do expect him to win, because he represents England. He obviously played for Sheffield last year, came in joint 3rd or 4th, plays for SMPR. He's a fantastic player. He is one of the best in the world. But it doesn't mean it's going to be gifted to him. It doesn't mean it's going to be easy games for him from here. He is going to have to work for it, and he is going to have to stick to his game plan. So we'll have to see what he can conjure up here. As Mitch 2 tries, we don't really know anything about him. All we know is he's obviously having to come back from the lower bracket, and we'll have to see what he can do.
Yeah, I think, one word that might potentially come to mind, I don't know if you agree here, George, when you're talking about Mitch, is maybe complacency a little bit, but I want to say that he's been around the industry so long, he knows better than to underestimate his opponent. And as I say that, Manny 2 times is 1-on-1. Manny 2 times is 1-0 up, should I say, as Ronaldo's going to steam through on goal. 1-on-1. There's no better person in world football you'd want in a 1-on-1 situation like that, in particular on FIFA, than Cristiano Ronaldo. And another kick while Mitch is definitely down. And that is not ideal for Mitch, going 1-0 behind here, because he's going to probably have to start chasing the game, although we are only in the first leg, of course. But if Manny 2 times is smart, he keeps this ball, he plays well, it doesn't matter though, because instantly Mitch is going to respond. And I think that's the momentum shift that Mitch needed. He needed to bounce back quickly and say, listen, I'm one of the best players in the country, and this is why. Yeah,
I think Manny just switched off for a second there. I think he obviously got the goal and was caught celebrating a bit too early. I feel like that's one thing that you do see from a lot of pro players. They don't really celebrate when they score a goal, not very often, unless it's, a last-minute goal or something like that. You need to remain focused. You need to stay switched on at all times. You can't afford to let your opponent have a few seconds to get into a good position. And Mitch did exactly what we needed to. I wouldn't say complacency was the reason why he lost his game, to be honest. I feel like he just got outclassed. I feel like that's the only thing you can say. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely wouldn't say complacency. As you said, he's been in the game a long time. He definitely wouldn't underestimate his opponent, or you'd like to think that he wouldn't. So, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see, as this one is looking as if it's going to be a fairly close game.
Yeah, back and forth, end-to-end stuff so far. It's a bit of the good old you attack, I attack between Mitch and Manny here. Already, I'd love to see the possession stats in terms of how many times these players may or may not have lost the ball. And speaking of losing the ball, you don't want to give the ball to Cristiano Ronaldo in those situations. Ball drops to Ginola, out wide to Cancelo, back into Hullet. And I like the fact now Mitch looks like he's settled into a little bit of a rhythm here, George. He seems to be passing well. The movement's good. It's going to be Ronaldo. It's going to be potentially the second on the board from Mitch. The twist, the turn, the finish. What a save from Van der Sar as he tips it round his left-hand post. But Mitch is definitely settled into his rhythm now.
Yeah, Mitch is on fire here, getting all the opportunities. Kante coming forward. I don't know if he was looking for the shot there with Kante, but either way, it's a fantastic chance for Mitch, and it was a fantastic save for Manny. But either way, we're going to come straight down the other end, as we'll have to see how Mitch can defend, and defend well he can, as the half-time whistle approaches. Manny, obviously, we don't know too much about him, so all we can say is he's playing well right now. But you've got to think, the further this game goes along, the more chances Mitch is going to get. And we know that he's so good in these positions. Hullet got the ball, gives it to David Ginola. Surely the opportunity arises. No, it's well defended and it's well blocked, and it will not go in.
That'll be heads in the hand stuff there from Mitch. I think he took one too many touches. I think he should just pulled the trigger straight away when the ball came to the left foot of Ginola. Tried to shuffle it onto the right foot, and unfortunately gets himself not the half a yard that he wanted. But Ollie Lito now, ball whipped into the box, and oh, Ronaldo at the back post with the scissor kick. Pure beauty from Cristiano Ronaldo to give Ollie Lito the slender lead over DN4 going into that second leg. You've got to say, DN's going to be kicking himself that he's conceded that late in the game.
Yeah, definitely. It's so difficult. Oh my word. How on earth has that gone in? He will not mind that at all. Polden gets the goal. It will roll past the goalkeeper. Can't react in time. And it will be all tied up now at 3-3. I've got to say, what on earth was the keeper doing there? But either way, we're all tied up in the dying embers. There is a chance for Ronaldinho. No, ball rolls around the keeper, and Hullet's put it in the back of the net. That has got to be divine justice for the mistake for the goalkeeper, as Ronaldinho takes the lead once again.
I just got an absolute ridiculous
I don't know if people at home can see the reactions of Polden himself in terms of not only scoring that goal, but then conceding instantly afterwards. And I've never seen someone's emotions turn from glitz and glam to despair so quickly.
From Ronaldinho, it's Kevin De Bruyne. Take a bow, son. Take a bow. What a finish from the Belgian. How has he hit that so well? Absolutely perfectly from outside the area.
The audacity for Kevin De Bruyne, the Belgian midfield maestro, to have the audacity to just loft the ball on what was, I think it was, I don't know if it was on the half volley or it might have been on the full volley as well. The ball was in the air over the top of Edwin van der Sar. The cheek is absolutely second to none. But let's head back over to the game between Manny and Mitch. Mitch got a free kick in a very dangerous area. It's going to be Hullet to potentially whip the ball in. Decides to play it short. Back to Hullet. Back to Ronaldo. Into the net. 2-1 Mitch. That's the Mitch that we know.
That is indeed the Mitch that we know. That was, well, it's a showcase goal, isn't it? It's exactly what you expect. They're the ones that are scored so often, and he's put his game plan into fruition, and it's absolutely perfect. Hullet with a chance, gives it to David Ginola. That's going to be a penalty. Referee points to the spot, and now Mitch has got a chance to go 2 goals up. It's going to be Jorginho stepping up to the plate. A Panenka down the middle, and Mitch scores 2 in quick succession.
Mitch was reading my mind. I was saying, please, Panenka. It has to be a Panenka. He knows he's on stream right now. Give it to Panenka. And he does just that. Fantastic from Mitch. As although Manny was fighting back and looking good for the early stages of the game, it looks like Mitch, like I mentioned, really settled into that rhythm. Really starting to find his feet here in this game. The football on display has been very, very good so far in this second half, and already increased that goal deficit to the 2 goals and a little bit of daylight between the two sides now. But still a whole leg of FIFA to go. 90 minutes plus the 20 of that, so we're in for just over, or just under, sorry, 100 minutes of FIFA still yet to play. There's still a long way left for Mitch to go to make sure he stays composed, stays focused, the concentration is still there, because we saw it with Polden, right? You switch off for a second, you can see the goal.
Exactly, but I think you've got to say that, you know, even though Mitch is 2 goals up, I think Manny's got what it takes to bring it back. He's scored a goal in this game already, and he's looked good, but needs to be careful when rushing these players out. That should be offside. It will be offside. It was a unfortunately mistimed cross. Either way, it would have been a beautiful goal from Genoa. But yeah, I think that Mitch has still got a long way to go. I think that he's still got a lot to do here. I don't think it's done and dusted yet. I think he's still got to score a few more goals, and we'll see if he can do that as Manny looks for an opportunity, but it's well defended.
I think the issue that Manny's going to have is if we go into the second leg and it's still the 2-goal deficit into the second half, he's going to have to start taking chances, right? He's going to have to start committing players forward, and that's going to play into Mitch's. Oh, what a great stop by Van der Sar, though. That's a huge, huge stop. How vital will that be in the affairs of the second leg? Could have been really game wrapped up there, if you ask me. 4-1 going into the second leg, 3 goals down. You're kind of having to force yourself to play a style of football you don't want to play. A huge stop one-on-one there to somehow keep Manny's team in the game.
I'm just trying to think, what does Manny have to target? What does he have to start doing differently in order to get back into this game? As Mitch is playing really well here. He's obviously got 2 goals very fast, but Manny played really well in the early knock-ins of the game, and he got his early goal, but what has he got to do to keep that going, as we are going to see a chance here? Ronaldo Kante gets the ball well tackled. But yeah, I'm not too sure. What does he really have to do to get back into this one and play like he did in the early knock-ins of the game?
I think he needs to have a bit more conviction in his play. Honestly, even in that situation there, the ball's nicked back, the ball goes into Ronaldo's feet. I think one more touch out of his feet and have a shot. We know how great the green time finesses can be in the game. Even just a straight forward shot from that range. When you got someone as good a shot power as Cristiano Ronaldo, it can beat most keepers in the game free of charge. And I think right now it lacks that conviction, it lacks that final killer ball and the final bit of composure in the final third from Manny. Whereas if you've got Mitch in these situations, 9 times out of 10 he knows what to do with it. And there you go, it's a perfect display. The ball ricochets off the woodwork, and somehow Manny just about holding on here in this game.
Yeah, he really is. The momentum's gone all the way of Mitch here in this later stages of the first leg, and he needs to be careful because any more goals and you've got to start thinking, well, it's looking like this. It's time to close the curtains. As you know, when you get 2 goals, when you're 2 goals behind, it's like, okay, 2 goals, I can definitely come back from that. 3 is starting to be maybe, but 4 it's dead and buried. 4 is such a difficult. I feel like 4 in this situation is the magic number. As Mitch is starting to get into his rhythm here, and we'll have to see how he gets on in the second leg. And obviously, if he progresses, we'll have to see how he gets on heading into the later stages.
I think the good thing now, though, for Manny is there's going to be a little bit of a break between the 2 games to try and get the game reset and into the next, obviously, leg.
Yeah.
That will allow him to say to himself, okay, what was we doing so good in the first half that caused Mitch troubles? And if he can try and replicate that going into the second game, but play consistently throughout 90 minutes that way, then we might see a little bit of a tighter affair in that second leg. But last chance of the half, as the clock does hit the 91-minute stage, the ball surely got to go in the box. It has to go towards goal, or the ref's going to blow the whistle. There we go. It's Sterling, a snapshot. It falls to Ronaldo, and it's the easy catch in practice for Van der Sar, as Mitch takes a first leg win, 3-1.
And now we're going into the second game between Oli Lito and DN4. Oli Lito currently winning 2-1 on aggregate, so there was a goal that we didn't see, but obviously almost at the halfway point in the second leg, and DN4 has a lot of work to do. But you can see he's had an attempt in this game so far, so we'll have to see if, while we've got him, we can see if he can potentially get another chance and bring himself level pegging here.
More than doable for DN. You mentioned, being a goal down in FIFA is almost a blessing at times, because you can allow your opponent to make the mistake, and you're kind of forcing your opponent to play perfect FIFA for the rest of the game, and sometimes the nerves can get the better of you, especially in this situation as well. Oli Lito, he's got a lot on his back, he's got a lot of credibility, and he's got a lot of accolades within the FIFA industry. He doesn't want to be bowing out so early in the competition, as
whoops.
It's going to be a run out of players. As I'm hyping you up, Ollie, saying you're one of the best in the game and you can't even keep the ball on the pitch, mate. Honestly, I don't know. But halfway stage of that second leg in the upper semis, or upper finals, should I say, Ollie with the slender margin lead.
But as you can see here in this one, Ronaldinho currently winning 5-3 on aggregate. Polden not having the best of times here in this lower bracket. As he is losing, but you know, 80 minutes left to go. Still the majority of the game left to go. We'll have to see how he gets on. But I do just want to quickly, as we do see a chance for Mohamed Salah, whip to the back post. Can't quite put it in the back of the net, Ronaldo, and Polden will regain possession of the ball. This is the... okay, so, yeah, either way, Polden, you know, playing very well. Polden, sorry, not playing very well so far. As you can see, we get a little bit frustrated in this game. But, yeah, the game between DN4 and... the game between DN4 and Oli Lito, I think you've got to take your hat off to DN4 for keeping it so close.
Yeah, and of course we can't forget that if he does lose that, he has a chance of redemption later on in the competition, right? Because there is a loser bracket in this stage of the competition. So for Polden, though, against Ronaldinho, it's going to be hard for him to get back into this one. But he needs just one more goal, and then it could be squeaky bum time for Ronaldinho, as then it would be a 5-4 aggregate scoreline. We all know how easy it is to score a quick goal in FIFA. A long time, though, in this game. We're only 20 minutes into the second leg, so 70 minutes of football still to play here. As I say, that ball whipped in, headers away, easily cleared for Ronaldinho's side. And it's these second balls, right? We see it a lot. The second ball's been won by Ronaldinho too many times. Ball's going to fall. Fortunately, though, not got the legs to get away from those defenders.
It was a great shot, great fake shot, though, to coming through from Genoa. Almost really paid off for him, but couldn't quite do enough. Couldn't quite do enough to get there. But so far in this game, I feel like Ronaldinho's definitely having the majority of the chances. We haven't really seen too much so far, to be honest. It's been end to end. A lot of passes being intercepted, as you can see there. Both players just struggling to find any sort of end product, but we are going to see Mohamed Salah running it down the wing as he likes to. Ronaldo on the ball now. Lovely little bit of skill. The elastico, the flick up, and the goal! Ronaldo, take a bow, son, as Ronaldinho will put it in the back of the net and take his 3-goal advantage. What a wonderful bit of skill from Ronaldinho. Look at that. Beautiful.
Well, I think they were the 3 skills that we highlighted going into this, right? The ball roll, the scoop turn, and the reverse elastico all coming into play. Shuffles the ball into his left foot, flicks it up, and Ronaldo is never going to miss in that situation. Too good. And, well, that could be curtains here for Polden, as it's going to be very, very hard for him now. 3-goal deficit here against the away side, and header back off the upright there from, I think, was that N'Golo Kante at the back post, steaming in to win a header at the back post. That's, you know, something you don't hear every single day of the week. It's usually how great he is at winning the ball back as an engine in midfield. Polden, note, trying to grab a goal back, but just can't seem to shuffle that half chance.
Yeah, you can see Polden is getting a little bit frustrated with some of the plays that are coming through. It's not all going his way currently. It's currently quite a hard situation for him. 3 goals down, obviously 1 goal down in this leg, and you can see even though he's had the majority of possession, he hasn't really had too many opportunities going forward. The play's been broken down in the final third so many times, just a missed pass or a rushed pass. But he does win it fairly far forward here, and Ronaldo's running in behind. Defence does really well though, and obviously the keeper can just bat it away. Still a whole second half to go though, so he's still got plenty of time to get back in this one, and that will be a penalty as Polden screams ref, and we will see if he can convert it. It's going to be Hullet stepping up to the plate versus Van der Sar. Goes straight down the middle, and he will miss it. It will go out for a corner kick, however.
He's got to score. I think that's the only thing you can say there. It's a vital chance. It's a key opportunity. He has to put it in the back of the net. One too many touches, though, in the penalty area. And you got to be kicking yourself. If you're Polden there, you got to be saying, I've only really got myself to blame here. He tries to be smart with it and go straight down the middle. Van der Sar stands up strong. Catching practice for him as that's gotta surely completely rail the confidence of Polden there. He's got a great chance to try and level things up in this game and just put that 2-goal deficit back on the board. It's going to be frustrating for him, surely. I mean, I think you saw it in his face as soon as he missed.
Yeah, for sure. I do agree with that. I think that when you have a situation like that and you have a chance and you're already a few goals down, it really does kill the confidence. But he's got a chance here with Salah, and once again Van der Sar comes out, and I think he just wanted to throw in the bowl roll there, but unfortunately could not find it. And yeah, it really does kill the confidence when you're a few goals down, you have a penalty, you miss it. It's like, well, I get the one opportunity of the game that every player wishes for. You know, the penalty kick spot. It's the golden opportunity. It's the golden opportunity, but unfortunately could not take it in that situation. We've got a replay here between Mitch and Hayward, and Manny and Hayward, sorry, and currently 3-2 to Mitch. Chance again, and he's going to level it up. It's 4-2 now.
You got to be disappointed if you're Manny. You've got yourself instantly back in the game as soon as the game's kicked off. 20 minutes in here, reduce that 2-goal deficit just to the 1 goal, and instantly Mitch gains the ball back and goes straight down the other end of the scores. And he done that in the last game of the first leg as well. So confidence killer stuff here from Mitch and Manny. Got to try and keep positive vibes up. Try and shuffle the ball in and around the penalty area and fathom out another opportunity. Kante to Hull it back to Kante. Trying to work the angles. There's De Bruyne out wide to Mohamed Salah. Can he twist and turn? Ball into De Bruyne. The flick onto the near post. It's easy work for Van der Sar as he was offside anyway. But you got to say, Manny has to be so disappointed. He gets himself back in the game but concedes instantly.
Yeah, it's heartbreak, isn't it? And I think it's the second time that it's happened, hasn't it? He's gone up and then Mitch has equalised fairly quickly. Either way, straight down the other end. Eric Cantona, who has been very prolific in this tournament so far. He's been popping up with a lot of goals and lots of skill moves, but can't quite get past that flashback Varane card. And that card is the best centre-back in the game. It is an absolutely phenomenal card.
Yeah, I remember I've got a few sharing my friends in the pro scene. I said, so what am I expecting from the EPL today? And you're like, flashback Varane, flashback Varane, flashback Varane.
Yep.
The card's insane, and obviously the team of the year, CR7 up front as well. But yeah, it's so hard to break down. I remember, cast your mind back to a year or so ago on FIFA when the base card of Van Dijk was the meta go-to card for a defender. It was just so strong to play against, so hard to break down, and then that's not to mention his 99 Team of the Year cards he seems to pull off every year as well. So hard when you've got such a good solid backline, as well as if you're a player as well that can actually defend in the game. I think it goes, unnoticed and under the radar a little bit between times in competitive FIFA as to how good players can be at they are defending in this game. And if you're a solid defender, it's very, very hard to break down.
But we are going to go back to the game between Poland and Renault Wino. Renault Wino currently winning 6-3 on aggregate, so playing very well here for him. And Poland yet to succeed, in getting back in the game, yet to have too many opportunities. But obviously we saw him have the penalty miss, which definitely had to kill the morale of himself there. But there is a chance, and the back post, and it is Kevin De Bruyne once again absolutely smashing it into the back of the net, and that's a second worldy goal we've seen from him today. Look at this, look at the curve. We're not going to see it, but it doesn't matter. It's a beautiful goal either way.
Yeah, and it's that edge of the box finesse that I spoke about. Just don't think it was a green time finesse this time. That just flew into the top corner, but you can't give the likes of a Kevin De Bruyne a space on the edge of the penalty area to shape himself up for a shot. The ball's going to hit the back of the net 9 times out of 10, and the other time it'll be a world-class save from the goalkeeper. But you can see a very dejected look on Poland's face, to say the least. He had high hopes coming into this one, wanted to do his community proud, and I think, what he has done. I think he's stuck in there, he's fought all the way, but I think unfortunately the games he's played have just been against 2 opponents that seem to have had his number in the beating of him.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. It's disappointing for him because obviously he wanted to do so well and he was really hyping himself up, but unfortunately he just couldn't come up with it in the end. But it doesn't stop him from coming back in obviously future tournaments, and it doesn't stop him from obviously trying to compete in future tournaments as well. So I don't think this is the end of the road for him. I think that he's a young player and obviously still got a lot of room for growth.
Yeah, and I think it's FIFA as an esports going to only continue to forever grow. And I mean, I'd like to think as long as you've got football around, you've got the likes of the ePremier League tournaments around, and unfortunately for Polden, it's just not worked out for him today. He'll be back, he'll live, he'll learn. And it's going to be another goal that I think we've missed off stream here for Mitch, as it's the 5th on the aggregate score line for him. Manny, though, still trying to work up a few more chances to get back in this game. The ball just doesn't drop to him, unfortunately, and it's going to fall to the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo. Ball switched out wide to Cantona. I think the ball's just going to stretch out of play, or is it? No. Eric Cantona, King Cantona keeps it in, shifts it into Ginola, tries to square it to Salah, does get dispossessed, and the ball falls to the feet of N'Golo Kante for Manny. If you're Manny, though, half an hour left, just 1/3 of his tournament lifeline, still barely breathing. 3 goals behind. It's going to be a tough task for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough task coming up against one of the best players in the world, and when he's on form, you know he's going to be nearly impossible to beat. But either way, I think that I think that Manny has had quite a few chances. I think he's obviously done well to get the first goal of the game and go 1-0 up, and I think he did well to get the second goal as well, but I think it's just once, when you go 1-0 down, if you're Mitch, you just switch back on and oh my word, Mohamed Salah, what on earth is that? Green time finesse to the back post, and oh, it's just absolute wonderful to see. It's a wonder to see. You love to see it. You really do love to see it.
I think Mitch has just said to himself, you know what, I fancy a bit of a loser's bracket run today. I think it was he took the controller back off his little brother, because honestly it's night and day. It's 2 different players from the Mitch that we're seeing now against Manny to what we saw earlier on against LJ Pro. Really looks like a completely different player behind the PS5 controller. But then again, though, we mentioned it wasn't just Mitch playing badly against LJ Pro, it was just LJ Pro playing so well.
Yeah.
But Mitch, though, looks like the hunger's back in his belly. Looks like he wants to be amongst the goals. Probably just teasing with his opponent right now, trying to win a penalty. I think could have had many chances to put that in the back of the net. But you got to say, unfortunately for Manny, it's just too little too late, and he's come up short.
Yeah, he has just come up short, and it's difficult, isn't it? Because when you're coming up against one of the best players in the world who has just been eliminated from the upper bracket, you know he's going to be not necessarily angry, but you know he's going to be hungry. You know he's going to be wanting to really come back. And when you're coming up against a really, really good player and they've got something to prove, you know it's going to be hard for yourself. But I think he's done himself proud here. I think he's got himself a couple of goals. He's coming up against one of the best in the world, and I think he has shown us a few glimpses of why he's in the tournament and why he is a very good FIFA player. But yeah, Mitch has just shown here why he is one of the best players in the world as he comes forward once again with Jorginho. He has got Genoa waiting at the back post. He's going to take the shot on anyway, and it will go out for a corner kick. Fantastic save.
Yeah, it's just all Mitch right now. 10 minutes to go. Wouldn't surprise me if we see a couple more goals for the away side here, and looks confident. Looks very, very composed as well. No mistakes made at all in this game, I don't think. And unfortunately for Manny, he's going to be bowing out at this stage of the competition. But one thing I want to know is how that game between Oli Lito and M24 ended. That should be over now. We're probably just heading towards the final 10 minutes of every single game across the board. So hopefully after this one we'll get a bit of a general sum up of the way the fixtures have gone in this upper bracket semi-final stage.
There is a chance though. Oh, do you know what? Weren't thrown goal, but Van der Sar came out on time. And yeah, I think the DN4 Ollie game was one of the first to start. So I think it might be over by now. We'll have to wait and see when we get the replays and stuff come through. But either way, in this game here currently, Mitch is kind of saying, you know, I want to go for that lower bracket run. I want to get back in this game. Just because he lost one game, it doesn't mean it's all over yet. But he still has to remain confident. He still has to remain hungry. Because, you know, one loss here and he's out of the tournament. So he needs to remain switched on.
Yeah, I think you mentioned, though, we've seen Mitch play in how many competitions across his career. One of the best players in the UK. He represents the Lions as well as being signed to a professional organisation as a FIFA player. He knows that he cannot afford to switch off here. And as we hit the 90th minute, the final whistle is upon us here on the upper bracket semi-finals and the losers. which I think will be the losers quarterfinals, I believe, if I'm correct. We're going to probably see Mitch advance through into the next stage of competition, and there we go. Commiserations to Manny. Unfortunately, just come up short there against Mitch. But you know what? You could say, for at least the first game, I thought he put up a very, very solid affair against Mitch. I think it was just a little bit of experience from Mitch just shone through towards the final stages of that first game, and throughout the first half of that second leg in particular. But what a potential losers bracket run we could see from Mitch. I really want to see him versus LJ Pro later on again. I want to see if it was a, you know, not a beginner's luck kind of thing for LJ, but just to see if he caught Mitch at a bit of a, you know, a cold hands sort of situation, or is LJ just playing out of his mind? It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, most definitely. I think obviously to beat Mitch, you have to be very, very good, and as you've seen here, Mitch knows when he turns it on, he turns it on. He is a very, very good player, and you know, to stop him from doing that obviously takes an even better player. So we'll have to see how he has gotten on in the final result. But yeah, I think that if you're Manny, I don't think you should be too upset with yourself. I think you can hold your head high and say, you know what, I gave it a good shot. I got a couple of goals. I got the first goal of the first leg. I got the first goal of the second leg. And, you know, what more can you say about that? As long as you try. As long as you try, that is all that matters at the end of the day. And as long as you show up, all that good stuff.
I think it's one of those things where it's a good start point for your career, if you ask me personally, as to try and take competitive FIFA seriously. You've gone in against one of the best players in the country and said, do you know what? I probably could have played better myself. I think that's what Manny would probably look back and say. There were a few mistakes he made. He allowed Mitch to stamp his authority on the game and dictate the style of which the game was going to go in that second leg. And I think he was probably, I don't want to say dragged into some sort of like dogfight in the end of it, but he really let Mitch try to dictate his style of play, and that's why he was so successful. But and it was this kind of situation here. Manny got himself 1-0 up, but instantly 2 or 3 minutes later fell back behind, and then as soon as the second half kicked off, we saw Ronaldo smash the ball home at close range, and from there the floodgates slowly started to open. We had the Penega penalty as well, of course. But yeah, I think Manny will bounce back, and I think he couldn't have asked for a better bit of experience. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, if you ask me, it's the perfect scenario. Well, obviously losing isn't the perfect scenario, but in losing, this is the perfect scenario. You're coming up against one of the top pro players. You're obviously a lot of footage to review. You've got a few games. You can really work on it, and who knows, maybe he can even reach out to him and see if he's got a potential scrim partner to come up against if he wants to obviously take professional life seriously. But either way, here is the playoff bracket for the PS5, and as you can see, Mr. Aubrey picking up the win over LJ Pro and advancing to the grand finals of the PlayStation 5 playoffs. And obviously M. Haywood will be going down there for the semi-finals of the lower bracket, and LJ Pro will be advancing going down to the finals of the lower bracket. What an upset that is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to necessarily say is it an upset though, to be totally honest with you, because Mr. Aubrey's a very, very talented individual player. He's, you know, been around sort of the FIFA competitive industry for a while now, you know, sort of well respected within his own rights. That's what happened with the PS5 bracket. We've obviously got another console bracket playing at the same time, of which is the Xbox. Let's take a little look at some replays from that before we see the bracket. This was DN4 getting out to a great start against Ollie within the first 10 minutes. But this here, could this be a vital factor across the two legs right at the death of half-time? Look at the sublime touch on the inside just to send the keeper the wrong way. And this was the 90th minute winner in the first game. Ronaldo at the back post. That's going to be... You've got to say, for DN4, he's conceded twice in stoppage time in the first half and the second half. He's going to be kicking himself.
And I think this is the first leg of the game between Ronaldinho and Pulden. So we're going to see how he gets on here. Ball whip in the middle for Ronaldo. It's going to be put in the back of the net. And yeah, I think that Pulden, he just struggled really, didn't he? He struggled to keep up with the pace. I feel like there were a few things that didn't exactly go his way, like the rebound there. We saw the frustration in his face. And yeah, there were a few opportunities. Obviously, the penalty miss as well. Ball whipped to the back post. Ronaldo, fairly simple finish. But yeah, it just never really went Paulden's way. Except from here, this went his way. Lucky little rebound and then the overhead kick from Adama Traore, who I am surprised to see. I'm surprised to see Adama Traore being played. But either way, I'm sure he won't mind. And that there, I mean, who could have expected that?
Yeah, and this was the lack of concentration.
No!
He's got the equaliser, and a couple minutes later, you see Ronaldinho go straight down the other end and score. And this here was ridiculous from De Bruyne. The dink on the volley from a ridiculous range as well. The confidence, the twist, the turns from Cristiano Ronaldo. You could see the face of Paulden here every time we saw a goal go in from Ronaldinho, and that there, the sublime finish. You could just see the dejected look on his face. He was like, okay, I'm ready to just get back on SBCs right now.
Indeed, but here we go, the brackets for the playoffs for the Xbox side of things. Oli Lito picking up the win, going to the grand finals, and honestly, who would have expected that? I think quite a few people would, but DN4 definitely put up a valiant effort, and Ronaldinho will be heading to the semi-finals of the lower bracket playoffs, and DN4 will be waiting to greet whoever wins that one in the final for the lower bracket.
It's I said DN4 is going to be kicking himself, didn't I, George? The 45th minute equaliser followed by the 91st minute winner is all Oli Lito needed to secure his spot in the grand final, and he's going to be kicking himself, DN4, 100%. He's going to want that rematch. I don't want to say it. If DN4 plays Oli in the final, I think DN4 beats him. I think it's a bold prediction. I'm probably getting flamed in chat right now. And I've got all of, Oli's fans in my DMs screaming at me. But off what I saw, I thought DN4 looked quite comfortable against Oli. It was two minor lapses in judgment in terms of, do we go out and press to try and win the ball back and you get caught at the back? And to concede in the 45th minute and the 90th minute to go into the loser bracket is going to be heartbreaking. But we are going to take a quick break in this club playoff for Leeds United and the EPL. We'll be back in a few moments when we get into crunch time in the loser semis and finals, followed by that grand final. See you in a sec.
He was off. Oh! What? No! Oh!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the ePremier League club playoffs for Leeds United. My name is John Pritchard, or John P, joined by the one and only George once again. And we have already seen here, George, some crazy results, crazy games, last-minute winners. And guess what? I think we're only just about the halfway stage through the competition in terms of how many games we've got left going on today. So we're in for a very, very intriguing affair for the rest of the competition.
We are indeed. We've still got plenty of top quality games to come up, and obviously we've seen quite a few upsets. We've seen a couple of the players go out. Poland obviously taking his graceful exit, posting on Twitter, obviously saying to Oli Lito that he played well, and it was very nice to see. Obviously a good bit of sportsmanship. We always like to see a good bit of sportsmanship, but we have lots more fantastic games to come up for you tonight. And yeah, I'm very excited to see. One thing that I'm sorry, we said we weren't going to be surprised, but I'm so surprised that Mr. Aubrey's made it all the way to the grand final. You know, I think he's a fantastic player. I think he's a really high-class player. But don't get me wrong, I still think that I'm just a little bit surprised. I see that we've just been raided by Mr. Aubrey, so hopefully good luck in your grand final, sir. But yeah, I am a little bit surprised that he made it all the way there, and I'm now hoping to see how he gets on in the grand final.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Aubrey was one of those players we spoke about coming into this that might be potentially sort of like not a dark horse, but one that a few of the viewers and maybe even us ourselves might have sort of looked past when we saw the likes of Mitch, for example, and then I believe we even had Adriman as well, who's the Spanish La Liga player from last season, try and make his way over to the EPL this year. So I don't think we probably didn't give Mr. Aubrey enough sort of respect or as much chat prior leading up to it that he probably deserved, and obviously must have been watching this stream back to try and prove us wrong, and that's why he's probably sent all his lovely viewers over here to say, listen, go and tell them that we're winning this one. So I have to wait and see how he gets on in the grand final later on, but obviously before that grand final we need to try and pave the path to that grand final. We've got a few losers bracket side of things coming up, both on Xbox and PlayStation, of course. I'm really intrigued to see on the Xbox side of things DN4, to see if he can bounce back and replay Oli Lito. I've already said and probably made the boldest prediction in ePremier League history to say that I think DN4 can beat Oli in the final, but then again, knowing me, I would have just cast a curse to you, DN4, so I apologise in advance. But yes, lots of intriguing games to look forward to, and hopefully we carry on the same sort of crazy high scoreline that we've seen thus far.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't know. I think DN4 played really well, but obviously it's going to be hard for him to beat Oli Lito. But we're going to have a quick look at some of the brackets. If you are just tuning in, obviously we've got all of Mr. Aubrey coming over, all of Mr. Aubrey's viewers. We're going to have a look at the Xbox bracket to kick it off. And as you can see, Oli Lito going all the way through to the grand final, and DN4 going to be waiting for him in the lower bracket final. Obviously, we're going to see who can win between JT, Webbo, and Raulwinho, but that is going to be a hard game. That is going to be a tough game, and we shall have to see who will pick up the win there. As you can see, Raulwinho picking up a fairly convincing win over Polden, and JT Webbo against Sam. It was a much closer game.
Yeah, well, that's the Xbox side of things. We aren't just talking about the Xbox side of things. We've got the PS5 bracket running simultaneously as well. Of course, we've already mentioned the fact that Mitch is down into that losers bracket semi-finals, you could say, and that's going to be up against Lin at FIFA in a little bit. The winner of that will then advance through to play LJ Pro. But on the upper bracket side of things, you've got to say, Mr. Aubrey, not shocking, don't want to say shocking the ePremier League world to say the least, but definitely turning up and showing up when it most matters. Convincing 4-1 win over Jacob earlier on in the upper semis, and the upper finals, of course, dispatching Mr. LJ Pro 3-2. He will then play, of course, either Mitch, Lin, or LJ later on in the day for the spot at the end of March in the ePremier League Grand Final. And I'm actually going to be interested in that next game between Lin FIFA and Mitch, to be honest with you. We haven't really seen too much of Lin on stream just yet. We've seen a lot of Mitch, of course, himself being one of the tournament favourites. We're obviously going to try and cover as much as that storyline as possible. But these two now meet up in the losers bracket semis. Do you think Mitch is going to carry on from what we saw in the losers bracket round 3 before, where he's found his feet a little bit. The football that we know he likes to play is starting to show off a little bit.
Yeah, I think you've got to expect him to continue this run of form, because I feel like he's still going to be quite disappointed with himself that he's obviously taken the low bracket run. Obviously it means he's got to play a few more games as well, but I feel like this is an opportunity for him to now prove himself that he can, you know, be this resilient. We've seen him done it like a few times before. He's obviously been in the scene a long while, like we said earlier. So I expect him to continue on the run of form. I feel like it will be a hard game for him, but I think if he stays in the right mindset and continues to play this aggressive football that we saw him play in the previous game, I think he can do it. But the question is, will he be able to get to the grand final, which is where we expect him to be at the end of the day. That's where we expected him to be coming into today. We expected him to take the upper bracket by storm. We expected him to make a run straight through to the grand final, but obviously that hasn't happened so far.
Yeah, and if you beautiful people at home want to get in with a chance of playing some competitive games within the Leeds United community, you guys might have missed out on ePremier League qualifiers. Don't worry, do not hesitate to try and get involved with something called Leeds Fury as well. Leeds Fury is the brand new gaming community for Leeds United. You might have seen some of the trailers throughout the ad breaks and stuff like that popping off. It looks awesome, looks really great to get involved in. If you want your chance to compete in the likes of FIFA 22, Rocket League, Call of Duty, many other games, head over to leedsfury.gg and find out how you can win exclusive prizes and take parts in Leeds' new gaming community. Speaking of prizes, I think we've got a few prizes to give away to some people that are in the stream today, as well as that sign up for Leeds Fury, if I'm correct, George.
Yeah, exactly. So if you head on over to leedsfury.gg, we're giving away signed copies of FIFA 22. We're also giving some physical cards of Rafinha, obviously the FIFA 22 copy of Rafinha's physical card. We're giving some of those away. So if you head over to leedsfury.gg and sign up there, you'll be entered into the giveaway. So make sure to do that. A pretty cool little thing that you can have in the background, put it up, stick it up on your wall. I know they're quite popular at the moment, the custom ones. So if you are a Leeds fan, or if you're a Premier League fan, to be honest, even a football fan, he's been lighting up the Premier League. So make sure to head on over to leedsfury.gg, sign up, and get involved in some of the competitions as well as the giveaways.
Step one of being a FIFA content creator, get a FIFA Ultimate card for the background. Honestly, 100%. So many of you people would be involved, definitely do that. But let's talk a little bit about players, in terms of not actual players that are playing in the Xbox bracket and the PlayStation bracket, but players within the actual game that these people are using within their squads that have impressed. One player that I know has impressed you a lot is David Ginola, for example. He's been in pretty much every single team we've seen. One player that's impressed me in particular is Team of the Year CR7. Those two I think have been staples really, along with, we'll probably say 93 Hullet as well, that we've seen 100% in every single team we've seen. What is the reason for that? Why did they impress you so much?
For David Ginola, it's just the ability he has with his left stick dribbling. A lot of people think, he's 6 foot. At the start of the year, some people are a little bit, concerned. 6 foot obviously could potentially feel a little bit clunky, but it's completely anything but. He is fluent on the ball, fantastic dribbling, skill moves, obviously 5-star skill moves, so he can do all of them in the book. And yeah, he's just perfect. He links to he links to most players that are heavily used. He links to Kante. He links to, obviously he isn't being used this weekend, but he links to Mbappe. He links to Neymar if you've got his it's Winter Wildcard, the striker version of Neymar. So he's just a perfect player to have in your team, honestly, and he fits really well either as a striker or out wide. So, and obviously you were saying about Ronaldo as well. He's tall, he's strong, he's really good in the air. Honestly, that Team of the Year Ronaldo card is good at everything. He is absolutely, he's just a beast, an absolute beast. But talking about these two players, we have had plenty of goals from them in this tournament so far, and we're going to have a look at some of them right now.
Yeah, bangers after bangers, to say the least. You see some great goals, and well, what better person to kick it off with than CR7 at the back post. It was a 92nd minute winner for Olilito to knock DN4 down into the losers bracket. If I'm correct, I think this might be the chip on the volley from Kevin De Bruyne in the 91st minute. A lot of these banger of goals have been scored in the final stages of the game. Desperation, to say the least. This here is probably one of my favourite goals of the competition thus far, with Cristiano Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, who's the twister turns, the scoops, you name it, all paying dividend. But this here, probably, I would say, up there with contender for goal of the tournament as well. Kevin De Bruyne cutting inside on that right foot, opening his body, shifting it, curling it into that bottom right-hand corner. And as soon as that goal went in, we literally said, why on earth have you let Kevin De Bruyne shoot from the edge of the penalty area? But nevertheless, a lot of good goals. Make sure you guys comment in the chat down below as well. Let us know what your favourite goal of the tournament has been thus far. We're always interested to see you guys getting involved at home, and let us know as well who you think is going to go ahead and take home both the PlayStation and the Xbox side of the bracket. The players are just getting themselves ready before we head into this next side of the losers bracket. We've already got each person set up in the grand finals for each respective console. It's going to be Oli Lito for the Xbox side, it's going to be Mr. Aubrey for the PlayStation side. Now it's up to the players below them in the losers bracket to try and secure their spot and say, listen, we want another shot at becoming the champion here for the ePremier League club playoffs for Leeds United. We are going to take a little bit of a short break while the players are going to get the lobby up and loaded. So when we do come back, make sure you guys are here because it's crunch time. It's losers bracket round 3 and semi-finals times. Let's see who joins Oli Lito and Mr. Aubrey in those Xbox and PlayStations grand finals. Myself and George will be back in just this few. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us there after that short break. I believe a few of the players had a few issues, but the lobbies are ready to get going relatively soon. Myself, John P and George, we're back here once again for the ePremier League club playoffs for Leeds United Football Club, and we've seen a great event thus far. And I want to talk a little bit more about the bracket here, George, while we set up these next few lobbies for the next stages of the losers bracket. Earlier on in the day, obviously the upper bracket quarterfinals didn't see on stream. We saw the likes of Lito, sorry, should I say, Polden, etc. get off to a great start. And it doesn't surprise that Lito there really just brushing aside each opponent he's played and gone from strength to strength right up until he faced DN43, of course, narrowly winning. Any other players apart from Lito and DN43 in this Xbox bracket that have relatively impressed you?
It's difficult to say, really, isn't it? Because obviously you see Polden got beat by Lito 8-2, and then Polden also lost 8-3 to Ronaldinho. So you could say that Ronaldinho you could be looking at as a player that really could do well and progress through the tournament. Obviously, we will see that versus JT Webbo, who beat Sam CG fairly convincingly. And the PS5 brackets, obviously, as you can see, Mr. Aubrey won. And Lynn FIFA, we don't know too much about, as he has a forfeit win. And Mitch Haywood, obviously, we know everything about him. We know how much he is going to want to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch is obviously one of the players that we come, into this thinking, yeah, he's probably going to be one of the favourites to win, if not probably the banker to win this. And unfortunately, we are going to see him in the losers bracket. But let's get into the game. Finally, we are into the losers side of things, and obviously these players, their tournament lifeline on the line. No room for marginal errors, no room for a mistake, or the likes of Ginola, Ronaldo, they'll be breathing down your neck to try and finish you off and send you home and pack early on. And speaking of those players, it is going to be Salah one-on-one. Salah one-on-one only results in one thing, and that's a 1-0 lead here for the side of Ronaldinho.
Straight away again.
Ronaldinho with a fantastic goal, to be honest. It was a really good opportunity. Through on goal, Mohamed Salah turned the burners on, absolute pace, demon, and once he gets it on that left foot and he finds the back of the net, it is exactly what you want to see if you are supporting Ronaldinho. But if you are a Webbo fan, it can be very difficult. Can be very difficult in these situations. The ball has fallen beautifully to Mohamed Salah, and he's found the back of the net once again. And Ronaldinho taking a 2-0 lead. JT Webbo, unfortunately, cannot defend in those situations. It's so difficult to defend against Mohamed Salah.
He's a player, although he's primarily left-footed, he can still get the job done on either side. But you allow him to get on that left foot, it's only going to result in one thing, and that's the back of the net being hit by the football. And, well, 2-0 down here. Inside 10 minutes, not the ideal start for the home team, you can say the least. However, still a long time to play. 80 minutes here in this first leg and the full 90 in the second. Surely it's not going to be a third goal within the matter of 15 minutes here for Ronaldinho. And you've got to say, if you're the home side, just keep the ball for a little bit. Slow the play style down, relax a little bit, try and dictate the game and try and break that momentum.
Exactly, but here comes Genoa for JT Webbo. Ball roll pass it in the middle to Ronaldo. Takes a shot on! And it's clinical from Cristiano Ronaldo as he finds the back of the net once again. And this player, the one that you said that you were looking forward to seeing so much, your favourite player in the tournament so far, has scored yet another goal.
Yeah, so clinical. I mean, that team of the year, Ronaldo, is a staple for any team that's primarily based around the BPL or that has a few icons in and behind him. Should we be playing in, sort of a tournament that's not got restricted in terms of icon usage or hero usage? I think, though, we've got to see more of that from the home side. Just shuffle the ball in, quick interchange of football, get the ball into the feet of Ronaldo, let him twist, let him turn, let him finish the ball off like he's so good at doing. And we're only going to see results such as that. But you would say from Ronaldinho, he's going to be a little bit upset, though. A little bit upset that he's conceded probably such an easily avoidable goal.
Yeah, it's so difficult to, defend those kind of opportunities, though, when you've already given him. You need to stop it before it's happened. You need to stop him from even getting in the box. Once he's there, it's so difficult to stop him from doing anything at all. Either way, Salah with a chance to give the ball to Kevin De Bruyne, but not going to make it. And Ronaldinho can now look to make a bit of play of his own. Ball played over the top to Genoa, and goalkeeper will come out and claim it.
Yeah, catching practice there for the goalkeeper as well. For Ronaldinho, that early 2-goal deficit is going to be reduced to just a 1 goal. And I think you can already hear, not so sure if the stream's actually picking up the feed of the actual player, already discussing potential a few changes that might need to be made. When you're playing FIFA, George, do you often change things up if you're 1 or 2-0 down early on, or do you sort of wait till the final 20, final 30 minutes or so before making any changes?
I tend to only make changes when I'm frustrated. I tend to make changes if I'm frustrated with the play. I feel like he's 1-0 down. I don't think he needs to make changes yet, but if you're frustrated with a play, it's better to get them off before you kind of lose the mental edge. You know, I feel like it happens quite a lot for me with players like Vincinius Jr. If he's having a bad game, I'll switch him off and bring someone else on, like Zaha or Chong. But either way, you know, I feel like if your mind is telling you it's time for the player to come off, just get him off, because if a mistake happens, you'll just get even more frustrated.
Yeah, you're going to beat yourself up about those decisions as well that you maybe could have, shouldn't have made. So I think, no, 2-1 down, I don't think any changes really need to happen. You got yourself back in the game. It's one of those things where if you head into like the 60th, 70th minute, maybe a pair of fresh legs might help you out a little bit more so. Ball whipped into the box, just taken off the head, I think, of Cristiano Ronaldo. Drops to Hullet though, however. Ball shuffled back to Ruben Diaz. Ruben Diaz back to Hullet. Just trying to keep the ball and forced a mistake out of Ronaldinho here, I think, the home side. And Ronaldinho's too good for that though. Too smart, too composed, as he's going to twist and turn with De Bruyne on the edge of the box.
JT Webber having a good succession of possession here though. He's holding on to the ball quite well, and he's now working his way into the area. David Ginola is there, the player that he said that he wanted to take off, and maybe could have thrown in a ball roll to get around the goalkeeper, but there was a lot of pressing going on. There was a lot of dangerous pressing going on, but Kante going to come forward. Ronaldo, now Salah looking for the finesse on the left foot, but can't quite find it.
Yeah, so what he was trying to do, just trying to open his body up, shape it into, whip it into that far corner with the left foot, Mohamed Salah. We've already mentioned how good those green time finesses are from outside the box. You've seen De Bruyne, Ronaldo do it multiple times already in this competition. Not working out for the Egyptian though this time. That chance a minute ago with Ginola, I think it would have been better, like you said, to maybe just add a bit of a ball roll, or even maybe just drag the ball back onto your other side. The keeper really committed himself down towards trying to recover the ball and make the block, but unfortunately the composure not there for JT Webbo. But I think though Webbo will be saying to himself, that's a lot better end to that first half to the way I started it. I think he'll be very disappointed with himself that he went, you know what, he was nearly 3-0 down within 30 minutes, I think it was. You know, he went 2-0 down within 10. There was a big chance where the keeper saved one-on-one. So 2-1 at half-time going into the second half, where he's finally starting to find his feet a little bit. I think he'll be relatively happy going into the second half.
Yeah, I think he's got to be happy with himself. We heard him getting a little bit frustrated when he's obviously 2-1 down, getting a little bit frustrated that he hasn't brought off Ginola yet, but either way there is going to be a chance, and that is the first goal from Mohamed Salah. And you know, you say you just can't give him the ball. You can't give him the ball in these areas, especially when he's got that left foot. It's almost a guaranteed goal every time. But we're obviously hearing him talk about maybe taking off David Ginola, and he's provided an absolute gift of a ball for Ronaldo there, as we're going to get into this game between Lynn and Mitch, which is currently 0-0 just after the half-time break. But you know, going back to the previous game, I don't think you should be too frustrated with yourself. Obviously, one of the goals was a little bit fortunate. It was a rebound goal. There is a chance. Well defended in the end.
Yeah, well, this is a game that I was interested to see between Mitch, obviously one of the currently the best players in England, representing the Lions, of course, professional player as a trade, and Lynn, a player we've not actually probably shown too much on the stream as of late, but a very good player within their own rights. And got to say, the favourite going into this one is most likely going to be Mitch, but already Lynn holding strong. 50 minutes on the clock on the first leg, still goalless here. First leg could be vital in this one here, George.
Yeah, it really could be. I mean, I think if it goes in at 0-0 at the full-time whistle, I feel like Lynn's definitely got to be happy with himself to stop Mitch from even getting anything. And I feel like that could potentially play a big part of the mental warfare, because, you know, if you're Mitch, you're thinking 0-0 after the first leg. I know pro players obviously would hold their mental a little bit better and think, I'm going to stick to my game plan. But on the other side of the coin, you've obviously got to be a little bit worried and think, how am I going to break this guy down? I've thrown everything I've got at him, and I still can't get a goal. We'll have to see what he changes, obviously, and see if he can break him down in this second half. But if it does go in at 0-0, it is going to be worrying signs. I don't think it'd be worrying for Lynn, because I don't think he's the one that's got everything to prove here. I think Mitch has a lot to prove.
Yeah, well, I think literally, like we mentioned, you asked anyone, you looked at the players in the bracket, who was your favourite, you'd have said Mitch, but Lynn doing his best to frustrate Mitch at the moment, and I think you couldn't have asked for anything better from the home side. And I think going into the second leg, 0-0 was very, very vital. But here's Cantona looking to change that. It's going to be Van der Sar who's out as the sweeper keeper to stop the Frenchman progressing any further. Now, ball at the feet of Patrick Vieira. Vieira to Cantona. Cantona twisting and turning, plays it back towards Varane. Varane into Walker. Fantastic ball down the line. It's to be Mohamed Salah to try and stretch his legs. Obviously, commiserations to him in real life, just following narrowly short at the African Cup of Nations. Looking to try and work well here, though, for Lynn to say, listen, been the Premier League champion in real life once already with Liverpool. Let's try and take it home here for Leeds United as well.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. You never know. Obviously, a long way to go. Still a long way to go. And I think if you beat Mitch here, I feel like that's a very big statement. And obviously, if Mitch does end up going through to the finals, the grand finals, I feel like that's going to be scary for Mr. Aubrey, because when it becomes that neck end of the tournament, that business end of the tournament, a pro player that's been in the business for a long while, that's scary, if you ask me. That is very scary. But he still has a long way to go, Mitch. It's not over yet. 0-0 currently in this game, so it's still anybody's game. Ball played down the wing for Mohamed Salah. It's a good run. Hullet is the man to mark him, and you would have thought Hullet would win that battle. Salah does well, though, and it will go out for a corner kick as the pause comes out.
Yeah, 75 minutes on the clock in that game. And, well, between JT Webbo and Ronaldinho, we've seen a goal back already for JT Webbo. So just the slender 1-0 lead here for Ronaldinho in that first leg. You've got to say, we did say Webbo was still in the game, and he very much is even further in the game now, but cannot do what we've seen and time again. I feel like it's been a recurring theme here. You score a goal, you get yourself back in the game, and all of a sudden you concede straight away. But luckily, Peter Cech was on hand there. The veteran goalkeeper there, of course, formerly of Chelsea and a brief spell at Arsenal, but we don't talk about the other side of North London. 3-2 though. 20 minutes left in this game. 90 minutes, of course, still to play in the second leg. Webbo looking at a lot better spot than he was, seeing as he was 2-0 down 10 minutes into here.
Very true. He is looking quite good. JT Webbo getting quite a bit of possession here, able to take his chance at breaking down the defence as Mohamed Salah's got the ball, looks to the ball in the middle to Ronaldo, but nobody's home that time other than a Ronaldinho defender. As a great bit of skill from Samuel Eto'o, somehow still holding on to the ball, gives it to Salah, and good tackle from Varane. As honestly, that Varane card, it's just unreal, as Ronaldo wins the ball. A little bit lucky, but he has got the chance to run. Can he get past the goalkeeper? Still hangs on to the ball, though. Plenty of players to give it to. Hullet is one of those. And the pass is loose, but bounces back favourably for JT Webbo. As a shot comes out, the save will come out as well for Van der Sar, the other veteran goalkeeper, the other legend. And it will stay 3-2 in that match in the other ground.
I think, do you know what? For a second, I thought Ronaldo was just going to have the legs on Ruben Diaz to stretch away from the centre-back, but Ruben Diaz so strong, so good on this game as well, to just get himself back goal side and deal with any potential trouble there that the Portuguese frontman might have dealt him. 10 minutes to go here, though, between Lynn and Mitch. Very still an even affair thus far. Not really too much in it between these two teams. I don't think we've actually had any real clean-cut chances at goals yet in this game.
Not too many, but I feel like the first one will be pivotal towards this game. I feel like it will be very, very important. If Mitch gets the first goal, I feel like Lynn needs to just hold on, try and see it out and wait for the second leg. But I feel like if Lynn gets the goal here, it could be very, very troublesome for Mitch. But either way, David Genoa is there, and really well defended from Lynn to read the situation, take the ball away. But on the other end of the field, Mitch with some great read of the play and a great interception. Ronaldo now. Can he find a pass in the middle? You know that's what he's looking for, twisting and turning. It's a great bit of defending, though, to kind of try and cut the avenues. He will find a bit of room. You can't give Ronaldo that much room. But Van der Sar will scramble to the ball, and somehow we're still at 0-0.
I think the best possible thing that could happen for Lynn here is to score in the 90th minute and go in at 1-0, because then that's going to force Mitch to play quite on the front foot, and then the chances will start to form. As I say that, though, Carl Walker whips it in to the back post. Oh, Van der Sar's dropped it for a second there, I thought, but I think it would have been a foul on the goalkeeper anyway. It's 3-3 between Webbo and Rontuinho. Is it going to be a 90th minute winner for them? No, 85 minutes on the clock still left to play. 5 minutes in total left in that game, and... well, JT Webbo, gotta say, fantastic comeback from him.
Yeah, really good comeback. I can't remember how many goals he was down, but he was down at least 2 goals, I think. So really well played to him to get back in this game, but there is chance for him to take the lead as he's got the ball as we creep into the 90th minute whistle. Hullet does really well. De Bruyne up. Does need to be careful. Ronaldo, flip-flap. Defender just does enough. There is a bit of contact. Salah can't get the shot away. And Ronaldinho will hold on just about.
Do you know what? I think if you said to Webbo after the 13th minute, would you take a 3-3 draw in this game going into the second leg all squared? He would have probably bit your hand off and then bought you a new one. Honestly, it was looking awful for Webbo at times. But 90th minute here now. Last chance between Mitch and Lynn is going to fall the way of Mitch. He shuffles it. Fantastic stop by Van der Sar. The outstretched arm just tips it away from the head of Cristiano Ronaldo. And for a second now I thought at the death Mitch was going to go in with a sliver of a lead. But both games across our losers bracket, they're all square, George.
They are. It's incredible display from all the lower bracket teams. And, you know, who would have thought at the end of the first leg, all the teams would be level. Who would have known? But either way, we've got some replays coming up for the first leg where we can break down the game a bit further between Ronaldinho and JT Webbo, as they're currently 3-3, kicking it off with Mo Salah with a fantastic effort on the left foot. And we've seen these ones a couple of times already, and we've said a couple of times already, you cannot give Salah that much space on his left foot.
Yeah, and this here was the first goal back, I think, right? It was Ronaldo. But just before that, a minute or so before, in the 13th minute, there was a huge chance from Ronaldinho to go ahead and put himself 3-0 up, and it nearly proved costly as JT Webbo now, of course, putting things back at 2 apiece. And this was then the away side going 3-2 up, all clipped into the box, and it usually like it head over Samuel Eto'o. This was the equaliser that we missed. It was a mistake at the back as well as Hullet latches it onto Salah, and a calm, cool and collected finish. A cheeky little dink there from the Egyptian king over the top of Pichek. And, well, I don't think you could have probably set yourself better for going into the second legs, really. 2 games that look very even. One game looks like it has goals galore and could be a high-scoring second leg as well. The other is very, very nail-biting and close. You could probably cut the tension with a knife between those 2 players if you was to be in a voice chat with them. And honestly, I've got no idea which way either game's going to go, George.
Who knows? Honestly, at this point, who knows? Because both of these teams are all of these teams are so evenly matched. And honestly, I don't know which way it will go. I feel like maybe it will go the way of Mitch, just because he's got that veteran edge. He's got that edge to know what to do in these situations, how to play into the fact that maybe his opponent isn't 100% mentally there. Maybe he's thinking, maybe he's getting a little bit worried, a little bit nervous, and maybe he can play into that. But on the other side of things, honestly, you could flip a coin on it. Because both of these teams are so evenly matched. Ronaldinho is going pound for pound in that game, and we'll have to see, because I feel like whichever one of these 2 teams wins it, they're going to be wanting to go into the lower finals, and they're really going to be saying, I've scratched, kicked and clawed to get here. I am going to get to the grand final if it kills me. Yeah,
they're gonna be hyped. They're gonna have a lot of momentum. To say they're gonna be like a steam train, you can say the least. The problem that these teams might have, though, George, and it's gonna be a vital one, and it could either go one or 2 ways, is if it gets to the 70th, 80th minute and things are all square, do they risk playing golden goal and then making a mistake in that golden goal to give away a free goal and knock themselves out? Or do they make a change, whether it be to the formation, the in-game tactic, bringing in a player, subbing a player out? Or do they try and play that golden goal? If you was in that situation, George, you were just 1 or 2 games away from the grand final, knowing you've got golden goal, do you risk making a change to try and win it in regular time, or do you play for the golden goal?
I think you go for the golden goal. I feel like you've got to back yourself in these situations, and I feel like confidence is key. So I feel like you've just got to keep playing your game plan. I feel like you don't overextend, you don't make too many changes, because if not, that could spell your end before you even get to golden goal. I feel like you've just got to stick to your game plan, keep on going. And, you know, I'd like to think they're thinking, okay, we've got a lot of people watching, we're going to go to the golden goal, we're going to give it the best viewer experience possible, because I can count, well, I can't even count on my hands the amount of times that games have gone to golden goal with me, and they have, every single time, they have been absolute bangers. So, I mean, if I got to ask for anything, I would personally ask for a golden goal game.
Yeah, I think I probably agree with what you're saying as well, to be totally honest with you. I don't know, listen, alright, I love it. Even in traditional sports, you see a 90th minute screamer going and you're like, oh, okay, it's probably the best thing I've ever seen in my life. But golden goal, I'm talking like 80 minutes into golden goal and it's still 0-0. That's when you start to get a bit like, okay, we should probably try and make a bit of a shuffle around here and see if we can do something. Sure. So hopefully we don't see that. But then again, we have seen in pro play golden goals scored within straight off kickoff, or we've seen golden goals, you know, have a leg reset, for example, where they run out of the 90 minutes played. So hopefully we don't get one of those.
Hopefully not, but either way, it's been a fantastic show so far. We've had plenty of games, plenty of goals, and plenty of fantastic players going through. Unfortunately, we have lost some of the players who have been really good also, though, and obviously commiserations to them. Don't hold your head down, you know, hold it nice and high. Be proud of yourself that you got this far, and don't forget, you know, to come back next year and try and compete again for the Leeds playoff spot. But either way, I feel like definitely going into these next few games, it is all to play for. Every single one of these players could win, and that's the glorious thing about this sport and about this esport is I feel like with FIFA more than any other game, on any given day, any player could win.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like you know, usually myself, I'm a bit of an FPS boy at heart. You know, I cast a lot of other games, and you go into a game and there's someone who's like a top 10 team in Europe or in the world playing against like a top 300 team. You're like, okay, it's probably going to be quite easy work for these guys. Yeah. So, but in FIFA, you're like, you know what?
It can happen.
It's FIFA at the end of the day, right? Like, some crazy things can happen, and I think today's been evident of that. Mitch, for example, getting knocked down to the losers bracket by LJ. LJ then getting put down to the losers bracket by Mr. Aubrey. Anything can happen, but let's head into the second legs in this losers bracket stage of the game. These guys fighting for their tournament life, of course. Winner goes through to the next round. Loser most definitely packs up his troubles in his old kit bag and heads back to the dressing room, as we're going to jump into things with JT Webbo and Ronaldinho.
Here we go, JT Webbo and Ronaldinho. Who is going to pick up the win? Who is going to move on to the lower final for a chance to move on to the grand final against Oli Lito and Mr. Aubrey? We shall see. But either way, this is going to be a close one. I'm actually very nervous, to be honest, for the players. I am very nervous because in this kind of a competition, when there's money at stake, if you get to the grand final, you know, representing such a historic club, as a chance comes out for Ronaldo, it's going to go over the bar. As the chances to play for such a prestigious, such a historic club like Leeds United, you know, it must be so nerve-wracking.
And I mean, we mentioned as well, you know, the likes of Oli Lito, for example, Mitch, they've been here, they've done that. But for some of these up-and-coming players, this is probably the first step in what could be potentially a long esports career within professional FIFA. So even if they don't win, even if they get knocked out in this stage, it's a huge learning curve. And you know yourself, even as a caster and analyst, George, you'll agree with me, sometimes it's the experience that counts more so much than the accolades, because you can learn so much from the people that you play and you work with around you. So I think the time will come for some of these players that have gone out early on. Hopefully it doesn't dishearten them too much and they go back to the drawing board and we see them here again next year.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like in most things you shouldn't be too disheartened with yourself, because you can always go again and go for the next one. I do apologise. But either way, it's a great start to the game, honestly, for both teams. They've both been having a little bit of possession play, having a chance or two going forward. I will say Ronaldinho had that chance with Mohamed Salah where I really thought that he was going to go through on goal and potentially score. But either way, 16 minutes into this game, it's still anybody's game.
Still a long time to go. At least the minimum of the 70 minutes left in this second leg in regulation time. And then, of course, the all-important golden goal side of things later on, should we need to get there. But no mistakes can be made here for Webber or Ronaldinho. It's now or never. They do go home if they lose this. And you've got to say, I'm a little bit surprised, though, that we've not seen too many changes. Because that's why, when you've got Cristiano Ronaldo up front, he only needs a sniff. He only needs a sliver of an opportunity. You put him at the most acute angle, and he'll finish it off. And guess what? As soon as one goal goes in around the grounds, many follow. Mitch is 1-0 up too.
This is the business end of the tournament. Both of these players that have scored goals have said, right, we've got to start throwing more stuff forward. We've got to start putting more into the attack. And they have done just that. Mohamed Salah gets a goal in one ground and Cristiano Ronaldo gets one in the other. The question is, can Mitch hold on to this lead, or can Lynn bounce back? Lynn yet to score in this tie, and we'll have to see if he can do it, because he's going to have to now. There's no doubt about it. It's one goal down. He is going to have to throw players forward. Mitch, if he gets 2 goals, you've got to start thinking Lynn needs to start throwing more players forward. He's got to change something. If he goes 2 goals down, but I feel like 1 goal, he can still stick to his game plan. He can still stick to his guns and remain confident in his play.
This is the perfect situation for Mitch to find himself in. He's been there. He's done it, George. He knows what he has to do now. He just knows he has to not make a mistake, keep the ball and frustrate Lynn. And then Lynn's going to be forced into making those changes that you mentioned. Whether it's a change of formation, he's going to potentially have to throw more players forward, switch to the likes of a 4-3-3 or a 4-4-2 to try and get those extra bodies in midfield and up the pitch in attacking positions, you know. And that's when you can see Mitch capitalise on the mistakes that Lynn may be forced to make. The players like Ronaldo getting in behind, like we saw for that first goal, the pace on the counter-attack can definitely pay dividend. But Lynn, he's not going to give up without a fight. Here's Ginola twisting and turning. The green time finesse, the tip round the corner from Edwin van der Sar. Lynn's knocking on that door. And right now, Mitch is slamming it shut in his face.
He is indeed. He's defending really well here, Mitch, but he can't just defend. He needs to get that ball back and start to put some pressure on the attacking end. There's a long way left to go, and he can't just defend. So we'll have to see what he can do going forward. But Lynn, that was a fantastic opportunity with Genoa. That was a fantastic opportunity to bring it level. But a graceful save from Van der Sar, as it is when Mitch is defending, it's very difficult for him to get the ball to Ronaldo, as the pitch is so congested, the defensive area is so congested. There's almost a little triangle of players around him, so as soon as he gets the ball, 2 of them are going to be pouncing on him straight away. And that is going to be the dangerous part for Lynn going forward. He can't really use his prize man, and playing balls like that isn't going to get him anywhere.
Yeah, I don't want to say that Lynn might have to do the whole smash and grab effect slightly earlier than he would like to, but you can't allow Mitch to dictate. That's a huge challenge. I think it might have been Ruben Diaz with that inch-perfect last-ditch tackle, as it looked like Mohamed Salah was going to twist and turn onto that left foot of his and put it into the bottom corner. But he's given the ball away. Ginola, the ball roll, the finish. We said Lynn can't make a mistake because Mitch is one of the most clinical players in the game. And well, David Ginola, he's there. He's the man that's been impressing us this far in the competition, and he's never going to miss in that spot.
He cannot give the ball away in those situations. You cannot give him that kind of opportunity, because you are just going to give goals away. And although, sure, in hindsight, it was a very unlucky mistake to make, you just can't be making them. 2 goals down now is Lynn. Mitch got a 2-0 lead, and you've got to think, when you've got such a veteran mind, you really very rarely lose 2-0 leads in this kind of point in a tournament. It is definitely the business end. It's definitely crunch time, and Mitch, well, he's looking like he's going to continue going strength to strength here as he continues to come forward.
And I think you can tell in the body language of both teams instantly. I mean, obviously we can't see the physical cameras of either Lynn or Mitch, but just in terms of the way the player movement has gone, initially in the first leg, and even in the first half here, Lynn was very snappy in terms of switching each players manually and pressurising and putting the pressure onto Mitch. But as soon as that second goal goes in, the players just can't get anywhere near the attacking side of the home team, which is going to be Mitch. There has been a goal, though, in the other game between Ronaldinho and JT Webber, and it looks like it's a double lead the advantage for Ronaldinho as they go 2-0 up in that second leg. I think the scoreline is now going to be 5-3 on aggregate. But guess what, George? JT Webbo, he'll see the 2-0 lead. He'll think, been there, done that.
Exactly. He can bounce back. You know he can. We've seen him do it before. But the question is, can he do it again? Obviously, a great player. We will have to see. Either way, Mitch obviously currently winning 2-0, which was, you know, he scored the first goal. The first goal was very good. But we are hearing, apparently, it was an offside goal. That's very dramatic,
huge.
Isn't it? That's very dramatic. That's some Soccer Saturday stuff. The ball's gone in. He's got the 2-0 lead. No, it's offside.
I can let you. We're going to you, Chris Kamara. I don't know, Jeff. I don't know. Was there a goal, Jeff? Yeah, you know. So it's hopefully we can get clarification on that. If not, that could be a huge talking point later on in the competition. Should we see the comeback from JT Webbo anywhere? We are just gonna wait and get back into the games as quickly as possible for you. Both games going on across the board, and there we go, the second half back underway now for Mitch and Lynn. These two teams already, it looks like Mitch has settled into the rhythm after those 2 goals, and it's now really up to Lynn to try and force the upper hand.
Yeah, he really needs to start piling pressure on. He needs to start throwing men forward, and I can see the striker drop back is being used by Mitch, which was nerfed quite a while ago and was very prevalent in FIFA 21, but we're seeing him use it now as it's obviously going to help him defend a little bit more. I think we're going to see David Genoa potentially drop back, but no avenues for Lynn to go down. It's so difficult for him to make any sort of a play when there's so many men back for Mitch, because as soon as the pass is made, there's going to be a player contested, and he does need to slow things down. But this is a problem when you're playing against a player like Mitch. When you're throwing players forward and you're trying to make faster opportunities, you know, it's always going to be broken down. It's going to be so difficult for you to make any kind of plays as Hullet looks to the passing field. And this is what you've got to do now. You've got to counter-attack fast. You've got to go for it. If not, the players are going to get back too quickly. So we're going to see Cantona coming forward. There's plenty of players upfield. It's going to be Genoa, but the pass has just rushed a bit too fast. And Mitch will be able to clear it up and go down for an attack of his own.
In them dire situations, though, you've got to take your chance if you're Lynn, or this will happen. A fantastic last-ditch tackle once again from Ruben Diaz. How many times? I think he's been quite staple at the back here for some of these squads. It's either him or that flashback for Varane card, if not them paired together. But Lynn, he's got to do better in them situations. Unfortunately, they just can't seem to feather up the chance and create the angle to find the slip-through ball to allow Ronaldo or Ginola to latch onto the loose pass. But if you're Mitch, you're saying 30 minutes and we're through to that loser semi. Oh, Mitch going for a screamer from the outside of the right-hand side of the penalty box, should I say, rather. I think, though, Van der Sar would say we watched that one wide all the time, but it looked a little bit wide for a split second there.
Oh, my word. I thought that was destined for the top bins, that one. Absolutely incredible effort, but either way, Lynn still 2 goals down. He needs to try and bounce back. He needs to change some tactics. I'm not sure. Maybe he goes 4-2-4. I don't know what he's going to do. But either way, really needs to start bringing it forward. And the problem is, Mitch is so good at holding onto the ball, running the clock down. And while he's doing that, though, if you do make a mistake, he's going to take it and score the goal. Because that is just how good he is.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see a potential formation switch from Lynn. I think he needs to compact that midfield a little bit more. At the moment, Mitch is just running all over and twisting, turning, really getting hold of the ball in the middle and then just spring the ball out wide. Maybe switch to a 5 in midfield might work for Lynn to try and get hold of it and grab the game by the scruff of its neck, but it's just not working. It's too composed, it's too good from Mitch, as once again, as soon as it looks like Lynn's going to go down the other end and mount an attack of his own, the ball's instantly turned over and back in the possession of the home team, obviously sporting that beautiful home kit of Leeds United. These players fighting for the chance to represent Leeds United at that final at the end of March for the Premier League. And right now it looks like Mitch is going through to the next stage.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-1-2 formation, I think it is, coming out from Lynn. It's a weird looking formation when he's coming back defending, because there's one player that's dropping back into the back four, and then he's got the two midfielders sitting just in front of the back five. Technically the back four, but the back five because the midfielders dropped in. And it's just really leaving so many gaps, so much room for Mitch to play the ball around him. But when you see Mitch come back, he's dropping to that 4-4-2 almost formation where there's just no room for him to play the ball around. And you can see it. The midfield is so congested, and it's so difficult for him to make any plays whatsoever. And that's why we're seeing Lynn unable, and you can see 97 passes, 86% pass accuracy. He's just unable to break anything down.
There's been a goal, though, in the other game between JT Webbo and Ronaldinho. And this one's going to stand. There's no need to worry about any offside calls there as well. A little bit of a mix-up at the back. That's going to allow that deficit to be halved once again. But guess what? Not for long, as the lofted through ball towards Cristiano Ronaldo one-on-one is only going to result in one thing, and that is a 3-1 lead for Ronaldinho. 2-goal deficit now on the aggregate scoreline. 6-4. 20 minutes left to play.
It is indeed just a 2-goal deficit for JT Webbo. We'll have to see if he can get back into it. There's not long to go, though, so he needs to really try and force the subject here, force the matter. But it's always going to be hard coming up against Ronaldinho. He's very good. We can see that he's very good at coming forward. He's very good at attacking. So we will have to see what can happen. But 6-4, another very high scoreline. We've seen a lot of those today. We've seen a lot of high scorelines. I think the only game where there was a low scoreline was, I think it was it...
Oli Lito's game, right?
Against Oli Lito's game. Yeah, exactly. It was a 2-1 victory in the end for Oli Lito, I think it was.
And both goals were in stoppage time as well at the end of the first half and the end of the second half. So definitely probably the most even matchup we've seen for JT Webbo, though. It's going to be somewhat now or never. 10 minutes to go. Still that 2-goal deficit, 6-4 in aggregate in favour of Ronaldinho. And if you're Ronaldinho, you just got to say, keep the ball. Let's move it. Let the mistakes be made by the opponent. Shift it onto Ginola's right foot. Forced to hurl it. Can't finish it off, though. And still just about hanging in the game here is JT Webbo, as we're going to switch over between Lynn and Mitch. Oh, Mitch. Mitch is just having fun with it now.
Lynn's given up. He's put the control down.
Yeah. I mean, I think I don't want to say a little bit of BM or whatever from Mitch there, but passing along the back line, I think I saw a few kick-ups at times.
I don't like to see this. I personally hate to see this. This is...
It's not
it's a bit of a shame,
ideal.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I think you know what, it's one of those things in professional football and in traditional sport that, you know, you tune it up with 10 minutes left, 5 minutes left, you keep the ball a little bit, but in terms of FIFA, you want to try and see as much of an entertaining game as possible. But it looks like, unfortunately, Lynn has well and truly accepted defeat, and it's going to be Mitch moving on to, at the moment, look like he's going to play Ronaldinho, or has N'Golo Kante and JT Webbo got other ideas? It's going to be Kyle Walker. Tries to shift the ball through the gap and set Raheem Sterling off, but he can't. But the ball's going to end up at Sterling's feet anyway. Cristiano Ronaldo out to Raheem Sterling. Here's the Englishman, had a fantastic, stellar season thus far in the actual Premier League in terms of traditional sports. Can he do it here in the ePremier League? De Bruyne tries to shift it to Ginola. Ginola opens up the shot. It falls to Ronaldo. It falls to Cantona, and it's going to be at the death. 3-2. 1 goal in it now between Ronaldinho and JT Webbo. Is there going to be more drama here, George, at the Premier League?
What a fantastic attack coming out from JT Webbo. It falls to him a few times off the defending. Ronaldinho tries to break it down, tries to stop him, but he can't. It falls to Ronaldo, fires it to the back of the net, and there is a lifeline. There is a tiny bit of hope for JT Webbo to get back into this game. The question is, can he do it?
Keep the ball, Ronaldinho. That's all you got to do, is you keep the ball and you go through into what would be your chance to fight for a spot in the losers bracket final, I believe. It's going to be a mistake, though, from Ronaldinho. He's got to get the ball into play here, Webbo. He's not got a lot of time to work with. 1 chance is all he's going to get. He can't lose the ball in midfield, and he does. It's going to probably be the last chance he has. Surely Ronaldo runs the ball out of play. He's got the ball back. This is huge here, George.
There's 40 seconds left to go. Can he hold on to it? No, he's giving it away from the throw-in. He's got to win it back. He can't win it back. I think it's going to be the end of the game. Ball going to be played up to Salah. Cleared away. Referee looking at his watch. He's going to blow his whistle. And Ronaldinho is going to be moving on to the lower bracket final.
oh, by the skin of his teeth, to say the least. It was you know what, a lot harder. He made it look a lot harder than it probably needed to be. I mean, I saw the 85th minute, I was like, oh my god, I could see it. The 90th minute winner, the impressions on Twitter and TikTok, the clip's gone viral. The ePremier League is back at the top again, but unfortunately though, for JT Webbo, couldn't just keep the ball and come up with that last opportunity. But if you guys have just joined us, unfortunately, we have got some replays for you. Unfortunately, if you've only just joined us, you've missed out an amazing event thus far, but take a little look at the replays from this. The first leg between Mitch and Lynn looked very, very even, but Mitch decided to do that.
Yeah, he just decided to do it. He just thought, you know what, I'm going to bang it in the top bins, don't worry about me, and then obviously gets another fantastic goal, and you can see the brackets here. As you can see, Mitch Hayward moving on to the lower bracket final against LJ Pro, who narrowly lost to Mr. Aubrey.
That's the rematch of the earlier on. It was LJ who sent Mitch down to the losers bracket, if you remember, at 4-1, the first game we saw on the stream of the day.
It is.
We thought we might see that in the grand final, but obviously Mr. Aubrey had other ideas.
It's a grudge match. It's a grudge match.
This is going to be a fantastic event so far. It's going to be a fantastic losers final. That's the PlayStation side of things. Let's take a look at the Xbox here now. George, I think we've got some highlights for the games in case you've just joined us. Like I mentioned, it was JT Webbo versus Ronaldinho, and early on it was Ronaldinho who stormed out to an early lead in the first leg. Inside 8 minutes it was a 2-goal advantage for him almost instantaneously. The ball dropped into Salah and he's never going to miss from there. There was another opportunity though just before Webbo pulled one back here, and we thought, could it come back to bite Ronaldinho? Luckily for him, it just about didn't.
It didn't, but Ronaldo has been absolutely on fire in this tournament thus far, and almost scored again there, but put in the back of that event in the end by Kevin De Bruyne. And once again, Ronaldo always seems to be in these highlights. Salah putting it up into the middle, and of all people, you did not expect Eto'o to be winning that header. Diaz making a little bit of a mistake, giving it away to Mohamed Salah, and he can just dink it over the keeper. Very nice indeed. And as you can see, this was a very high goal scoring match, as Ronaldo once again with a beautiful curved outside of the foot shot, as Ronaldinho looked to take the lead even further, increases it to a 2-goal lead. And he just kept on going, didn't he? But then this mistake happened where he gave the ball to Genoa and he doesn't miss from those places.
Yeah, and you thought, okay, 1-goal deficit, but as soon as the ball goes in the back of the net, straight from kickoff, pretty much Ronaldinho is going to put that 2-goal deficit restored via Cristiano Ronaldo. This was the limbs at the end where Cantona has the ball, drops to him from a header of Cristiano Ronaldo, and we thought, could there be one final bite at the cherry for JT Webbo, but unfortunately it's not. It's going to be Ronaldinho who meets the N43 in that losers final for their chance to play against Olilito to represent Leeds at that grand final later on at the end of March. And we've got two fantastic losers bracket finals here, George.
We really do. We really, really do. All of these games look absolutely fantastic. And honestly, I think DN43 will take the win over Ronaldinho, but I still think that it could be a very, very exciting game, and I think there could be an underlying upset potentially to happen. On the other side of things, I'm very, very, very excited for that rematch. It's got to be a grudge match, really. Mitch has got to be annoyed that he's gone down to the lower. He's had to fight his way through and play so many more games. And then not only that, he has then matched up against the guy that knocked him down to the lower bracket in the first place.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to say the least. I think it's gonna be a major confidence teller for Mitch right now, playing up against LJ Pro in particular, because he's obviously facing the person who at the start of the day said, I don't care if you're one of the best players in the country, I think I'm better. And he played better, and he won because he played better. So I think, though, if you look at the Mitch we saw in the past few games to the Mitch that we saw in the first game of the day, it's a completely different person. They look like two different people. We are going to have that game coming up after a short break, so don't go anywhere, because when we are back, myself and George will be taking you guys through all of the action in that losers bracket final. See you guys in a sec. Hello, welcome back here to what we like to call crunch time at the ePremier League for the club playoffs of Leeds United. My name is John P. I'm joined by George once again. We are heading into the losers finals here now. George, we've seen a fantastic set of fixtures and games and results, etc. thus far. And one game in particular that's going to stand out for me is that Mitch vs LJ game, the rematch of the first game we saw earlier on today. How have you enjoyed the event so far, though? It's been crazy in my eyes.
Yeah, it's been crazy. Some of the games have been absolutely fantastic, high-scoring games. There's even been some low-scoring games where we've had a clean sheet in one or two of the legs. So I think all round it's been a fantastic event so far. Obviously coming down to the neck end of the tournament where we get to see who will represent Leeds United in the grand finals. I'm very excited, to be honest. I'm very excited indeed. There's a grudge match that we got to come, and there's obviously another match which, you know what, I don't really know what to expect from the Xbox side of things, to be honest. I really don't, but obviously we'll get the brackets up for you guys soon. But yeah, the Mitch match versus DN4 should be a banger, to be honest. Yeah,
well, here's the brackets. That's how things have played out thus far on the Xbox. We saw.
Oh, sorry, LJ Pro, my bad.
We saw Oli Lito off to a hot start before nearly being humbled by DN43. 2 extra time goals in the first and the second half. Secures his spot in the final, and Oli Lito awaits either DN43 or Ronaldinho, who of course had that cracker of a game in the semi-finals of the losers bracket against JT Webbo slightly earlier on in the broadcast. We'd probably say I think DN43 is probably the favourite and the odds-on favourite to have that rematch against Oli Lito, and honestly, I'm not too sure which way that final game would go if it is going to be an Oli versus a DN rematch.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it'll obviously be a tight game. There's a lot more meaning to it though, because whoever wins obviously gets to represent Leeds for the Xbox side of things. But I think Ronaldinho's looked very good throughout the whole thing, and I feel like he can potentially play the upset card. Obviously we've got the PS5 side of things obviously as well, which we've got coming up. But yeah, I think DN4 will. I think he'll progress. And then on the other side of things, we've got LJ Pro versus Mitch Haywood, which should be a very good match. I'm not too sure who's going to be able to win this one, but obviously LJ Pro beat Mr. Aubrey. He beat Mitch Haywood earlier, or sorry, he lost to Mr. Aubrey, and he beat Mitch Haywood earlier. And obviously Mitch Haywood's had to fight his way through the lower bracket all the way to this point. So I'm very excited for this one. We're going to see who is going to take on Mr. Aubrey in the grand finals. Yeah,
it's going to be interesting. I think, you know, as much as I want to pay attention to that DN43 versus Twinaldinho, game, I don't think we can really take our eyes off of that Mitch versus LJ Pro game, if I'm completely honest. I think it's going to be a great game. You got to say though, first off, I've had an absolute pleasure working with you yourself thus far. It's been a great event. You got to say commiserations to all of the other players that have played. Please, we do highly suggest, if it wasn't your time to shine this year, get back to the drawing board, practice. There's lots of other competitions to sign up for around the world of FIFA esports. Get the practice in and come back and try it again next year. Please, we enjoy seeing everyone in the chat. We enjoy seeing everyone compete. And we are going to head into that game. The rematch, the grudge match, the battle of the losers, you could say, in essence, between LJ and Mitch, as we're going to kick things off.
It might be the battle of the losers, but one of these two players is going to come out on tops and be a winner and move on to the grand finals. So we will have to see who that is going to be. And who do you think's going to win? Who do you think's going to win first of all?
Judging off the first game, you'd have to say LJ. I think LJ might have the number and the beaten of Mitch, but Mitch is a player that no matter what the scoreline is, you just can't rule him out. You really can't. He's got the talent and the potential to cause a lot of troubles, even if he's 2 or 3-0 down in the last 10 minutes or so of the game. But I think LJ, if he performs as well as he can in that first game, I think he could probably quite comfortably take this one.
But you've also got to take into account the fact that Mitch has obviously won, what is it now, probably like 3 games in a row, 2 games in a row, so he has been on a bit of a stomp. He has been playing really well, and he's definitely got his confidence. He's taken off all the rust. He's feeling good, and we'll have to see how he gets on, because I feel like this is a completely different match compared to the first one. Mitch has had his opportunity to get the rust off. He's had the opportunity to warm up a little bit against other players, and now we'll have to see if he can take down his arch nemesis.
Yeah, I think it's a point that I wanted to make as well, and I've already made a couple of times, and without sounding like a broken record, I wish we saw this Mitch in the first game between himself and LJ, because it's a completely different player. It's a person that has learned from his mistakes, and he feels like he's got the hunger back in his belly. But speaking of the hunger to score goals, right now it's LJ who goes through De Bruyne to Ronaldo, back to De Bruyne into Hurlit to Kante, trying to twist and turn on the edge of the penalty box, trying to conjure up the opportunity to try and give himself that early lead like we saw in the first leg. The ball finds its way to De Bruyne, into Ginola at the near post, and there's the first goal of the game. A huge start to this fixture between LJ and the man himself, Mitch, and it's LJ once again who strikes first.
What a start. What a start to the game. LJ getting that ball in the danger zone. You cannot allow the player to have that much room. You need to shut him down straight away. He starts twisting and turning. He finds a space, takes a shot on, and, well, as soon as you take the shot from there with Genoa, it's going to go in. What a fantastic goal, and what a great way to start the game as we head into a pause, and obviously maybe going to be some changes to the tactics. Who knows? I don't know what's going to happen, and that's why we're not allowed to know what's going to happen, because it's not a spoiler.
I think it looked like Mitch made a change, not any change, but paused almost instantaneously after about 2 or 3 minutes, and I think it might have been a formation error with his in-game tactics. I think that's just sort of me speculating as to I can't see why he would want to change anything other than that so early on in the game at 0-0. But LJ Pro now in a prime spot, in a fantastic spot. So just sit back a little bit, soak up the pressure and catch Mitch on the counter-attack. Because one thing we know about Mitch though, correct me if I'm wrong, George, is this player will attack no matter what the scoreline is. Even if he's only 1 goal down, he will still go forward to try and equalise as quickly as possible. And that's when LJ can spring the counter.
Yeah, he is a relentless player. He really does go for any opportunity. You know, he's always going to look for the opportunity to go forward, and that is so important. And we see it in other players as well, like Ole Lito. You see the absolute ruthless aggression from him. He just keeps going, and he doesn't care. You know, he's 4, 5, 6 goals up. He's going to keep on going. He's going to keep on trying to score goals. Even if he's down a goal, he'll keep on going. But that's the quality that you have to have if you're a pro FIFA player. You have to have the quality of you never stop thinking, you never stop trying to go for these attacks, and that is really important. And that's one of the things we do see from Mitch, is he will never stop trying to get back into this game, and he's going to try and do it here through Mohamed Salah. Has to go back to Cantona, and he has to recycle the ball once again, but as long as he's holding on to possession, that's all that matters. Hullet gets the ball. Hullet takes a shot. And Mitch will level it up at 1-1. And that's a fantastic goal, as he's absolutely relenting and continues to go forward.
I was literally about to say LJ has to try and soak up this pressure and not concede. He has to just try and tuck in, sit deep and try and make sure that nothing comes of that next attack. And, well, unfortunately, before I even get a chance to have those words taken all of my mouth, and, well, LJ unfortunately can't hang on to it, but you gotta say shout out to Glenn on the stream. I believe he's one of the fathers of the players playing. So Glenn, we see you, we are with you. We are not going to be biasly supporting your son in the next game, but we will have his best interests at heart, to say the least. Let's go anyway into what is going to be the final 15 minutes of this game between LJ and Mitch. Game seems to have settled down a little bit.
I think you got to hit on that a bit more. You've got to be a proud father if your dad's playing in it. If your son's playing in a game like this with a potential opportunity to represent Leeds. Big up, Glenn. That's obviously, you know, if I was a pro player, my dad, I asked the team to shout out my dad. I'd hope my dad would be proud, definitely. But either way, 1-1 here in this game, approaching the half-time whistle. We'll have to see who can take this one home, because obviously Mitch playing very well, getting the goal back fairly quickly, and he's now starting to pile on the pressure. But yeah, like you said, LJP really needs to soak up that pressure. He really needs to try and stop him from scoring, especially in that situation, because now I feel like the momentum is going to be going the way of Mitch. He's going to be wanting to continue to go forward, like we've already said. He's going to continue to try and make these opportunities happen, but well defended from LJP again.
Yeah, I think LJ's weathered that storm of the 10 minutes or so of non-stop pressure from Mitch. Seems to have settled down a little bit now. As I say that, he gives the ball away. Luckily, though, not enough time for Mitch to spring a counter-attack. But half-time in the first leg here of our PlayStation Losers final is going to be 1 goal apiece. And just take a little look at the stats across the board. Possession quite even. Attempts and shots on target relatively even as well. So I think, you know what, usually I live by the saying that stats don't always tell the tale of football games, but there, quite literally, I think it kind of does. It's been a very, very even 45 minutes so far, George.
It really has been. A lot of people tend to go for the EG, the expected goals, and they go, oh, I've got 5 expected goals, but I've only scored 1. It's a bit of a misleading stat, but in this one, it is literally neck and neck. It is very, very close, and obviously it was in the first game as well. It wasn't this close, but I think Mitch has definitely had his time to warm up. He's had his time to start to get the rust off, and here comes LJP coming forward. He's going to play the ball out wide, but it's a fantastic bit of defensive work to play the manual offside trap. And Mitch will live to see another day.
Yeah, luckily for Mitch, I'm not too sure if he actually activated the high line in terms of playing the offside trap, but worked out for him nevertheless. And for Mitch, I think he needs to try and regain that confidence after what we saw in the first few games. I think this is starting to look like a bit of a replica of that first game we saw, if I'm right. It was LJ who took an early lead, Mitch bounced back, and then afterwards the game went a little bit stale in terms of chances, and then all of a sudden we saw LJ convert 2 before the end of the game. But if you're, oh, that's a great ball. That's a fantastic ball from LJ. It does get held up though by Ginola. Couldn't take it any stride. Out to Ronaldo. Ronaldo going to shift it out wide towards Carl Walker. The City man trying to create some space for his team to carry on this ball going forward. Cancelo now towards Diaz. I like this though from LJ. The change of pace. Sometimes, you know what? Okay, he could have probably continued to go forward. He would have been a little bit disappointed that Ginola didn't take the ball in his stride slightly better. But instead of trying to force that ball through, trying to force the pass, he's just relaxing, he's keeping the ball, he's making Mitch work really hard, and most of all, he's making Mitch concentrate extremely hard. Any lapse in judgment here from Mitch trying to dive in and win a ball too early, that's going to open up the door for the likes of Ronaldo and Ginola to get in behind.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a bad touch from Ginola, but he made the best of a bad situation, held onto the ball, and as you can see, he's still got the ball, he's still in possession, and he's just trying to recycle the ball, break down the play, try and find something, an avenue to go down, but yet to find it. Obviously, it is very difficult to break down defences when they are sat in this game, and we will have to see what LJP can do, as eventually you've got to think that Mitch will start getting a little bit bored of just waiting for him to make a mistake, and eventually he'll try and throw some players a little bit further up and try and cut out some of these passes, but yet to do that, LJP still being very patient in truth, as Salah's got the ball and gives it forward, but it's a good tackle and it's really well read by Mitch. And the question is, can he counter-attack before he gets in defence fast enough? No, it looks like he's going to have to hold on to the ball for a bit.
I mentioned, you know, they can't try to force the pass or that too much, and because you'll lose the ball, and someone like Mitch, they'll recover the ball and pull your pants down and score a goal within a matter of seconds. And luckily though, I think the player just tracked the run of what I think was Ronaldo or Ginola running in behind. But ball now in possession of the away side. Mitch trying to constantly play that 1-2 touch football. Mitch is a player that, although he's very, very good at the left stick dribbling, he does like to still move the ball as much as possible. Lots of square passes, lots of switch of plays. Really keeps the likes of LJ moving around the pitch and forcing the mistake in his hand. But, well, there you go. I mentioned tries to force the play a little bit too much, and it's an easy throw-in for LJ now, and he's got the ball back.
Yeah, LJ regains possession, and he can now look to try and make a play of his own, as it is very difficult to break down these defences. As we can see, both of these players, 2 of the best players in the country, going head-to-head, trying to break down each other's defences, and you do just have to be patient. Patience is important in these kind of situations, and as you can see, Mo Salah just not really getting any help, as you can see in the midfield. So many players in the midfield. Ronaldo, strong, can't hold on to the ball this time, and now Mitch can look for an attack of his own with the ball. David Ginola gives it to Eric Cantona. Cancelo out wide as the players are starting to pile forward for Mitch. Gives it to Cantona, gives it to Ronaldo, gives it to David Ginola, and that is the goal. And Mitch has taken the lead for the first time in this game.
We said it, didn't we? Mitch has got the experience. He knows what he's got to do in these type of situations. And it was just making sure he took the chance when he got it. And when you've got the likes of David Ginola in and around the penalty area on that left foot, he only needs a half chance to bury the ball and hit the back of the net. And that's exactly what it does. And I think LJ, he was just trying a little bit too hard. Too many passes. The ball gets turned over and he just couldn't concentrate enough to make sure he stopped the aggression and that fast interchange of play from Mitch. And now it's really all up to LJ to try and get himself back in this game with 8 minutes left. Not a lot of time to do so, George.
Not a lot of time to do so at all. Mitch has the lead, though. He will be happy. But we've said it already, he does not stop attacking. It doesn't matter how many goals in the lead he is. He's going to keep coming forward. He's going to keep coming at you. And the question is, can LJP soak up the pressure? If not, it will be very, very dangerous. 1 goal down is fine. 1 goal down is definitely doable. 2 goals down against Mitch, and it starts to get a little bit worrying. You start to get that thought in the back of your head. You start to think, well, what if he gets another? What if he gets another? What if he can't break down his defence? It is very difficult, but we will see, as it looks like Mitch is just looking to close out the game, as there's not very long to go at all.
Not long to go. 2 minutes left before we head into extra time, and or should I say stoppage time rather, in the first leg of this losers bracket final on the PlayStation 5. And I've got to say, LJ is going to be kicking himself. I think he would have at least wanted to go into the second leg at 1 goal apiece. Still though, 1 goal down isn't the worst to be with, as we are going to try to see Mitch extend the lead. Oh, great stop though from Edwin van der Sar to tip it round the corner. And it is going to be just a 1 goal deficit going into the second leg.
It is going to be indeed, but we are going to go over to the other game between Ronaldinho and DN4. There is going to be a chance for DN4, and it's Eric Cantona once again for him. He's been performing fantastically. Ball over the top. Mohamed Salah gets it onto the left foot, buries it in the top left-hand corner. And honestly, this has been a fantastic game so far, 1-1. But it is going to be the man, Ronaldinho, taking the lead as we get into the live action.
No, it's going to be DN4 taking the lead. Yeah, I don't want to say I put too much pressure on him, but I want to say he's probably one of my favourites for the Xbox side of things right now. He looked very solid against Oli earlier on, and well, as long as he can get through the task of Ronaldinho, it should be that rematch, that slender 2-1 game we saw earlier on. But there's still a long time left to go. A lot of FIFA to play, and one thing I've noticed about DN4 when playing is his oh, that's got to be a pen. Oh, we mentioned the Elastico. It's so good in those situations. He skins Carl Walker alive. As it's going to be Ginola from the spot to try and put the third in the back of the net. Sends the keeper the wrong way. Pretty much bang straight down the middle. And DN4 doubles his lead.
That's so difficult. He doesn't even make a tackle. He just stands in the way, and he absolutely breaks his legs, and it's going to be a penalty every day of the week. But like you were saying, it's been a fantastic game so far, and DN4 playing absolutely well. Must be playing some of the best FIFA of his life. Honestly, he's playing so well, and he's looking fantastic doing it. We will have to see how he gets on as we do approach the half-time whistle. But Mohamed Salah got the ball once again as DN4 looks to increase his lead even more, and cannot do that. Van der Sar will be in the way, and that will be the half-time whistle being blown, as DN4 is currently winning 3-1.
Yeah, DN4 looking like he's continuing on the hot streak of consistent FIFA play. You've got to say, he looks comfortable. Looks really comfortable in the game, although he did obviously score a goal and then concede almost instantaneously afterwards. Let's not forget, DN4 is a player that not a lot of people really knew about coming into this. I mean, some, some hardcore FIFA esports players out there might have known. He is obviously, of course, foot verified, etc. like that, but he does heavily involve himself within the pro club scene. So not made too much noise in terms of FIFA Ultimate Team in terms of like a European and regional scale. But he looks very, very comfortable here, George. That's what I'm surprised about. Usually we see these young players come in with not too much experience. They looked a little bit shell-shocked that they're playing on some big stage, but it looks like he's been around for 4 or 5 years and he's been there and done it.
It really does. He really does. He looks very confident in what he's doing. He looks like he's got a solid game plan. He knows what he wants to do. He's winning every game he's pretty much gone into, apart from the Oli Lito game where it was very, very close. And just to touch on that topic of Oli Lito, you've got to think Oli's been sitting there for what, 1.5 hours now, just sitting there, at least 1.5 hours, just sitting there, not playing. He might have a scrim partner to play against to keep himself warm, but DN4 is going to be going into that grand final ready, like hot, raring to go. But, you know, Oli might not be. But either way, it's a chance. Jorginho chops in the middle, plays it into the box, but he hits the post. Ronaldinho cannot do it. Can he get the rebound? No. It's going to be blocked, and it will go out for a corner kick. How close was that?
Oh, that's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking for Ronaldinho, honestly. You scored there. It's 3-2. Half an hour left to play. It's a completely different game. You know, you can probably see a little bit of panic coming to DN4. Someone, like we said, who's not really been at this late stage of a competition too much. He's not got the experience to know how to hold on to a lead so late in a competition. But it crashes off the outside of the post. It's one of those things where he almost probably hit the ball too good. If he scuffed it a little bit, it would have probably gone into the back of the net. But you got to say, it's frustrating stuff. But let's see what happens from the resulting corner. Must have took a huge deflection actually onto the post, and if it's gone wide, Hullet plays it in towards Kante. Kante to Varane, the unlikely twist and turner in the penalty area. You want someone like Ronaldo or Ginola there to try and get the snapshot off a little bit quicker. But somehow DN4 just keeping the door shut.
Yeah, Varane not the player you want in that situation. If there's one centre-back I want in that situation, it would probably be Marquinhos. I know he's fairly decent, got a fairly decent shot on his team of the year, and when I say fairly, I mean probably about bang average. But here we go, Ronaldo in the box. Varane gonna say, alright, I can't quite do the attacking duties, but I can do the defensive duties fairly well. And he makes a good tackle on Ronaldo. Ball played out wide for Mohamed Salah, who is being marked by Cancelo. And the ball will be played, but not very well.
After all this slating of Varane we're going to do, he's definitely going to score a 90th minute to win Ronaldinho in the game, isn't he? Or equalise. But here comes DN4 towards the back post. The ball taken off of the head of Mohamed Salah. I think that was by Kyle Walker. Oh, sorry, Cancelo, sorry. Fantastic switch of play. Salah got to score, has to score, does score. Game on here.
Mohamed Salah bangs it in the back of the net, and now we are just one goal away from being Lego pegging. Ronaldinho does it once again. DN4 shell-shocked. What a ball over the top that was. Absolutely precision. The eye to spot that must be absolutely ridiculously. Threads the needle, and Mohamed Salah does not miss those, as you said.
Had to score, does score, and it's definitely game on here in the losers final for the Xbox bracket. You've got to say, Ronaldinho needed that. I think we need to see DN settle down a little bit here. Make sure we still take that lead into the next stage, and it's not going to be able to though. Ronaldinho recovers the ball. Cantona goes forward out towards Cantona. Cantona going to try and play another lofted through ball. It is going to be Mohamed Salah who gets there ahead of Rudiger. The Egyptian into the box once again. Ball whipped in. It's Ronaldo who's there at the back post when you need someone to turn up. One of the greatest to ever do it and lace up the boots. Provides when he needs to.
Oh my word, we are all level here. Ronaldinho was 3-1 down, and he comes back from the depths of hell and says, "Not today, sir. I will not go out without a fight." He goes 3-3 now against DN4, and he has so much pressure in his favour right now. He's got to keep going. He's got to try and get another goal and take the lead before the full-time whistle.
It's huge for Ronaldinho. The momentum, you name it, definitely shuffling in his favour. He can't concede here though. Great stuff at the back once again from Van Dijk and Varane. Falls to Ronaldo. Is there going to be more late drama here in this losers bracket final should I say? The winner of course advances through to play Olitio later on. It's Cantona now twisting, turning, finds Kante. Kante finds Ronaldo. Great stop by Van der Sar.
Oh my word, what is going on? This is an absolutely crazy game as the ball will finally be cleared away. 10 minutes left to go. Ball played over the top. I think that's asking a bit too much of Ronaldo, but he will recover at DN4 as we are down to the dying embers. Is there any last bit of late drama to come? Is there anything left in the tank for either of these players? Ronaldo looks for Kante. Can't quite find it. Cantona finds Salah over the top. Is there Ronaldo there? Ronaldo is there, but it's a great bit of defending. I would say that's a bit of a shoulder barge, but referee says a shoulder to shoulder is fair play. And somehow DN4 will survive.
Yeah, would love to see what Stockley Park made of that one. I think they're coming together. Definitely vital to talk about. Fantastic last-ditch challenge, though. Ball drops to Cantona. Semedo recovers it, though. In possession now is N'Golo Kante, the midfield enforcer. He's so reliable in both real life and in the game, time and time again. DN4 just can't feather up the opportunity just yet. He still kept the ball, though, and Varane once again. How many times for Ronaldinho has he gone absolutely vitally huge? The ball lofted in behind. Was there a pullback there on Mohamed Salah from Semedo? Referee says no, and once again, ball in possession of DN4.
Once again in possession of DN4-3. Let's see if there's one last bit of play in the 90th minute. Kante cuts it out, and it will not go his way. DN43, can he attack? The referee's going to let him have one last opportunity. Salah's coming forward. Well defended from Ronaldinho. And that will be the full-time whistle being blown. And we're going to switch over to the other game.
Oh, my heart can't take it. Honestly, as I say that, the ball drops inside the goal mouth, and that was LJ's chance to try and level things up here in the PlayStation Losers Bracket final. Luckily, the ball finds its way through to Van der Sar, and now Mitch going to just try and settle things down here. Take this thing out of the game. 36 minutes got into that. Of course, as things stand, Mitch goes through to play Mr. Aubrey in that that grand final, sorry, after making the Losers Bracket run.
Very true indeed, and 0-0 currently. Mitch is coming forward. It's well defended by LJP, as he will defend it fairly well. As now Mitch needs to do some defensive duties as the ball's played over the top, but it's well defended in the end by Rudiger. He'll ask for the ball back, and Mitch can take a sigh of relief as he's defended well, and now he needs to try and break down the defence of LJP, as this has been something that both of these players have struggled with. They've both been defending so well. They're all like, it's just so difficult to get a ball anywhere in that midfield. Look how compact it is, look how tight it is. But then as soon as they look to play it down the wing, they start stretching a little bit, they start coming out wide a little bit. It's really, really good defending, but it's so difficult to break down if you are Mitch.
Yeah, you got to say it. If Mitch wasn't 2-1 up here, I'd probably be a little bit frustrated with how hard he's finding LJ to break down. And, well, there's going to be one more chance left in this half, or is there? Half-time whistle is blown. So across the grounds at the moment, it looks like, as things stand, Mitch will be going through to that PlayStation 5 Grand Final to meet Mr. Aubrey. In terms of who plays Olilito later on, it's still all up in the air. We're going to try and get that second leg of the Xbox final for the Losers Bracket back underway shortly. But George, I've said this tournament's had everything, but it clearly hasn't, because we've seen some crazier stuff happen, in particular in that Xbox bracket game. Surely we're not going to see as close a game in that second leg. We can't see any more late-minute drama, can we?
Well, I mean, honestly, it wouldn't shock me if we did. This tournament has been an absolute banger so far. The Leeds United EPL finals, it's been an absolute banger, and it's been a pleasure casting it so far. But honestly, it would not surprise me if it got any more exciting, as we do get to see the second half of this second leg between Mitch and LJP, Mitch Hayward. And Mitch is currently winning 2-1, but there is a big but here. LJP has been playing fantastically so far. The question is, can he bounce back and try to take the lead away from him?
Well, it's on LJ to do so. Ball shifted into Jano. Oh, for a second I thought Ronaldo was through. A narrow marginal offside there, to say the least. Otherwise, that would have been a banker on the back of the net, bulging with the ball from Cristiano Ronaldo. And that's a warning there, though, for Mitch. That LJ's still here and can most definitely still carve out opportunities.
Yeah, he's still here to try and, he's still here to win. He's still here to try and take this one away from him. He still has something to fight for. The game is not over yet. There is still time. And the question is, can LJP do it? He's bringing men forward, but the pass is a little bit rushed. And like you've said a few times, you can't rush the passes against these kind of players. You can't rush the passes against a player at the level and the quality of Mitch. You really need to be careful. Ball played in the middle, well defended in the end from LJP.
Yeah, and you got to think, this is LJP. This is a person that doesn't play the game professionally. This isn't what they do. Mitch, he's got practice partners. He's played in many competitions across the world. This is only really just starting the career of LJ, you could probably say. And well, he seems to most definitely look not out of his depth. He looks very comfortable against some of these top players. Still though, with half an hour left to go, he has got time to get himself back in this one. But it's going to be sooner rather than later here, George, where LJ might have to take a few chances.
Very true, as Kyle Walker's coming down the wing, João Cancelo, and will be well defended in the end. Mohamed Salah will be coming back to do his defensive duties, and not exactly who I'd expect to be seen in the defensive department, Mohamed Salah, but, Jurgen Klopp likes to get his team to press, so he's going to come back and do his defensive parts anyway. But yeah, LJP, we don't know much about him. We don't know if he has played in any prior tournaments or many prior tournaments. But, he's looking very good. He is looking like he could potentially beat Mitch here. But he is one goal down. He needs to try and find something. He needs to dig to the bottom of that barrel and find a goal somehow, some way. It's Kevin De Bruyne twisting and turning, looking for something, anything. Kante. Back to De Bruyne, who does like a shot from the edge of the area, but it will be blocked this time.
I think that's a frustration shot from LJ. I think there was a chance to keep working the ball wide or just keep working the ball in the middle of the park, but I think getting a little frustrated that none of the angles were starting to show or starting to open up, and a little bit of frustration comes into play and he just gives the ball back to Mitch. 25 minutes or so to go here, though, between LJ and Mitch. And honestly, you would not think that this is a loser's bracket final game. The way these guys have played, you could probably see them in the finals 100%. Well, at least one of them is going to be. You've got to say, though, right now, Mitch has all the experience. He knows what he's got to do. He's sitting deep. He's just trying to soak up the pressure and see this one out.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to just soak it up. And there has been a goal on the other game between DN4 and Ronaldinho. It's going to be Hullet. Run it in! And he fires it into the back of the net. DN4 will be winning this one 1-0, 4-3 on aggregate. But, I will say, this game has been full of comebacks. Ronaldinho was 3-1, and he somehow came back to 3-3. So it would not surprise me if we see a bit more of the same. But DN4 is coming forward. It's going to be Ronaldo. It's going to be well defended, and the ball is going to be passed out from the back. And it looks like we might see a little bit of counter-attack and play. Maybe a ball over the top. Ball played down from Ronaldinho. David Ginola is with him. He is with him. He is still with him, and he fires it into the back of the net. And Ronaldinho is back in it once again at 4-4.
Just when you think things are going to swing one person's way, it just swings back in the other direction. But straight away now, though, DN4 on the counter-attack. Salah, twisting, turning, Cantona, Ronaldo, snapshot, blocked, it falls to Hullet. And now, ball at the feet of Ronaldinho. Can the counter-attack come into play? Jorginho's got to go wide to Hullet. Surely he does. He finds him. Ronaldo storming in through the middle. It finds Ginola. A little bit of composure needed. Sorry, not Ginola. Salah, should I say. And that's out for a corner. And within a split moment of minutes here, George, this game has burst into life.
It's burst into life once again. Kante looking for the pass through, but cannot find it. And DN4 can look to come down the other side of the field. This game is like a firework. Absolutely exploding here. It's absolutely brilliant stuff. End-to-end football. Ginola got so many men running forward. Good runs. Can't quite find anybody. Gets the ball back again, though. Ronaldo. Ginola. Is he going to look for the shot? Lovely little scoop turn. Referee could pull that back, but he doesn't. DN4 gets possession back and can look to make an attack of his own.
Not long left in this first half. 15 minutes to go. To be exact, between DN45... or 43, sorry, should I say. And Ronaldinho. If you're DN, you've got to say, we were 3-1 up at one point in this game. How on earth are we going to be at 4-4. But we are going to switch over to that PS5 as there's been a goal, a huge one at that, as it's going to be Mitch who sticks himself 3-1 up. And with 10 minutes left to go, LJ has the wheels just slowly started to come off the horse and carriage here, as he was playing so well, so good throughout the whole competition. But Mitch, I think, has finally figured out the crack to the Da Vinci Code.
I think so, as he has managed to open him up for the first time in this game. Is there going to be a second goal, though? Plenty of players coming forward, not too many back for LJP. This goal would surely be the killer blow and would surely knock LJP out the tournament. It goes out for a throw-in for Mitch, as he's still on the front foot. He's got a 2-goal lead, but he can come back from it, a third, and surely it's game over as he runs it into the corner. He's not going to whip it in. He's going to be patient. And I think Mitch is just going to hold on to the ball here. Mitch is just going to say, you know, I've got a 2-goal lead. I might as well just rest up and get the ball in the corner and hold it until the full-time whistle is blown. And honestly, could you blame him? He's about to go into the grand final. You know, most of us would do the same.
This is just experience right here. This is pure experience. With 10 minutes to go, there's no need to get overzealous and give the ball away, and you know, potentially late drama is caused. If there's a chance to score because the players have overcommitted, then great. If not, just keep it. Frustrate your opponent. You got to say, you know what, commiserations to LJ. But although it is a 4-1 scoreline now, it does not tell the tale of this final at all. I think Mitch just using the experience at the end to get the better hand. But you got to say, LJ coming out of nowhere with not really probably too many expectations of himself here. And it's been a goal, though, a huge goal around the grounds in the other game. And it's going to be, oh, fantastic Cruyff's turn there from Cantona. I think he's just caught my brief reaction to it as well with my head's in my hands, the audacity that he's got to do that. But commiserations to LJ, you got to say. But look, LJ, if you're watching, do not give up on the dream, honestly. Someone back this young man, get him signed, let him do what he does best and play FIFA. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we've still got another game on our hands here.
We do indeed, and with just under a full half to go, we're going to see which one of these two fantastic players will be moving on to the final. As 5-4, there's 1 goal in it. Ronaldinho needs to get one back, and he needs to get it soon, because if not, DN4-3, he will start to run away with it, and it looks like he's going to try and do that right here. Great tackle from Ronaldo. Oh, sorry, not from Ronaldo. I'm not too sure who it was in the end, but nevertheless, a great tackle. And DN4 can, you know, use a bit of that experience and just hold on to the ball here, but he cannot. Ronaldinho is going to take it away from him, and the rushing the pass, and it is starting to open up a bit. A lot of missed passes coming through, but DN4, he has a chance now coming forward. It's going to be Ginola. Can he find anybody in the middle? He does ping it all the way back to N'Golo Kante as he's going to recycle the ball.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing right now is a little bit of taking the sting out of the game from DN, but unfortunately he's lost the ball and it's allowed Cristiano Ronaldo to latch onto it. Diaz and Semedo trying to come across on the cover to recover that one. If you're DN though, you've got to be saying, I don't know if winning a close game would help the confidence. Oh, it's a huge chance at the end. Ginola takes 2 bites at the cherry, can't finish it off regardless though. Off the line, or should I say, out of the way of danger from Diaz. If you're DN here though, George, are you going to be happy with just scraping through by a goal, or would you much rather have won 3 or 4-0 going into that second game against Olilito?
I mean, of course, you'd rather win by 3, 4, 5 goals. Who wouldn't? But I think the fact is that he's showing that he can come up clutch in these scenarios. There's a chance for Mohamed Salah. What a save from the goalkeeper to keep it out of the back of the net. 60 minutes in here. It's still anybody's game. There's plenty of time left to score a goal. But yeah, of course, if you're DN4-3, you'd want to win by 3, 4, 5 goals. But at the end of the day, he has faced a tough opponent, and he has shown the resilience that it takes to beat an opponent like this, which is very difficult to do. Is very, very difficult to do. And if he can go into this game and play against Olilito and smash him, everybody's going to be like, wow, okay, he smashed him. But if it's a tight game and he wins, everybody's going to be like, wow, That is incredible. To beat a player as resilient and as strong as Olilito in this kind of a fashion, it's very impressive. But here comes Ronaldo. Good touch. Rudiger is tracking him back though, and it's really well played from the Chelsea man, as he will get it away and he will get it out of the defence and can look for an attack of his own.
Yeah, maybe if Ronaldo rolled back the years a few there, he would have had the pace to get away from Antonio Rudiger. Not as nifty on his feet, but one player that is Ginola and Hullet running forward. Surely he squares it. Ronaldo, what a fantastic last-ditch tackle there. I think it was Ruben Diaz who just gets back to make a huge block to keep Ronaldinho in the game. And just like that, defence has sprung into offence. He's got to bring him down. It's a red card, but it's a vital challenge. Is that a game-winning red card tackle?
Oh, I don't know about that one. I feel like that might be a bit of an error. He's got the lead and he can sit back, but he is now a man down. The question is, can he score from this free kick opportunity? It is a dead ball. The question is, has he got a man? Has he got anybody? Has he got what it takes to put it in the top bins? Has he got it in his locker? Yeah. We don't know. We'll have to see. But I feel like the red card, I feel like he should have just let the play go through. I don't feel like it was the right decision.
It's a real tough one. It really, really is, because you don't know the composure if the keeper's going to make a huge save. We've seen Van der Sar time and time again come to the rescue, but when you've got the likes of Hullet over a free kick, or even the likes of Jorginho, we'll have to wait and see. Rudiger is going to be taking that early bar. Oh, what a save by Van der Sar! It's one of those, for DN43, I mean, it's dire situations for him. He's got to throw all the men behind the box, and for a second I thought an absolute perler of a shot from De Bruyne was hitting the top corner. Can DN43 hang on here?
Oh my word. Yeah, that was very, very, very close from Hullet, to be honest, and I thought that was going in, but yeah, it's bittersweet, to be honest. Obviously, you got the free kick, the red card, but that was a very, very good goal-scoring opportunity. And if you are Ronaldinho, you've got to be upset. You've got to be frustrated that you didn't get to run through and score. I'm always a bit frustrated when that happens, but he is a man down, so that means more holes and more opportunities. Cantona running through it is going to be well defended by Ruben Diaz as the pause is going to come out. 15 minutes to go. Is there some late drama to happen here in this game?
Well, it's got to be now or never. 40 minutes to play. Tournament lifeline on the line for Ronaldinho. DN43 is that last-ditch tackle to get Antonio Rudiger sent off gonna be vital. Can he book his spot in that grand final against Olilito? Surely the next goal is going to be the decisive one. You'd think if DN43 bags it, it's game, set and match. If Ronaldinho goes ahead and bags it, golden goal, it's going to be an interesting affair. 10 against 11, to say the least. But I love this here from DN43. I love it. He's just got to keep the ball. You can't lose it. Go back to the goalkeeper if you need to. It's fantastic footwork from Cancelo. And you can hear Ronaldinho getting so frustrated. But this is perfect FIFA play here from DN43.
It is very, very good, but I think obviously from a tactical standpoint, it is the right decision to make. But from a sportsmanship standpoint, it is obviously a little bit frustrating and hard to see. But it is going to pay off for him. DN4, the flip flat, but he can't quite find the shot. The goalkeeper will come out to collect it. Now Ronaldinho needs to make this possession count, because if not, it is game over. This is his last chance. He needs to hold on to it. Ball played over the top for Salah, but the defender gets there and the goalkeeper will come out and collect it. And I think that could be all she wrote.
He had so much time as well, George. Ronaldinho, he didn't need to force the lofted through ball at all. He didn't need to try and hit the worldie of a pass. He just had to try and work it, use the extra man to get one clear-cut chance. And here goes DN43 with Cristiano Ronaldo. Surely he just runs it into the corner. Yeah. And we are going to probably see that rematch between Olilito and DN43. Commiserations to Ronaldinho. I mean, you can hear there, I'm not too sure if you caught it, George, or anyone on the stream, it says he's so frustrated because he feels like he's lost to his own mistakes. It's not that he's been beaten by DN43. But we've got that all important rematch that we wanted to see since that 2-1 earlier on, where it looked like DN43 was going to make an upset. DN43 versus Olilito is definitely going to be a banger.
Well, I am very excited for that, and we have some replays coming up for you if you did miss any of the goals, and in case we missed any of the goals. So here we go, the PS5 replays. Let's see them. LJP versus Mitch Haywood. So let's see the first goal coming up. David Ginola buries it in the back of the net, and yeah, like you said, I think he did. I think he lost to his own mistakes, but I feel like his mistakes were because his opponent just made good on his own tactical decisions. I think he made good.
I completely agree.
I don't think it was, you know, his own mistakes necessarily, but obviously you need to make mistakes in order to concede a goal. So I agree and I disagree at the same time. But either way, it was a fantastic game, just like this one was, as Mitch Haywood takes the lead and he scores another goal after passing it around for a few moments. And honestly, just a fantastic game that was.
Yeah, and we've still got 2 more games left to go, George. Not too sure how your throat's feeling, my friend, but it's definitely safe to say I'm going to run and grab some water at some point before that one kicks off. But listen, if you guys have just tuned in and you've unfortunately missed an absolutely fantastic event here for the club playoffs for Leeds United of the EPL, this is how we started things off earlier on in the day. It was the upper bracket quarter finals. That was going to be Mitch disposing of ELD pretty easily. LJ disposing of his opponent pretty easy. They played each other 4-1, which was the big shocker of the day. That then saw both those 2 players rematch in the losers bracket finals. And what a scoreline for the final as well. It was 4-1 to LJ first time around, 4-1 to Mitch this time around, and that has set up Mr. Aubrey versus Mitch for that PS5 grand final. But I think we have got some Xbox highlights to show you now from that side of the bracket as well, George. And if you had to pick between the 2 consoles, which console has probably interested you the most in terms of what's had the better, not gameplay, but matches? I think you can't take away anything from Xbox today. I think the Xbox games have been fantastic.
I agree. This game was probably one of the best FIFA series I've ever seen. What a goal from Mohamed Salah. And yeah, this game was just incredible. There were so many moments where I was just like, surely not. Surely this can't be happening right now. But it did. It was just end-to-end stuff. That was a beautiful usage of skill moves, and obviously going to pay for it with the penalty kick from David Ginola. But yeah, honestly, this series was absolutely banging. It was probably one of the best series of FIFA I've ever casted and had the opportunity to watch. But either way, I think going into the final, I feel like the Xbox side of things, I don't know what to expect from the Xbox side of things. I still, even though we know so much about Olilito, I feel like he's still somewhat of an unknown entity. You know, how well is he going to play against the N4? Because obviously it was such a close game the first time around.
Yeah, I've already made my predictions. I said earlier on, I think if we see that rematch, I think DN43 might pit Olilito, because he will know that he gave Olilito 2 chances in the game earlier on, and you can't do that against someone of the caliber of Olilito, and he conceded 2 goals because of it. But it's going to be I don't want to say a grudge match for the ages, but definitely in DN43's eyes, he wants redemption. Is it going to be a repeat, or is it going to be a revenge between Olilito and DN43 later on? And you've got to say, I'm looking across the board, there has been some high-scoring games today, to say the least. We're talking 10-1s, 9-4s, 10-2s, 6-2s, you name it, and 8-3 earlier on as well. It's been a fantastic event thus far, and I'm a little bit disappointed that we're in the finals now, because it means we're only one or 2 games away from wrapping up the broadcast. And listen, I just want some more crazy FIFA action.
I mean, we've had plenty of it. I think we've definitely had our daily dosage of FIFA content and FIFA action, because these games have been really, really good. And the finals hopefully will live up to that story and live up to the telltale ending and all that good stuff. But yeah, it's been a fantastic day so far, and it's been a pleasure casting alongside yourself.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Definitely completely agree with you in that one. It's been a blast. We've had a great fun, and who would have thought it is the first time we've ever commentated together? You want to listen, when you're as fabulous as George, and he makes life very easy for you to work with, you can't complain, can you? But one thing I can complain about is my throat hurting, so I'm going to go and grab myself a short, quick drink in this break, like George probably is going to as well. When we are back, It's final time, baby. Is it redemption or is it repeat for DN43 versus Ollie Lee? So, or are we going to see Mitch Howard go on that insane losers bracket run and pip Mr. Aubrey on the PS5 side of things? Don't go anywhere. Me and George are back. It's final time soon, baby.
Right, so we're back. 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 We're ba
16 players started off today's action. We've whittled that down to just 4 remaining competitors. 2 on the Xbox side of the bracket and 2 on the PlayStation 5 side of the bracket. Welcome to the grand final of the ePremier League club playoffs here for Leeds United. My name is John P. I'm joined once again by the lovely George Overton. And we have got 2 fantastic games here, George. 4 players that have non-stop performed today. They've took some L's, they've bounced back to get their way through the losers bracket into this grand final. Talk to me. What type of games are we looking out for?
Well, I think that Mr. Aubrey versus Mitch Hayward, I feel like that's going to be... Yeah, that game's going to be very unknown to us. I don't think we really know too much what to expect. Obviously, we know that Mitch is a pro player. You know, he represents England. He's absolutely insane. But we are going to quickly show the brackets before we get into that. And here we go, the PS5 playoffs. It is going to be Mr. Aubrey versus Mitch Hayward. Mr. Aubrey, he's won all his games so far. He's been smashing it. He just went all the way through, just absolutely flew through it. And he's had a little bit of time to relax, a little bit of time to rest. But while he's been doing that, Mitch Hayward has been fighting, kicking and clawing all the way to the grand finals, fighting through the lower brackets. And it's a dream run for Mitch, you've got to say.
Yeah, dream run. It looked a little bit nervy at times against LJ, but dominant performance in the second leg to say the least, saw his way through. I'm not too sure though if Mr. Aubrey will be a fan of such a long break between his last games in this game. Don't get me wrong, he would have had the time to, you know, scrim and prac, for example, just very much like Olilito, who is our Xbox upper winner to play DN43 later on. But these players, DN43 and Mitch, they're coming off the back of heated wins and top wins. They're going to be firing, they're going to be rare and ready to go. They've still got the competitive mindset in play where, okay, Olilito and Mr. Aubrey, they're 2 very well-respected players. They know to keep that same focus and mentality up. But sometimes it's hard to get your, you know, excuse the High School Musical reference, but you get your head in the game somewhat instantly after like an hour and a half long break.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you've had a long break, so you might be a little bit more rusty. You might have had a chance to relax, but while these guys have been just fighting constantly, just going for it, they're going to be in the game and ready. Like you said, they're going to have their heads in the game and they're going to be ready to fight. But I think that the case definitely for Olilito, I feel like he's 100% been scrimming away. These Swedish players, the Nordic players, they love FIFA. They are FIFA. They
don't stop.
they live and breathe FIFA. They love it. And you know, I've got a friend that I do some commentating with, and I've had the pleasure of working with him in the past, Luke Senior. He's always told me that Olilito is the best player in the world. He's always said that he is the #1 player in the Nordic region, and I am very much expecting Olilito to pop off today. I'm expecting him to pick up the win. But DN43 is a very, very tough customer, and he's fought his way through the lower bracket, and he's coming for blood.
I think it's safe to say when we first saw the brackets of the player lists, myself yesterday in our briefing, we saw the player lists and was like, okay, Ollie's going to win the Xbox bracket, Mitch is going to win the PlayStation bracket, it'll be nice, it'll be swift, it'll be easy work. And then we showed up today and was like, okay, I don't know if he's listening into our briefing yesterday as to what we thought and decided let's give the fans at home a little bit of a show. But it's been all but easy work for the 2 favourites on each side. But here we go, we're into the grand final. Like I said, 16 players whittled all the way down to just 2 on each side of the bracket, 4 in total. There are only 2 spots at the ePremier League grand final later on at the end of March. It's Olilito versus DN43 to kick us off on the Xbox side of things.
It's going to be indeed, and Olilito will be the one kicking it off. Mohamed Salah looking to get the ball into the box, but can't quite find it this time. And DN4 defends the first opportunity. It's going to be wave after wave of attack, and he defends the first one, which is the most important one. He says to himself, he can, you know, if you can defend Olilito's first attack, then why can't you defend the rest of them? But obviously it's going to be a bit harder than that, and we've seen DN4 do a lot of stuff in this tournament so far, and we'll have to see if he can beat the final boss. This is literally the final boss. To cue the final boss music, because Olilito, I feel like in the grand final he's got to be a different kind of animal. You know, it's the latter end of the tournament, it's the business end of the tournament, as many people would say, and you've got to feel like he's going to be ready to take this one.
Yeah, I think Ollie would have said to himself, if I played the way I played against him earlier on, I can definitely be beat here today. And I think that's the mentality that Ollie's going to take into this game, to say, look, I've been around for ages. I'm one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world. Trying to one better his results, obviously narrowly missing out, losing on penalties last year to Manchester City's own Shells. He wants to go one better. He wants to win his first ever ePremier League. He's pretty much won it all in FIFA apart from that ePremier League. But DN43 trying to spoil the parade as the underdog coming into this one. And I think he's definitely got all the tools that he definitely needs to try and work some chances in. Well, speaking of chances, here's potentially one now. The ball to Cantona, twist, turns, tries to find the back heel, and it's only going to find Hullet.
Oh, the ball cut out there by DN4, and that could have been a really good opportunity for David Ginola to run in behind, but there is a chance. Mohamed Salah on the left foot, but saved by the goalkeeper as it goes out for a corner kick. And honestly, I feel like if DN4 beats Ollie here, this will be one talked about for the ages. This will be something that will be talked about in the grand finals endless amounts, because Ollie Lito, by most players, is considered one of the top, if not the top player in FIFA esports. He is definitely inside the top 5, I would say, for most players. So we'll have to see how DN4 can do. The nerves must be real for this player, as it is a massive occasion. He's played so well up until this point. We'll have to see what he can provide in this tournament.
I think this is a potentially career-establishing win for DN43.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure if you agree. If he beats Ollie Lito here, he can set himself up for a very potential successful career in FIFA, should he get the right backing behind him. And I think there will be a lot of people trying to have that conversation with him to say, look, are you trying to take this seriously? Can we talk about you working with us as an organisation point of view? But there's a long 180 minutes of FIFA left, and it's just got even longer as Ollie Lito is going to secure the first goal of this grand final on the Xbox. And it's that man again, David Ginola. How solid and how good has he been all tournament long?
Oh, he's been absolutely incredible. I think he's got to be the first team in the first player on the team sheet and the last player out of the dressing room. He is an absolute beast. He is just absolutely incredible in this FIFA, and you can see how many players use him. You can see how many goals he scores, how unreal he is. And that's the first one. Ollie Lito going to be taking the lead.
Yeah, but for how long? As it's going to be DN43 trying to twist and turn his way in the centre of midfield, trying to get a little bit of momentum built for him, but it's going to be the front door slammed wide shut in his face. Is just like that, the ball back in possession of Ollie Lito. And how good is Ollie Lito at seeing out games and just being smart with the ball? Ball whipped into the back post, just goes behind for a goal kick. If you're DN43 though, you've got to say to yourself, don't concede another goal too soon. Let's be in this game going into the second leg. Once that second leg, you know, the scoreline's reset, it's a winnable game from then on out. And I think if you're... Oh, this is a great chance for DN43. Is the ball going to shuffle? Is the ball going to fall to him? It doesn't. Somehow falls to the feet of Varane and away from goal from Ollie Lito. But that's just a reminder for Ollie Lito that DN43 can definitely still be knocking on the door.
Exactly, that is a reminder. You've got to be wary for DN43 because he is popping off. He has been playing so well this whole tournament, and you really need to be careful. You can't give him that kind of time. And I'm sure Ollie Lito is well aware of that. I'm sure he said to himself, like we've already talked about, you cannot give this guy the opportunities. You cannot give him space inside the box to do this kind of stuff. You cannot leave a man unchecked. And if it does, well, you can best bet your dollar on it that it is going to end up in the back of the net. Still 1-0 to Ollie Lito, but DN43 is knocking on that door. And you've said before that he has the code to the Da Vinci's code, but he cannot do it yet. Shot! Oh my word! Ruud Gullit, you absolute animal! DN43 brings himself back to level pegging with an absolute screamer from Ruud Gullit.
I said, George, he was knocking on the door. But someone load the shotgun that's in Hullit's foot, because he's just blown the door wide off the hinges with an absolute screamer from the edge of the 18-yard box. And sometimes we talk about FIFA playing that tiki-taka, the quick interchange of football, the one-touch passing, the pass to move, overlap, 1-2, you name it. Sometimes all it takes is to get the ball to one of your best players. He gets an inch, a yard of space, and he drives it into the bottom corner. And that's exactly what Ruud Gullit has done just then. And DN43 is very much back in this game.
DN43 is not here to play any games. He is here to win them. Oli Lito 1-1 now. DN43, oh my word, what a goal that is. That is one for the history books. That's one that's surely going to be on Twitter within minutes. That is one that is going to be talked about, and there might be another one coming. Ronaldo twisted the turner, but Cantona runs into his own player and takes the ball away from him, and now Oli Lito could look to build for an attack of his own as he has Ginola running through, gives it to Ronaldo, but Ruben Diaz, he's such a good defender, and it will reach a half-time whistle. And now we're going to go to the other ground where there has been a goal replay.
Yeah, Mr. Aubrey going to take the lead against Mitch by the looks of it. A fantastic finish, but that lead was very much short-lived, as I think Mitch is going to go ahead and equalise. The ball out to Salah, the twister turns easy as you like. The low-driven shot across, but guess what? He's going to go 2 for 2 and double the trouble as the ball falls back to Ruud Gullit, and he slams it past the outstretched Peter Cech, I believe. And just from what looked like a great start for Mr. Aubrey, it's an even better one for Mitch.
It is very true, but we are going to go straight back to the Oli Lito versus DN43 game. And still 1-1 over here. Still 1-1. Nothing to write about yet. No changes. As obviously Oli took the lead. DN43 with an absolute screamer to level it up. And what a screamer it was. Ruud Gullit, edge of the area, absolutely belted into the back of the net. And you've got to remember just what these players are playing for. They are playing for a place in the grand final of the ePremier League tournament and a chance to represent Leeds United, one of the most historical English clubs in the world, in England, one of the most historical clubs in England. They are an absolutely monster club in terms of history, and honestly, this is a massive opportunity for any player.
DN43 nearly pulling Ronaldo through on goal there. I think, though, what you need to see from DN43 is a little bit more composure in the final third. We've already seen he's got the timed finishing down in terms of scoring from outside the box. There was a few chances there to just keep working the ball. He tries to force the pass, and all of a sudden the ball's turned over and in Oli Lito's possessions once again, but the ball out wide now. Can't get past Kyle Walker. Kyle Walker for so many years now on FIFA been a real staple for any BPL team at right back, or more commonly used at centre back these days. And well, for DN43, this is a huge chance for him.
It is a huge chance indeed.
Minutes.
Ruud Gullit coming forward for DN43. It gives the ball to, I'm not too sure who it is, but there is running forward as we are seeing the HUD's got a bit of a glitch going on. We can't see the left players, the players on the left side of the pitch, so DN4's 43's players. But we can see Salah put it in the box for Cristiano Ronaldo, and Oli will take the lead once again through Cristiano Ronaldo. Oli Lito is the man to beat in this tournament, and he's proven it here.
It's that man again, Mr. CR7. Not just an incredibly good-looking man, but an extremely good-looking footballer in both real life and FIFA as well. He was the man that put him 2-1 up. Oh, it's cheeky! It's fantastic from Oli Lito. And this is what we thought could happen here, George. Should one goal go in, Oli Lito can really, really start to open the floodgates. DN43, he has to get himself composed, try to score another goal, and already it looks like he might have potentially lost a little bit of composure here.
Yeah, he's putting the team press on, and Ginola already in, straight back in behind. Ronaldo, can he win the touchdown? No, he cannot. Kante will get the ball, and DN43 can come forward on attack of his own, but he needs to be patient here. He needs to try and hold on. Ball went into the area! Oh my word, what a cross that is! And what a goal from Eric Cantona! Oh my word, DN43 has scored one of the goals of his career to get him back in this game.
Do you know what? I was going to criticise the cross there from Oli. Not from Oli, sorry, from DN43. I was like, oh, it's just a hit and a hope cross. But I didn't see the late dash and the burst into the box from the third man, which was Eric Cantona, to storm into the box. And all of a sudden now the momentum swings back in favour of DN43. Wins the ball back. It's going to be Kante. Can't recover it. Or it's a mistake at the back from Oli Lito. A rare one at that as well. Kante bursts through. Ball whipped in. Ginola tries to find the shot and it's beaten away by the defender. I think it was Varane. And oh boy, we are seeing something special here potentially on the cards. As DN43 is not giving up without a fight. A couple more goals though from the game in the other side of the bracket. Another goal for each team. It's going to be Mitch now with a 2-goal advantage, 4-2.
Ball whipped in, but Van der Sar will come out to collect the veteran mind. You're the United legend, as currently Mitch is winning 4-2. Mr. Aubrey needs to bounce back as we enter the 70th minute here. He needs to bounce back. He needs to find something to hang on to. Obviously, there's a whole second leg yet to come, so he still has plenty of time. But I feel like he needs to get at least 1 goal back here. There's plenty of time left to go. If he gets 1 back here, it's anybody's game in the second leg.
I think even at a 2-goal deficit, I think the second leg is very much still open to play for, provided he scores early in the second leg or in the first half. But if you're Mitch, you know you've been here, you've done it so many times, you're experienced enough not to get too carried away with it. We've already seen him go 1-0 up in a game earlier on and then lose 4-1. Here's Mr. Aubrey now twisting, turning to Bruyne, Cantona, the fake shot, the scoop, you name it, twists, turns into Hullet. The finesse is only going to land at the feet of De Bruyne. Constant pressure here from Mr. Aubrey, but he's given the ball away, and now it looks like it could be Mitch who goes forward. No, intercepted Hullet once again.
Great tackle from Mr. Aubrey. He needs to use this possession. Hullet! Oh my word, that was a fast cross. I did not think he would spot a run like that, and that was almost one of the heists of the century. Absolutely crazy stuff from Mr. Aubrey, but straight down the other end, Mitch Hayward is coming forward. He has Cancelo. Can he find anyone in the area? No, he's going to twist, turn, try and look for a way back home, and he will hold on to possession once again. What a crazy game this is. What a close game. David Ginola, Mohamed Salah now finds Ginola in the box, finds Cantona, can't quite find the shot, and it will just about get to the hands of Van der Sar.
Both games end to end, both games still very much in the balance. I'd love to know what the score is across the ground in the other game of the Xbox bracket, but let's worry about that later as De Bruyne for Mr. Aubrey is trying to steam forward, shifts it out wide to Jorginho, a bit of a heavy touch, Salah can get across to try and close the angle. It's Cantona, touch, finish, 4-3!
Oh my word, what is going on in these games? They're so both end to end. Mr. Aubrey versus Mitch Hayward is a certified banger. Both games are so good. Oh, I can't even. This is such a ridiculous game as we draw ever closer to the 90th minute. I said he needed 1 goal in this leg. He has gotten 1 goal in this leg. He still has a few moments left to go. I think Mitch will want to close this one out and pass it around the back just to reset the game, reset the momentum in the second leg. But either way, I think Mr. Aubrey's done incredibly well to get a goal there.
Yeah, he's going to take this thing out of the game here now, Mitch, and it's... I don't want to say it's as good as being 0-0 going into the next game, but it really, really is if you're Mr. Aubrey here, providing Mitch doesn't go down the other end and score. And surely, with a couple minutes left, he's going to try and take another chance, make it 1 minute now. Salah tries to get on that left foot. I thought he was going to try and open up his body and whip it into the far post. He's just trying to keep possession here. Mr. Aubrey steals it back. Is there time for him to go down the other end? There's not. He's going to take the 1-goal deficit going into the second leg.
Whew. Well, it is getting very hot in here, John. It is getting very hot indeed. What a game. What games. Both of these games have been absolutely incredible. I can't sit still at times. It's absolutely phenomenal. But both games, obviously, incredibly close. I don't know what to say, honestly.
Yeah, well, let's take a few looks at those replays. We did miss some of the goals from the grand final of the PlayStation. That was, of course, Mr. Aubrey going 1-0 up. But within 6 minutes, it was 1-1 because we see Salah crossing the ball into Ronaldo, and then 5 or so minutes later it was the advantage for Mitch as he puts himself 2-1 up, and then it looked like it could become a little bit uncomfortable for Mr. Aubrey. A fantastic crossfield pass from Hullet makes it 3-1. We do then see Mr. Mitch Hayward go 4-1 up, and to be 4-1 down, you've got to say Mr. Aubrey did fantastic to bring it back to being a close game.
Yeah, he really did. He did so well. I mean, that's a little bit of a lucky goal, but it was really well worked to get it to that position and put it in the back of the net in the end. And then there's this opportunity. Well worked, found the man in the middle, maybe just switched off. But we've also got the replays for the Oli Lito DN43 game as well, passed across into the middle. Ginola doesn't miss those. Then on the other end of the pitch, DN43 gets an opportunity of his own. And he has to work for this one, he really does. He has to stay resilient, and then an absolute screamer from Ruud Gullit.
Yeah, well, that 1-1 scoreline didn't last too long, because after the start of the second half, it was a fantastic finish by Cristiano Ronaldo, and then Ginola, an even cheekier finish. And we thought, okay, DN43 seemed to have lost composure a little bit, but he seemed to have focused up a lot better, because Cancelo whips a wicked ball into the penalty area, bang on the penalty area, and Cantona puts that home. So both games across the board in the Xbox and PlayStation bracket with a slender 1-0 lead after the first leg, so there's still a lot of FIFA time to play.
Anything can happen, which is the important fact here. But anything can happen. Either one of these two players can win this game. Just a 1-goal lead is not enough. We've seen lots of goals in lots of games tonight, and I think all of these players are capable of mounting some sort of a comeback. Mitch Hayward coming forward. Kante with the ball. Going to look for the back heel, but no, it's been intercepted. It's in a dangerous position here. David Ginola, Veranda so well, and the ball will be just about cleared away. 8 minutes in, and that was a very risky bit of play from Mitch Hayward. Mr. Aubrey almost got the ball. Or sorry, actually it was Mitch that almost got the ball and went through on goal there.
Yeah, I think the ball needs to be a little bit more narrow and straight from Mitch to allow Ginola to just get across goal side of Varane. But luckily, the Frenchman was there to cover for Mr. Aubrey. As we are going to see 10 minutes on the clock. Only that one chance thus far has been fathomed for both sides, as Mitch got to surely just be patient here. He knows that he's got a lot of time to work with. He's got the goal advantage. No need to rush too much, as Hullit's going to twist and turn. Somehow gets the shot away. It's going to be saved and beaten away from Van der Sar. The ball, though, falls back to Salah, to Kante. Kante does get dispossessed, and here comes Mr. Aubrey on the counter.
It's coming on the counter, but the ball is not good enough. It will be intercepted by Mitch Hayward, and he's playing really well here. He is showing his tactical awareness. He's showing that he knows exactly what to do in these positions. He's not rushing the passes. He's just holding on to it. Maybe a little bit forced there, but you can't blame him for trying to have a little pop at it. And Kante with a missed pass, and Mitch can look to regain possession once again. And I think Mr. Aubrey just needs to remain patient here. He needs to remember that there's plenty of time left in this game, plenty of time to get a goal back. And yeah, you can't rush anything against Mitch, because if not, he will punish you.
Yeah, Mitch is in one of those brackets of calibre of player that he probably doesn't even need to play at his best in order to win games. And it's just one mistake, and there it is. Ginola getting a second bite of the cherry to restore the 2-goal deficit and make the cushion a little bit more comfortable for Mitch to sit upon here, as it's a 5-3 aggregate scoreline. But just going back to the initial point I was making a minute ago, Mitch is in the calibre of players where he only needs one mistake from his opponent for him to capitalise on it and put the ball in the back of the net. And if you're Mr. Aubrey, you can't afford to do that, let alone now when you're 2 goals down.
Yeah, he's in, he must be in the top 0.0001% of FIFA players, because, to get to this level you have to be something special, and he is very, very good at the game. Some of the things that you see these players do, you think, it doesn't look too hard, and actually it is very hard indeed. And Hullet coming forward though for Mr. Aubrey, going to whip it into the middle, and he's got the better of his man, and Ronaldo will hit the back of the net once again, and it's going to be 1-1. Mr. Aubrey getting himself back in this game.
Yeah, well, we needed an answer back from Mr. Aubrey, and we got one. And now Mitch starting to feel the pressure a little bit. Instantly gives the ball back away. Cancelo gonna find Ronaldo. Ronaldo, the Portuguese front man, trying to twist and turn his way away from Hullet. Does get a bit of space to work. We've just got to conjure up one more chance here. I think Ginola for a second looked offside. De Bruyne off the post. Mitch is hanging in here.
He's got to hold on. He has got to hold on, because if he just waits another few seconds, oh my word, Mr. Aubrey is getting very, very close to bringing us level here. This is tantalisingly close. Ronaldo on the ball, gives it to Ginola, looks for Cantona, can't quite find him, and now straight down the other end, Mr. Aubrey will come, and 2 short attempts on goal, and Mr. Aubrey almost brought us level pegging once again. As 34 minutes into this game has just got so much to give us, hasn't it? It's just constantly giving and giving. This has got to be one of the best series of FIFA in this season, let alone of all time. This has been an absolute banger.
Yeah, great game thus far, and there's still chances you'd like to think here, though, George, in this game for either side to work and try and find a few more goals. But if you're Mr. Aubrey, you've got to hope that those chances fall in the favour of you. Any more chances for Mitch, and you'd like to think he'd put them away, but there you go, ball recovered. It's not going to fall to the feet of Ronaldo, though. There was an overlap coming from the other side. I think it was Cancelo making his way forward, but once again the recovery from Mr. Aubrey, and you can see already Mr. Aubrey now really playing with a lot of confidence, not afraid to push his players up the pitch and win that ball back high.
No, he really isn't, because I think he's realised that Mitch isn't really willing to force these counter-attacks. He wants to hold on to the ball. He wants to take things. So, whip to the back post. Cantona is there. What a save from the goalkeeper. Put back into Kevin De Bruyne. Another fantastic save from the goalkeeper. Is there a third opportunity? Is it third time's the charm? No, Jorginho will cut it out. And somehow, Mitch Hayward is just about hanging on in here with this lead.
Has to score. Mr. Aubrey's just got to score. The first one was hard, but the De Bruyne chance has to ripple the back of the net. And you've got to say, how big a talking point and turning point is that going to be in the later stages of this game? It's not going to come back to bite him thus far, though, as the ball is in possession of Mr. Aubrey. And there's been a goal, though, in the other game. And, well, we must have missed quite a few goals towards the end of that last game for Oli Lito and DN43, because it's a 5-2 aggregate scoreline that is now made a 6-2 aggregate scoreline. And for DN43, I think he has just run out of steam here in the grand finals. But playing against the likes of Oli Lito, you can't really blame him.
I think he's run out of steam. I also think it plays a part of the finals. Oli Lito is the final boss. He is a different player when it comes to these grand finals. He's a different player when he knows that he's got to win this match. This is do or die. And, well, it's 6-2, and it's an absolutely... Well, it's a bit of a one-sided match in truth, but there is still a whole second half to come. There's plenty of time left in this one for DN43, but I think he's just left it a little bit too little too late.
I think, for DN43, you've got to try and probably score 2 goals before half-time here. It's going to be hard. I think we are going to try and cross back to the other game shortly for you, because the game is very, very neck and neck going into the second half. This game a little bit more open, and, well, here we go. It's going to be Mr. Aubrey on the attack. Can't fizz the ball through. For a second, I thought the player was going to play the pass straight to De Bruyne's feet, but luckily, Mr. Aubrey doesn't get the bite of the cherry that he wants. Mitch, though,
chances.
He's had too many chances, and I think he's probably got himself to blame if he doesn't get another couple, because that double chance with Ginola and De Bruyne, one of them had to go in.
We'll have to see if he can get a few more, though, because he's had quite a few so far, and he's been doing really well at opening up Mitch, to be fair. He is, showing that he can compete with the best of the players, and we'll have to see if he can open him up one last time to bring it to level pegging and maybe even take the lead. But we are a long way away from that yet, as we are starting to get down to the last few moments of this game. There isn't a lot of time left. Mitch is doing what Mitch does, and he knows that he can just hang on to this lead here. He doesn't need to throw anything forward, and Mr. Aubrey now needs to realise he needs to throw everything at him. It will be offside, it will be a free kick, and Mr. Aubrey can regain possession.
Mitch has just got to try and take this thing out of the game, to be honest with you. I think the game's getting a little bit too hectic for his liking. I think Mr. Aubrey's going to cause him troubles if it keeps the pace. Here we go. Here's the chance. Jorginho through, in behind. Can't get the cross in. A heavy touch from the Italian towards the byline. You would have liked to see him cutting on his right foot and try and whip the ball to Ronaldo at the back post, but another big chance goes astray for Mr. Aubrey. And how many chances, George, in this game are we going to see from him just go a-begging?
That's the problem, isn't it? If he does lose this game, Mr. Aubrey, he's only going to have himself to blame. He's going to be very disappointed with himself, because he's had so many shots. He's had so many chances to put this one to bed. But sometimes in FIFA, shots just don't go in the back of the net. There is a chance here for Mitch. He's dangerous in these positions. He's very dangerous in these positions. But a little coming together from Cantona and Hullet, and Mr. Aubrey will regain possession of the ball. But yeah, he's had so many chances. Ball played over the top for Ronaldo, but he scuffs the header a little bit.
don't think the ball was intended for Ronaldo. I think it was intended for Cancelo, who had steamed on ahead of him, but the ball just got held up in the wind, and now it's going to be Mitch to try and go forward. The ball's in behind Ronaldo. Oh, for a second I thought he was going to try and leave it for Ginola to get onto.
Yeah, he stole it. He stole it from Ginola. It was meant for Ginola. But
oh, is that vital?
Ronaldo! It's Ronaldo. He's through on goal. Gives it to De Bruyne. Can he take the shot? He needs to fire. Ronaldo, no! What a save coming up from the goalkeeper.
De Bruyne's got to hit it first time. I think he's got to score. He's got to take a shot and hit it first time. As we take a break in that game, Ollie extends his lead to 7-2. Mr. Aubrey, he's got to be more clinical here, George, man. He's been so good throughout the competition, but he seems to have lost his shooting boots here in the grand final. However, corner for Mr. Aubrey. 20 minutes left to play. Ball's going to be whipped in the box from Ronaldo. Ball whipped in onto Ronaldo. Sorry, not whipped in from Ronaldo. Whipped from Cancelo to Ronaldo. And again, another chance. That is catching practice for Mitch's goalkeeper. Surely Mr. Aubrey has to take one of these chances soon.
At what point does Mitch just start passing it around the back? It's 20 minutes left to go. He's got the 1-0 lead. Mr. Aubrey isn't taking his chances. Mitch isn't coming forward particularly fast either. Oh, this is starting to get nervous now for Mr. Aubrey.
It's going to be now or never situation for him, really, as 15 minutes to go. Still that 1-goal deficit between Mitch and Mr. Aubrey. Oh, he's been stolen! Traore! Adama Traore! He's got to finish it off! Ginola! Huge save from Czech! Ronaldo! And is that going to be the goal that secures the spot in the ePremier League finals later on in March for Mitch Hayward? Mr. Aubrey was knocking at the door. 1 knock, 2 knock. Guess what? I'm not asking who's there, because Cristiano Ronaldo's there for me to storm the ball in behind, and that's going to be heartbreaking for Mr. Aubrey, surely.
That's got to be heartbreaking, but Mitch Hayward, he does it again. He comes up trumps, and he does it all the way through the lower bracket finals, all the way. He had to kick and claw all the way to these grand finals, and he has managed to somehow do it. Don't get me wrong, there's still time in this game for Mr. Aubrey to come back, but, you know, it's going to be very, very difficult for him. He needs to throw the kitchen sink at this one.
Everything and the kitchen sink, you could say. There were so many chances that went a-begging and went a-missed for Mr. Aubrey. He's probably only really got himself to blame, but can he conjure up 1 or 2 more? It's just, I think he's overcomplicating it, George. Just get the ball on. You're playing with Cristiano Ronaldo, one of the best players in the game. He can use his left foot. Just try and smash it home from close range. Don't try and worry about scoring the perfect goal, or your opportunities will keep going astray. Hullet now out wide over towards Diego Jota. Jota in towards Ronaldo, catching practice for Van der Sar.
That's the problem. He's been doing a few skill moves here and there, and there could have been opportunities where he could have just pulled the trigger. And when you're in the area with these high-level players, with these Team of the Year cards, they just don't miss. And unfortunately, I feel like Mr. Aubrey's overcomplicated it, and I feel like he's dug himself a bit of a hole, and now Mitch is going to come forward. He's not even going to take the shot. He's not even going to take the chance. He knows all he's got to do is put it into the corner. We'll go out for a goal kick, however, but I think this one is done and dusted. I think this one is all wrapped up. But never say never.
Never say never. We've seen crazier things happen in FIFA, but with 2 or 3 minutes left to go, someone as seasoned and experienced as Mitch knows exactly what he's got to do. He's just got to keep it, run it into the corner. That's exactly what he'll do. And, well, you got to say, for Mr. Aubrey, you don't want to say he's only got himself to blame here, but he most definitely does. How many chances? 5, 6 chances. Great, fantastic chances as well. Went a-begging, and, well, for Mr. Aubrey, it's going to be doom at the depth here, as Mitch is going to book his spot to represent Leeds in the ePremier League.
Okay, so I think that considering Mr. Aubrey is just a content creator, he has done incredibly well. I think he can be very, very proud of himself here still. But the one thing that has yet eluded him is to reach the grand finals of the ePremier League with a team. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it today, and Mitch Hayward will be moving on to the Premier League grand finals.
I think that's going to be a big, big wake-up call for Mitch, though. I think he's going to say to himself, I've got a lot of work to do before the finals in March. I think he plays anyone better than Mr. Aubrey there, and no disrespect, like you said, he's a very, very talented player. If he plays anyone better, you know, the likes of top caliber players on the PlayStation, I think he'll get beaten quite comfortably, because there were so many chances that Mr. Aubrey carved up there that on another day he probably hits the back of the net, and you might even see Mr. Aubrey go through off a winning, in terms of talking technicality, in terms of expected goals, for example. But in the other side of things, it looks like Oli Lito's going to book his spot in the ePremier League. DN43, probably just with a little bit of fatigue, running out of steam, taking his foot off the gas a little bit. But you've got to say, Mr. Aubrey and DN43 should be extremely proud of their performances in this competition.
Yeah, I agree. I think they've both played very valiantly. I think Mr. Aubrey, you know, I feel like, oh, that was a very nice shot, but not going to go in the end. I feel like, yeah, for Mr. Aubrey, it's unfortunate. He could have, in another world, in another reality, you know, Doctor Strange could be saying, you know, he won 1, 2, 3, you know, more goals. It's crazy the amount of attempts he's had.
It's one of those things where I've completely forgot that this has been a double elimination bracket. So Mitch has just reset the bracket to now play the final game of the grand final. So we're going to see another two-legged affair between Mitch and Mr. Aubrey, because of course Mr. Aubrey has come through the upper bracket and Mitch made that losers bracket run. Right. So is Mr. Aubrey going to right the wrongs of the last game? Of course, there is going to be no bracket reset here between Olilito and DN43. Commiserations to DN43, but he's a young player. He's still got a lot of time to try and perfect the art of professional FIFA, and no doubt we'll see him around for a while and see him back in the ePremier League qualifiers, whether it be for Leeds or a different club in the future. So congratulations to Oli Lito. No surprises once we saw the bracket and the player list that he would be one of the favourites. He is going to continue to perform and impress people and state his claim as one of the best players in the competitive world of FIFA. Commiserations to DN43. But now, you know what, I don't want to spend too much time focusing on that game. We've got a bracket reset coming up soon between Mr. Aubrey and Mitch. Are we going to see Mr. Aubrey learn from his mistakes? If you ask me, I think that performance would have deflated him. I think if you're talking about it from a mental point of view, I think his head might be slightly gone a little bit. Hopefully he can rein itself back in. There were so many chances where he should have said, I shouldn't even have allowed Mitch to have another chance at winning here. I should have, you know, really cleaned things up.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. But we do have some of the replays from the Xbox side of things to come up for you guys if you did miss any of the goals between Oli Lito and DN43. As Oli scored a lot of goals. He is the cut and dry of it. He scored a lot of goals in this game, but it didn't start off. It didn't start off as just all Oli Lito. DN43 did indeed take a goal, but we are going to go straight into game real quick because we are ready to get underway with this one. It is going to be Mitch Haywood versus Mr. Aubrey, and here we go. Obviously Mr. Aubrey lost the first game. Mitch Haywood took the win. Only just Mr. Aubrey missed a lot of golden opportunities, but now we've got the bracket reset coming into play and a new clean best of two, a clean sheet. The question is, can Mr. Aubrey right his wrongs from the last game?
Well, you've got to hope so. I think he's going to look for a bit more of a convincing and clinical performance. Mr. Aubrey here, I think off the back of the last game, Mitch would have probably been counting his lucky stars and probably even forgot the fact that he's going to have to play the bracket reset as well, like I did, because he performed very well. But Ronaldo through already. The snapshot can't find the feet of Ginola as it's going to be cleared away. And here comes Mitch on the counter.
Here he comes indeed. João Cancelo coming forward and defending really well, actually, as I'm not too sure why João Cancelo's coming so far forward. Maybe he's got his wing-backs to join, or one of his wing-backs to join the attack. I'm not sure. No, he's using Cancelo as a right mid. Interesting. I'm not too sure how that works, but I like it. I like it. It's definitely something that I haven't seen, but you know, content creators use fairly different teams to the pro players usually. Chance for Salah coming in the box for Mitch Haywood. Can he find the shot? He can, but it's a great save from Van der Sar.
Yeah, great stop for Van der Sar, the goalkeeper of choice for the majority of people in this competition. And well, it's going to fall to Mohamed Salah on the edge of the box. Jorginho now trying to twist and turn his way out of trouble to find a free player. He's going to fall to Kante, to Hurl it into Ronaldo, into the back of the net. Simple as Mitch, 1-0.
Simple as you like. Cristiano Ronaldo, it does not get easy, and that ball played straight to his feet, shoots at the near post, and that is Mitch Hayward doing exactly what you would expect Mitch Hayward to do. And I think coming into this second game, the second series that they're playing due to the bracket reset, I think he's going to have a different mindset. I think he knows that he needs to put this one to bed early. I think he knows he needs to go for it right from the off, because Mr. Aubrey did push him. He pushed him to his limit, and it got very, very close. Chance for Cantona, can't quite get it onto his right foot clean enough, and Jorginho will take it away from him.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Mitch right now, this is Mitch's bread and butter. Being 1-0 up in a grand final, after resetting the bracket, he knows exactly what's going through Mr. Aubrey's head right now. He knows that he's going to be kicking himself, saying we had so many chances in the last game to cause the upset. He knows that all he has to do is just keep frustrating Mr. Aubrey, but Mr. Aubrey, though, not going to give up without a fight. The ball whipped in, a tame header from Ronaldo is going to trickle through to Edwin van der Sar. And, I mean, just like that, it's another wasted opportunity.
A wasted opportunity indeed, and once again, Mitch can regain possession and look to go on an attack of his own, as we are 23 minutes into this one. The last and final series of the evening, and he's going to look for a second goal potentially. Salah giving it to N'Golo Kante, but it will be cut out, and now Mr. Aubrey can look to go on an attack of his own through Eric Cantona, who is being marked by Rudiger. Whipped in, back post, Cristiano Ronaldo, green time header, back in the game, Mr. Aubrey.
Yep, we said, is he going to take his chances in this game? The first chance he gets, the first chance he takes, and seems to have learned from his mistakes thus far. And Mitch probably going to be kicking himself that he's been conceding some pretty straightforward goals. It's just been straightforward crosses into the box with the likes of power headers from Ronaldo. And, I mean, for Mitch, it's now kind of his back against the wall, but he doesn't mind. He likes it when it's that situation, because he's just going to spring Ronaldo through one-on-one with the last defender, Ruben Diaz. The ball whipped in, and I think it was nearly a clash of heads between Cantona and Van der Sar there, but the Dutchman comes out on top.
He does indeed. He comes out, collects the ball, and it's what he's paid to do, and he does it well, so he can't really moan too much. But again, a lot of Mr. Aubrey's goals are coming from crosses. Something that he did, I spoke to him last night actually, and something he did tell me is he loves his tall players. He loves his, his target men strikers. His favourite player in FIFA is Vlahovic. Obviously, one of the top young talents in the world right now, playing for Juventus, but ball will bounce down from Hullet. A little bit lucky to get it to Ronaldo, but it will trickle through to Edwin van der Sar in the end. And you can tell that he likes target men strikers, because he loves to whip it into the box. One of my notes was, will we see some headed goals? Yes, we will see a lot of headed goals from Mr. Aubrey. We will see a lot indeed.
I mean, at least we're not getting the, I think it was FIFA 18 or FIFA 19 meta of just crossing to the back post or near post header in. I can't remember one of the two. The good old days, as I like to say.
Or even worse, the El Tornado into the flick-up crosses, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the good old days of many controllers reaching the graveyard of controllers. But ball whips into the box. Mr. Aubrey can't get there before Edwin van der Sar. It's going to be corner to be whipped into the box now for Mr. Aubrey, who I think's actually started the game relatively well after going behind early. Sometimes you can feel deflated and you can, have your back against the wall at times, but I think he's really bounced back after going a goal down.
Yeah, he really has. He's playing really well now. Ball whipped into the area. Rafael Varane is there, but it will go over the bar. The defender coming up to try and get some aerial presence, and yeah, he's playing really well in my opinion in this second series because of the bracket reset. He's playing really well. I feel like coming forward, he is looking very dangerous every time he comes forward. But so is Mitch. Mitch is looking dangerous pretty much every time he's coming forward too, which is what you expect. But he's defending well as well, Mr. Aubrey, as we reach the half-time whistle. I feel like both players playing incredibly well, as we will see a couple of replays of the goals here.
Both players are playing as like it's a grand final.
Yes.
You can say that. You can say they're both playing with their tournament lifelines on the line, and I mean, it's definitely showing as no mistakes can really be made here. It's one of those things where Mitch, he's been there, he's done it last season, finishing top 4. I believe he was representing Sheffield United last year, if I'm correct, finishing top 4. Mr. Aubrey, a content creator, a very casual streamer who does tend to try and play a little bit of competitive FIFA at the time, really trying to make a name for himself, and he's playing fantastically well, and he should have probably put himself 2-1 up.
Oh my word, that should have been another goal for Mr. Aubrey. It's another missed opportunity. Just too much power in the shot. Ronaldo can't keep it on target. And once again, is a chance squandered by Mr. Aubrey. Can Mitch make him regret it? Can he say, you really need to be taking those chances, lad. You really need to be going for that. Ball played for Cancelo. It will go out for a corner kick, however. And Mitch looking for that back post, looking for Ronaldo. Goalkeeper movement has been moved out of position. Ball drops down, looking for Ginola. Can he find a shot with Ginola though? Twist and turn and trying to shrug off these defenders. Somehow managed to do it, but it's just wide of the post.
Great stop once again from Edwin van der Sar, and Mr. Aubrey is still in the game. And he's still going to go on the front foot as the ball falls to De Bruyne out towards Varane. Varane's going to try and look to play the ball down the line. Surely, Cantona's through. Hewlett's steaming through the middle as well. Can't get the ball under control. And it's an unfortunate situation for Mr. Aubrey as the ball just runs too forward for him. Now, Mitch bought the feet of Ginola, twisting and turning. How many times have we seen him go so huge for either side in this competition? And it looks like both players still locked at the horns and at a stalemate.
Cancelo though's nicked the ball back. It's a great interception. Will playing the ball into the middle, looking for the header once again from Cantona, but it will not come off. And you can see here, Mr. Aubrey playing incredibly aggressive, incredibly team press football, and he's somehow Cantona's nicked the ball away from Ronaldo. That was surely intended for him, and that surely would have been another goal.
Yeah, I think it kind of. I think that snap cross took Mitch by surprise a little bit there, to be honest with you. He looked like he was going to bring his goalkeeper out to try and cover the angle, and the ball just swung well wide, and luckily the nick on it, like you said, takes it away from Cristiano Ronaldo's head, and now it's going to be Ronaldo himself. But this time, for Mitch, was that a penalty? Contact in the area. I would like to see that one again, as I think Ronaldo might have been looking for it slightly, as it's still 1-1, but Ginola gonna have the ball at his feet, plays it out wide to Mohamed Salah. How many times have we seen the Egyptian king, both in real life and the virtual world of FIFA, come up with those pivotal moments? It's Cantona. Can he get it on to either foot to try and put the ball in the back of the net? He can't. It's gonna fall to Kante, and he's gonna try and get his way out of trouble.
He is going to be indeed, but now Mr. Aubrey can come forward once again. Found an avenue to go down. Kevin De Bruyne, full-on goal, but no, he can't find the back of the net. How many of these opportunities are you going to miss, Mr. Aubrey? It was handed to you on a golden platter, but you could not put it in the back of the net.
I think he has to try and lift it over the keeper there, George. I'm not too sure if you agree. The keeper had committed it to himself. Either that or try and ball roll it around him. I knew you had the player covering on the line, but Mr. Aubrey, you've got to score those situations. You're playing against one of the best players in the country and one of the best players in the game, and you're not going to get much more opportunities to put yourself 2-1 up in a grand final than that. Now, though, what can Mitch do? Kante out to Salah. Salah's going to go ahead and whip the ball in. Does get... There's been a few questionable decisions here by the referee. I think any other day we could have seen a few other decisions go the other way. But here we go. Kante through again. Can he find another pass? He's into Ronaldo. Ronaldo out wide to try and find Cancelo, but Diaz is there to step in.
He's trying to force the subject as fast as he can, and it is paying off in certain situations, but in that situation he's just played it a little bit too fast for himself. The pass was never on. Just needs to try and hold the ball up, wait for some sort of player to come come short to try and get it, but there is a chance. Ball over the top to Cantona. It's a little bit wider than he probably would have liked. Whip to the back post, more like a shot. Just goes over and it will go out for a goal kick. 76 minutes into this game, and this is an incredibly close game, much closer than any of the previous ones were.
Yeah, it was a cross-turn shot for a second there for Mr. Aubrey, but I don't know. I'm trying to think, George, and do the mental maths in my head. How many chances have we seen Mr. Aubrey, just not manage to convert the chances? I think we're talking about 5 or 6 just from the last game and a half alone. And it looks like we are going to go into the second leg from this one. At least a closer game. There is still 10 minutes left to play though. 1-1 at the moment. Mitch trying to twist and turn on the edge of the penalty area, trying to conjure up another chance in a say that. Ronaldo! Snapshot! Just wide of the post. And I don't know. This second leg is going to be ridiculous at this rate, George.
It really is. Still tied up at 1 apiece. Absolutely incredible stuff. Mr. Aubrey has just missed one too many opportunities for me. He's been playing really well, but just missing too many vital opportunities. And we're going to quickly take a break from talking about the game, as we did just get a big raid from Oli Lito. A massive thanks for the raid, and obviously congratulations on winning your tournament and making your way into the grand finals of the ePremier League. But we are going to get straight back into the game, as it is the dying embers of this first leg between Mr. Aubrey and Mitch Haywood. Which one of these two players is going to be representing Leeds United on the PlayStation side of things?
Yeah, I don't think we could really put your money on a winner at the moment. I think if you're going off chances created, Mr. Aubrey would probably say all day long. But if you're talking about chances created to shots converted into goals, you're probably looking at Mitch just slightly having the upper edge on that one. But we have still got 90 minutes of FIFA left to play, of course. This just the first leg. Is there going to be an opportunity for one of these sides to have that last-ditch effort to try and bag a 90th minute winner in the first leg and put a little bit of a cushion between themselves and their opponent going into the second?
Ooh, dangerous passing from Mitch. He needs to be careful. 1-1 is the scoreline, and you don't want to be giving away any interceptions in that dangerous a position. But it does look like Mitch is just going to see this one out. Look for a 90th minute attack, maybe, when he knows that his opponent cannot return. So he's going to come forward, hull it on the ball, and Mr. Aubrey's trying to not to let him, but he is going to be caught. No, it's a good interception in the end. Maybe he can go for an attack of his own, or will the referee call the full-time whistle? He will, and we're going to go in after the first leg at 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, you're screaming at the referee there. So Mr. Aubrey, the ball actually lands at the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo, who's probably one-on-one with the last defender at that time. So unfortunate for Mr. Aubrey, but you've got to say, probably fortunate for Mitch not to be going into that second leg. Probably 2-1, if not 3-1 down. The big chance, though, in that game was around the 70th minute, the De Bruyne chance, where it was played over the top. He was one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Could have either ball rolled it to scoop it around him, or just try and loft the ball and think the ball over the top of the goalkeeper. Does neither. Tries to beat him with power before he gets down to make the stop, but Van der Sar is going to always save those in a one-on-one. 90 minutes left, though, George. We've seen 16 players compete here today. We're down to our final 90 minutes of FIFA. It's I don't know what to say, honestly.
I think that in that situation you were talking about Kevin De Bruyne, I really think Mr. Aubrey just panicked a little bit. I think he thought to himself, all right, I'm through on goal, am I going to finesse it? And he's gone, oh, I could also chip it. Ooh, I could also try and, look for a power shot. And he just got caught ball roll in 3-4 trains of 4, and he just smashed it, and it's not gone anywhere. And that's the problem, isn't it? When you're in this heat of the moment and you're so much pressure on your shoulders, he just hasn't done it. But going into the second leg, I think you could put it on a coin flip, honestly. These players clearly both very evenly matched. If you're talking experience-wise, I think you've got to give it to Mitch. But I think if you're talking hunger to get into this final, hunger to represent Leeds, Mr. Aubrey's got to be that man. He has been in finals. He's consistently been in qualifying finals, but he's never made it to the grand final. Can this be Mr. Aubrey's year to represent?
Do you know what? I want to say he deserves it, because I think over the span of the 3 games, should I say, we've seen thus far, I think he's probably been the better player in it, consistency wise. He came from 4 goals to 1 down to bring it back to obviously lose by a 1 goal advantage at the end of that first best of 2, or the home and away leg, should I say. And now he's probably created the clearer cut chances. If you're Mr. Aubrey, you cannot panic, and you cannot let those opportunities go wandering in this game, because Mitch will punish you and Mitch will win the game. But we are into the 90 minutes left here. The final game in this grand final, and the final game in the ePremier League club qualifier, of course, or playoff, should I say, for the ePremier League. One of these lucky players will have the chance to put on the elusive white strip, the historic white strip of Leeds United Football Club, and represent them alongside the other Premier League teams at that grand final in March. Is it going to be Mr. Aubrey or is it going to be Mitch Haywood?
Both of these players have got to be nearing the empty line on their gas tanks, as honestly, it's been a long day of FIFA action. It's been a long day, but here we go. Mr. Aubrey looking to kick things off with the first major attack. Hullet gives it to Jorginho. Ball played in the middle, but Kevin De Bruyne can't win that one as Mitch will regain possession. It does look almost like he's playing pressure after possession loss, honestly. It looks as if he's playing that or pressure on heavy touch, because every time Mitch gets the ball, like for the first few seconds, he's pressing him. Quite a lot of players are pressing him, and it seems to be working so far, but there looks like there will be a chance for Mitch. No, so well defended by Kante and by Mr. Aubrey, and he can now look to come on an attack of his own.
See what Mr. Aubrey can try and come up with here, as for a second a marginal offside call could have been looked at. Jorginho going to elect to just keep things simple, go back to Diaz, try and work the opportunities well, not force anything, can allow Mitch to recover and turn over the ball and mount an attack of his own. But Mr. Aubrey, though, he can create the chances, and it must be a confidence booster for Mr. Aubrey here going into this final game here, George, knowing that he can create chances against one of the best players in the game, Mitch, and he can score against him as well.
Yeah, obviously I think that it's got to be a massive confidence booster, but at the same time, I think that Mr. Aubrey's got to be disappointed that he hasn't wrapped this game up sooner. He's had a lot of opportunities, but obviously going over that fact, ball whipped into the middle, Ronaldo's there, tries to play it down to Cantona, but it will not be cleared away as of yet. Finally, the ball will be cleared away by Mitch, and he can now look to go forward. But yeah, I feel like Mr. Aubrey's got to be disappointed that he hasn't put this one to bed sooner.
Well, 70 minutes left of FIFA action for you lovely people at home to watch on your screens. Is it going to be Mitch or Mr. Aubrey representing Leeds United at that ePremier League final? We'll have to wait and see. Pull it into the box. Got to score. Does score. Mr. Aubrey draws first blood.
Mr. Aubrey does it. He finally breaks the deadlock here in this first game. Finally breaks the deadlock after quite a while with no goals. And Mr. Aubrey takes the lead. Mitch, unfortunately, could not get anything in these games so far. Honestly, he's been on the back foot for so long, I can't even remember the last time he had a sustained period of play. Mr. Aubrey's been playing so well. Can he put this one to bed? Genoa with a rocket launcher and a green time finish. He'll put it in the back of the net, and out of nowhere, Mitch has found a way back into this game.
It's something we've said time and time again. Mitch can turn up and create the chance should he need to. He goes a goal down, but only for a split second, as it's Ginola who ties things up. And now we're going to probably start to see a bit of a back and forth end-to-end game here. Both players know that they've got the beating of their man should they want to. Now it's going to come down to whether or not we see the consistency in finishing and chance taking in this game. And with only 27 minutes into the game, already 2 goals. I cannot wait for that final half of football, especially those last 10 minutes should things still be level.
It's going to be a banger. It is going to be a banger for sure. If this series hasn't already proven that to us, it definitely will in this second half. But either way, it is still very, very close. Ronaldo going to look to try and make a run through on goal, but Diaz is going to be there to stop him. And honestly, Diaz has probably been one of the most consistent players in this tournament so far. He's been playing phenomenally well, along with Rafael Varane. And honestly, most of these teams, I can't really think of many flaws that these players have had, to be honest. Ball whipped into the area, onside, somehow, no, can't find the back of the net. Who was it? It was Diaz that took the shot. Diaz, a centre-back, by the way, taking the shot from the cross. I'm not too sure what he was doing in that situation, but either way, Mr. Aubrey with another fantastic opportunity.
It's one of those chances where you say you've got to score again, but I think you'd be a bit harsh to say that if it's drops to Ruben Diaz all of a sudden. A bit of a mishaps at the back there from Varane, as he nearly drops the ball straight into the feet of Ginola, as now the ball's at the feet of Cancelo. Into Diaz. Diaz tries to find Kante, but the ball quickly intercepted. It's going to be Ginola to try and launch the attack now for the home side, which is going to be Mitch. And how much of a kick in the teeth is that going to be, though, for Mr. Aubrey, going 1-0 up against a talented player like Mitch, and just to instantly have your defensive midfield ripped apart and the ball smashed home from Ginola? You've got to be kicking yourself for sure.
I think it's a learning curve more than anything for Mr. Aubrey. I think it's a learning curve to show that, although, I got the goal, but at the end of the day, you need to remain focused, as you lose focus for 1 minute against these kind of players and they will make you concede, they'll make you regret it. Kante running forward. Lots of players trying to come for him, but he's got a lot of pace. Gives it to Cantona. Little scoop turn, but it's not enough. The goalkeeper will collect it eventually. And as we approach the halfway mark, this has been one of the closest games of FIFA I think I've ever commentated on in my life.
It's definitely been back and forth, end-to-end stuff. Any FIFA commentator and any football lover in general will love a game like this. Non-stop attacking football. It's what we love to see. Though we do like to appreciate the art of defending at times, we'd much rather the floodgates open from a viewer's perspective. But 45 minutes to go then, George. 45 minutes that can separate these two players, cementing their name in the history books of the EPL, representing Leeds in the grand finals. Oh, unfortunately, is it going to be one step too far for one of them and they bow out at the grand final stages? You got to say there's still no real clear-cut answer as to who's going to win this game. Both players still look comfortable on the ball. They look like they're going to score, but they also both look like they've got a mistake in them as well.
I feel like they've got a mistake in them. I feel like they've both got opportunities to take the lead. I feel like they've both got enough left in the tank. But I still don't think 45 minutes is going to be enough to break up this game. I feel like it's going to go to a golden goal decider, I don't know why, but I feel that way. And it would be a fantastic way to end off a fantastic playoffs run for the Leeds United EPL team. And we'll have to see what this final 45 minutes does hold for us, as here we go. Mr. Aubrey coming forward, ball roll. Green time, finesse to the back post, and it's going to be Jorginho putting it in the back of the net. Mr. Aubrey has the lead once again through a fantastic effort from Jorginho.
Can he hold on to it though, George? Just 35 minutes or so to play. Or should I say 40 odd minutes, really. Great mental math out of John P there. Oh, surely you're going to play the ball through the middle of the box. Ronaldo was on. I don't think he could carve out the opportunity, and he's given it straight back to the feet of Cancelo. Can Mr. Aubrey hold on to this lead, though? We saw instantaneously last time Mitch go straight up the other end and put the ball in the back of the net and score to tie things up at 1 apiece. Has Mr. Aubrey learned from his mistakes? Or is it going to be the dream come true scenario for Mr. Aubrey? He's a lovely person, we know that. He's a fantastic content creator and streamer. Never, ever would he think he'd be in this position to try and secure a spot to represent the one and only, the mighty Leeds United, at the ePremier League finals. And he is just half an hour away from doing so.
This is why we love FIFA, because anything can happen. Cantona, though, on the opportunity. Genoa tackled. Great defending from Mr. Aubrey, but will he win it back? No, he will. Mohamed Salah on the ball now. Raphael Varane trying to close him down. The pass is loose. Hullet wins it back, though. And now it's Genoa. Now it's Cantona! And he's back in the game once again. Mitch Hayward levels it up again. And there is absolutely nothing that can separate these two players. They are going peg for peg, punch for punch. They are absolutely... Oh, this is such a good game.
It's a heavyweight boxing match. It's a you throw your haymakers and I'll throw mine. And, well, 4 have been thrown and 4 have landed, as it's 2-2 at the moment here between Mitch and Mr. Aubrey. Who is going to draw the next blow, though? You've got to think Mr. Aubrey, he's been ahead twice in this game now. And both of the times the lead has been ripped out of his hands almost instantaneously. Can he find a third, though? Looking to do so with Jorginho. Cuts inside, twists, turns. Fantastic tackle from Jorginho for Mr. Mitch, though. As now Kante brings it away. Ginola into Hullet. Hullet out wide to Cancelo. Cancelo going to try and cause some trouble here down the left-hand side for Mitch. He doesn't. Decides to go back and keep the ball. This is real end-to-end stuff.
This is real end-to-end stuff, and this is where we need to see Mitch Hayward show just how good a player he is, why he is one of the top players, and we really need to start seeing this now, because it's going tit for tat. Somehow Mitch is not out of this game yet. Mr. Aubrey's had so many opportunities. you need to say, we need to see something from Mitch now to say, I am one of the best players in the league. I have, I don't know, man. It's just ridiculous. He needs to prove now why he is in the position he is.
I think this type of situation is where all that years of experience, the constant practice, the constant tournament lifeline games you've played all comes into factor. And could that be the proven factor and the pivotal factor here for Mitch to try and go ahead and represent Leeds United at this year's ePremier League? He'll be kicking himself if he doesn't, because he'll find himself, he's good enough, one of the best players in the game, like you said, and definitely in the country. He'd want to be there. He'd want to represent someone as historic and as mighty as Leeds United. But guess what? He's got to deal with Mr. Aubrey yet, as there's still 20 minutes left to play in this game between these two fantastic players. Like I said, it's been like a heavyweight match, and the two heavyweights going at it blow for blow once again. Cancelo whipped into the box! Hullet! What a fantastic last-ditch tackle from Cancelo to just knock Hullet off balance.
Oh my word, that had to be written in the stars for Hullet to score that goal, but it was so well defended to take the ball away from him. And I'd like to remind you all, we have 18 minutes left before it goes to a golden goal. It's 3-3 still on aggregate. This one could go absolutely anywhere. There's got to be a few chances left for both players, but which way is the goal going to go? Is either one of these players going to be able to break the deadlock before the full-time whistle is blown?
If anyone here gets a chance, they have to take it. Free kick just inside the half of Mitch. Let's play it short though. Mr. Aubrey going to try and keep possession and work his magic if he can, but no, he's giving it straight back to... Oh, what a great tackle though from Cancelo. Tierney, the fresh legs just come on the pitch, would have probably had the beating of Cancelo for pace there. A fantastic tackle from him. Surely there's one more big chance. There's one more loop on this emotional roller coaster that is the PlayStation Grand Final here for the EPL. And surely if that chance comes, it has to be taken.
It really does, and you've got to think, if Mitch gets the opportunity, you've got to expect him to take it. But Mr. Aubrey, he's proven to us that he can't score every opportunity. He has been missing a lot, but here's a chance. Ronaldo, David Genoa! And Mitch Haywood has finally put it in the back of the net, and he's managed to take the lead for the first time in so long.
Yes, you mentioned the experience, the passion, the constant pressure and practice, and he's been here, he's done it. Mitch knows this situation oh too well. Just give him one chance, and when it's fallen into the likes of David Ginola's feet, it's only going to result in one thing, and that's the back of the net bulging and himself being a goal up. And with 10 minutes left to go, Mr. Aubrey is going to be looking back at all those missed chances saying, am I going to have kicked myself and shot myself in the foot here slightly? But there's still 10 minutes to go. Tierney, though, recovers the ball. Ronaldo into Tierney. Surely the ball's played through. Is this going to be Mitch? Signed, sealed, delivered. Mitch is going to the ePremier League finals.
It's Cristiano Ronaldo. He's dead and buried it. That is all she wrote, and that should be the game for Mitch Haywood. You'd have thought the professionalism would come out. You'd have thought the experience will come out now, and he will just bury this one. He'll send it to the corner, and he will take his win. And he will take his ticket to London. He will take his ticket into the Premier League finals.
Yes, commiserations to Mr. Aubrey, as there's only going to be one winner from here out. Mitch is one of the best in the game at keeping the ball under pressure and making sure he sees the game out. Or is he? The ball's fallen though. Jorginho to Cristiano Ronaldo. Is Ronaldo going to burst through on goal? He plays it into Heung-min Son, the Korean, tries to twist and turn onto that favoured left foot of his, but just gets intercepted by Diaz. And here comes Tierney. Oh, it's a 4v1 at the back post. Surely this is it. Sign is still delivered. Like I said, the ball's not even going to the box. I love that from Mitch. Any other player would have crossed it, but he keeps it. He knows that there's no point trying to give him a glimmer of hope to hang on to. And Mitch Haywood, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be your PS5 representative of Leeds United Football Club in the grand final for the ePremier League. The full-time whistle goes. And just like that, we have confirmed both our players for Leeds United. And they were the two favourites going into it, but boy, oh boy, George, did they have to work for it.
Oh, they really did. I mean, Oli Lito did what Oli Lito does best. He won all his games smoothly into the final, and then, you know, the semi-finals, they did play a little part for him. The upper bracket finals, it was hard. He only won 2-1. but the grand final was hard. But we are going to quickly have a look at the Xbox replays. If you did miss any of the final goals, we'll get into those right now between Oli Lito and DN43, which was a great game if you're an Oli Lito fan. Not so much if you're a DN43 fan.
Yeah, I think, I don't want to say fatigue played a part for DN43, but he just looked like he ran out of steam, to be totally honest with you. And when you're playing against someone of the caliber of Oli Lito, you just can't afford to take your foot off the gas and lack concentration, because he'll just do this to you. He'll tear you apart. It's, within a split second, you're 3-1, 4-1 down, and well, from there it was pretty much all she wrote. We see a little bit of resilience and fight back from DN43. It was 3-2 at one point, but then the floodgates started to open. 2 quick goals from Oli Lito, from Hyun-Min Son, and it's just like that. It was 5-2 going into the second leg.
Yeah, honestly, Oli Lito just showing here exactly why he's renowned as one of the best players in the world. He's showing why he is, in a lot of people's eyes, one of the favourites to win the entire tournament. And he showed here exactly why he is known as being world class, because world class players in finals, they turn into a different beast, they turn into a different kind of animal, and in this final he did just that, winning a ridiculous amounts of goals. And DN43, although he fought valiantly, although he played well all the way to the final, Oli Lito just became something else. He just showed exactly why he is one of the best players in the world.
And I think you made a great point in terms of Oli Lito's. It's the clutch factor, right, that we talk about in terms of when you hit that grand final, these players, they turn into a different breed of FIFA player. Honestly, they do. They know what they got to do to win the game. And unfortunately, DN43 falls just short. But one thing is for sure, we will see DN43 around the FIFA scene again at some point. But of course, we didn't just have the Xbox bracket played out. We had the PS5 bracket, which we just saw a crazy climax too. Let's take a little look at the replays from the finals. Of course, Mitch having to come through the losers bracket, resetted the bracket initially. Mr. Aubrey falls just short though.
Yeah, he did. It's such a shame, because he had so many amazing opportunities to take the game, but in the end he couldn't do it. It was forced to a bracket reset. It was one of the best games of FIFA I've ever seen in my life. Honestly, it was absolutely incredible. But when it mattered most, Mitch turned it on. He showed why he is a world-class talent. He showed why he has as much experience as he does, and he took the win and he took it home. But some fantastic goals, and all round a fantastic tournament, to be honest. Kevin De Bruyne pulling the strings, and he got one back. He got a few back, to be fair. He got himself right back in this game, and he did really well to do that. But in the end, it just didn't matter. Cantona put him one in the back of the net, and then the second leg, it just got even closer, even closer.
Yeah, close indeed, to say the least. And unfortunately, though, for Mr. Aubrey, falls just short in that one. And well, this was the reset that we saw. There was chances though for Mr. Aubrey. There really was in that first home and away leg. We saw for him to probably even win it from the get-go. And I think he'll be kicking himself here, Mr. Aubrey, for sure. He'll be saying to himself, we should 100% have won that first leg. But listen, when you're playing against someone at the caliber of Mitch, you can't afford to miss chances, because he will punish you in the end. And well, that's exactly what happened.
But here we go, we're getting into the bracket reset game. So once Mitch won the first game, we went into the second game, and this was closer than anybody expected it to be. This was closer, and it didn't have any right to be this close, to be honest. Mr. Aubrey played his heart out, and I think he's done himself and all of his viewers and anybody that's ever supported him proud, to be honest, to get to this point. And he's done really well for himself, and I feel like next year he's got to come back, and next year I think he can do it. But obviously couldn't quite accomplish that today. Mitch Haywood playing his heart out and showing why he's a professional player, showing why he's so accomplished, and he plays for his national team and all those things. And both the players that represent the national teams today will be winning the tournament, so it's what you expect.
Yeah, you know what, it's one of those things where Mitch, I think, will go to bed tonight a relieved man. He will know that, I don't want to say he rode his luck at times, but I definitely think he did in terms of some of the chances Mr. Aubrey missed, but he'll go away from this. He'll do his practice. He'll watch the games back to see what mistakes he made, and no doubt he'll come back firing on all cylinders and being the player that we know he can always be going into the ePremier League Grand Finals. Excited to see himself and Ollie Lito obviously representing Leeds at the finals in London. And this is how things obviously played out. And you got to say, one thing to mention about Mitch is the spirit and the character of Mitch. To lose early on against LJ Pro 4-1 in quite convincing fashion, to then bounce back and go unbeaten, to reset the bracket, and then just clutch up in the end and go off huge when you needed to win 5-3 against Mr. Aubrey. You got to say it speaks a lot about the character of Mitch.
Yeah, definitely. It takes a lot of character. It takes a lot of fortitude to do that, to go to the lower bracket and to maintain your, the mentality to continue on and win it all. It's definitely a feat, and it's definitely something he should be proud of. And although it isn't, winning the entirety of the ePremier League tournament, it's something that I think he should definitely put in his accolades, to go to the lower bracket, fight his way through the whole thing, and then to fight for a bracket reset and to still win and come out on top is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, it's only gonna pay into Mitch's confidence going into ePremier League as well. Obviously finishing top 4 last year, back representing Sheffield. He wants to try and go a couple better here and take home the trophy. And a lot of people will probably have him as their favourites going into that. He's one of the best players in the country and in the game for a reason. So, yeah, time will most definitely tell. And obviously, we appreciate you guys tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure to join yourself, George. Are there any few closing words you want to say before we wrap things up?
Not really, apart from everybody backstage, all the production, everything like that, all the talent managers, everything like that. I'd like to thank yourself, obviously, for supporting me through all this. And this is my first major event, so I do appreciate it, sticking with me through all my nervousness and everything like that. Obviously, I'd like to thank all the players as well. Commiserations to those that lost, but don't have your head down for too long. Get your head back up and get back in the game. And yeah, that's about it, really. So
yeah, well, again, thank you for joining me. Huge shout out to production, all the admin team, everyone working behind the scenes at the EPL. Pleasure to be on board. Congratulations, Ollie Lito, and to Mitch as well for taking home their grand final spots to represent Leeds United. Make sure you guys stay safe. Thank you for watching, and we will see you guys in London in March.